Chapter 1895. Someone beat me to it? This was something unexpected. After all, this mission was not like the earlier assassination mission, which was not shared with the other palaces. Given this, it could only be that someone else wanted to obtain this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape possessed a berserk bloodline. Its beast core was very valuable, and could be refined into a medicinal pill with the berserk effect. If one could reduce or eliminate the side effects, then the refined medicinal pill would tempt even Xiao Chan. Just think about it. It could instantly raise one's cultivation by several times. That was simply horrifying. Even if there were some side effects, it could be used as a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. It was still very attractive. After withdrawing his aura, Xiao Chan silently appeared on a mountain peak. Then he opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and hid in the clouds. Immediately, Xiao Chan saw the scene of that person fighting the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. That person fought two Blazing Sun Berserk Apes alone on the lava-covered land without being at a disadvantage. That person wore golden dragon robes and a purple gold crown on his head. He also wore several rings with gems embedded on his fingers. That person exuded a noble aura. Strands of golden dragon chi circled his body. That person's cultivation was not high, only early-stage holy venerate. However, his aura and the air that he gave off were stronger than several late-stage holy venerates that Xiao Chan had seen before. The six-colored divine dragons, the golden dragon race. Xiao Chan muttered to himself. The golden dragon race was the strongest of the six-colored divine dragons. The current dragon emperor, who was also the dragon's gates master, was the current dragon emperor. The golden dragon emperor held supreme authority in the divine dragon empire, and his strength was incredibly horrifying. Naturally, the overall strength of the golden dragon race was higher than that of the other 5 races. Without the corresponding strength, one could not take the position of dragon emperor. The other 5 races were not people to be trifled with. When the two Blazing Sun Berserk Apes worked together, their strength equaled that of a late-stage holy venerate. Furthermore, they did not go berserk. If they went berserk, their overall strength would be even higher. This person dared to fight 1 against 2. He was truly confident in his strength. Xiao Chan squinted and discovered that the 5 rings on the other party's hand were all inherited Dao tools. Looking at the golden dragon robe, it was also an inherited Dao treasure. In other words, this person could use the power of 6 great Daos. This Xiao Chan felt somewhat speechless. In reality, inherited Dao tools were even more useful than soul tools from a certain point of view. Xiao Chan could not bring out a soul tool at full power. He could only use it slightly and could not control it freely. As for inherited Dao tools, he could use them casually. As a holy venerate, he could easily bring out the full might of inherited Dao tools. With so many inherited Dao tools, it was no wonder this person was so confident, daring to barge into Blazing Sun Valley alone and fight 2 Blazing Sun Berserk Apes alone. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was covered in long fiery red fur. When it stood upright, its fur looked like it was on fire when it fought. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and it let out angry roars from time to time, causing the surrounding lava to explode. Terrifying waves of fire burst out and soared into the sky before turning into burning flames. When they fell, they were like blazing meteors, dazzling and resplendent. They crashed into the ground with a huge impact. This resulted in an even bigger explosion, and the surrounding waves of fire never stopped. That golden dragon race cultivator fought steadily, occasionally using his great Dao energy to easily resolve the various dangers, dealing with them calmly. Xiao Chan thought to himself, thinking of countermeasures. The reward for the Blazing Sun Valley mission was slightly less, only 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. However, to Xiao Chan this was a huge sum. He absolutely could not give up on it. However, someone had already beaten him to his target, and the battle had gone on for a long time. Xiao Chan did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chan could only search for other targets. There were many ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. It would not be easy to find other Blazing Sun Berserk Apes. For example, Xiao Chan had searched for the target before him for several days before finding it after much difficulty. If he was unlucky, he would have spent even more time. How unfortunate. Xiao Chan shook his head and left decisively to search for other Blazing Sun Berserk Apes. For hours after Xiao Chan left, The two blazing sun berserk apes finally lost their patience and went berserk. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, turning into a sea of lava. Only a few places could stand. A strong and berserk aura spread out from the two blazing sun berserk apes. Their heavy breathing sounded ear-splitting like thunder. At this moment, the most suitable countermeasure was to put some distance between them. Xiao Chan could not clash head-on with the two blazing sun berserk apes. After this period, it would be time to reap the harvest. However, this young golden dragon race cultivator revealed a smile on his face. He did not show any signs of pulling away. Anticipation flashed in this young golden dragon race cultivator's eyes as he muttered, "They finally went berserk. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time already." This young golden dragon race cultivator did not move at all as he stood on the sea of flames. The two berserk blazing sun berserk apes charged at him without even thinking. Bang! 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 With every step the blazing sun berserk apes took, they kicked up tsunami-like fiery splashes, shaking the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Terrifying roars spread out, causing many ferocious beasts to flee in fear. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two blazing sun berserk apes landed on the golden dragon race cultivator at nearly the same time. His golden dragon robes glowed. The golden dragon motifs on his robes seemed to come to life, forming a golden dragon shield around him. Kasie! The dragon shield immediately shattered. The huge rebound knocked the two blazing sun berserk apes into the air. The two blazing sun berserk apes crashed into the sea of flames, kicking up large waves. When the waves fell, it looked like fire rained down from the sky. The two blazing sun berserk apes were severely injured. The earlier dragon shield seemed to have some trick to it. The stronger the attack, the more severe the injury. The auras of the severely injured blazing sun berserk apes instantly plummeted from their peak. They were even weaker than before they went berserk. Die then! The yellow-robed cultivator snorted coldly. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air shattered. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air carried the golden dragon's might as it flew out. Kasie! Kasie! Thousands upon thousands of incredibly sharp golden shards stabbed into the bodies of the two blazing sun berserk apes. The life force of the two blazing sun berserk apes immediately drained rapidly. It only took a moment for them to go from peak to end. The blazing sun berserk apes lost their patience, but so did the yellow-robed cultivator. He had never thought of dodging these berserk blazing sun berserk apes. The 5 gemstone rings on the yellow-robed cultivator's hands flashed at the same time. Then, 5 Dao discs appeared behind the yellow-robed cultivator. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, and his aura reached an incredible level. Then he punched. A 5-colored fist wind kicked up boundless waves, finishing off this dying blazing sun berserk ape. The yellow-robed cultivator revealed a smile after successfully retrieving the beast core. With 2 beast cores, it is time to search for the remaining blazing sun berserk apes. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good. He found a pair of blazing sun berserk apes at the foot of a desolate mountain. He did not rush to make a move, patiently observing them. As he observed this pair of blazing sun berserk apes from afar, he kept his guard up against the other ferocious beasts in the valley. Xiao Chen had a hard time. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the 2 blazing sun berserk apes' every move in great detail. Xiao Chan was not like the golden dragon race cultivator, who was covered in inherited Dao tools. He could only be cautious and create the most suitable opportunity to attack. If only the demon blood vulture were here. With its speed and strength, it could easily lure one away for Xiao Chan. However, that did not matter. After observing for 3 days, Xiao Chan finally found an opportunity. The 2 blazing sun berserk apes did not always forage together. They also took turns to forage, but there was no pattern. On this day, the opportunity that Xiao Chan had found came. One of the blazing sun berserk apes came out alone again. However, it did not stray too far from its companion. As long as it roared, it would quickly receive a response. If Xiao Chan attacked head-on, the other blazing sun berserk ape would definitely sense it. Whoosh! Standing on the mound, Xiao Chan took out the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he drew back the bowstring and fired an arrow, striking the blazing sun berserk ape that went out to forage. That blazing sun berserk ape immediately became enraged and charged in the direction of the arrow. The other blazing sun berserk ape found this slightly strange. However, it did not sense any danger. Since its companion did not call out to it, it did not pay it any mind. Just like that, Xiao Chan leaped around the mountain, luring this blazing sun berserk ape further away. However, he still did not show himself. This drove this blazing sun berserk ape crazy. It's almost time. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and put away the Soul Slayer bow. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chan arrived before the blazing sun berserk ape that had been left behind. This blazing sun berserk ape already felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to give chase, Xiao Chan suddenly appeared and launched an attack at him. Just like that, the distance between the two blazing sun berserk apes widened. As Xiao Chan dealt with the blazing sun berserk ape's pursuit, he carefully avoided the territories of some overlord-class ferocious beasts. He lured the blazing sun berserk ape to a remote area. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chan had been observing the actions of these two blazing sun berserk apes. However, his heavenly eye did not stop. He had already grasped the terrain and the ferocious beasts within 1,000,000 miles. Only by making ample preparations did this operation go smoothly. 4 hours later, Xiao Chan stopped on a vast piece of black land. He silently turned around and instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Boom! The colossal palm carried the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon as it descended from the sky. Its fingers were like sabers, flickering with electric light as it smashed at the blazing sun berserk ape chasing after him. That blazing sun berserk ape had never expected its prey, which had been fleeing, to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the blazing sun berserk ape got struck by Firmament's Rage. The blazing sun berserk ape's colossal body was smashed down in midair. The blazing sun berserk ape's coarse skin and thick flesh immediately became riddled with wounds. Electric light flickered endlessly as the blazing sun berserk ape lay on the ground, howling in pain. His anguished wails contained a shocking rage. Boom! The instant the blazing sun berserk ape got up, it suddenly entered a berserk state. A blood-like flame burned on its body. The blazing sun berserk ape stared straight at Xiao Chan, and a terrifying ferocious might pressed down on Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and the mountain behind him instantly shattered under this ferocious might, vanishing without a trace. It went berserk in advance. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The situation before him somewhat surpassed his expectations. The main reason was that Firmament's Rage was too mighty. The moment Xiao Chen attacked, it injured the blazing sun berserk ape, making it feel threatened. If the blazing sun berserk ape did not go berserk, its injuries would worsen, and it would have no chance of defeating Xiao Chan. However, that's fine. It will be fine after this period. After the blazing sun berserk ape went berserk, Xiao Chan was not willing to clash head-on with it. He would suffer greatly with every exchange. Using Light of Freedom's movement technique, Xiao Chan turned into lightning and continuously clashed with the blazing sun berserk ape. The blazing sun berserk ape swatted at Xiao Chan like it was swatting a fly. However, it could not land a hit on Xiao Chan. The horrifying attacks completely changed the landscape, turning it into a scene of desolation, riddled with thousands of holes. The ground cracked, covering 5,000 kilometers. Shattered rocks filled the air, covering the sun and sky. Boom! Just at a certain moment, Xiao Chan felt the blazing sun berserk ape's aura drop. The electric light turned into a lightning dragon, charging over with the boundless dragon might of thunder. The blazing sun berserk ape got knocked into the air. When it landed, it blasted out a huge pit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stand up. Whoosh! The lightning dragon circled around, and Xiao Chan landed at the edge of the huge pit. Then he looked coldly at this blazing sun berserk ape. After all, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Their intelligence could not compare to that of cultivators. Of course, cultivators like Murong Yen did not count. In hindsight, Murong Yen was actually very similar to this blazing sun berserk ape. Just as Xiao Chan prepared to deliver the final strike with the tyrant saber, a disharmonious voice rang out behind him. Haha, not bad. This young master feels gratified that there is a talent like you among the mixed blood dragons. Step back then. I want this blazing sun berserk ape's beast core. I Qin Outyin owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. Chapter 1896. Qin Outyan? Xiao Chun turned around and saw that it was the Golden Dragon Race cultivator that he noticed a few days ago. Based on this person's tone, this person seemed to have a great background in the Golden Dragon Palace and was rather famous in the Divine Dragon Empire. It seemed like as long as this person reported his name, many things could be easily resolved. Based on this person's attire and inherited Dao tools, this person clearly had the confidence to say such words. If it was someone else, they would be treated as an idiot if they said such a thing. This person spoke very logically, as if this was how it should be. Since I reported my name, you have to do as I say. I owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. However, Xiao Chun had not heard of this person before. In reality, he did not know many people in the Divine Dragon Empire either. Xiao Chun was more concerned about something else. This person had stayed by his side for such a long time without making a single sound. This person should have planned this and observed him for a long time. For him to not notice him, he was indeed strong. However, this had to do with Xiao Chun's focus on the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. After all, after that Blazing Sun Berserk Ape went berserk, it could severely injure him with a casual strike. Xiao Chun could not afford to be distracted. What's wrong? Are you not willing? Qin Outyan frowned, appearing dissatisfied. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "This mission is worth 8,000 primeval heavenly pills in the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not know the price of failure. If you give me 8,000 primeval heavenly pills and personally write that you will bear the price of failure for me, I can give it to you." After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun felt that he was rather sincere. After all, he did not need this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. As long as the other party could satisfy his conditions, he would not mind giving it to the other party. You want to negotiate with me? Rage flared in Qin Outyan's eyes. 5 Dao discs of different colors appeared behind him. Layered Dao might spread out in the world. While Qin Outyan was in a daze, there seemed to be a vast nation behind him, raising his aura to an untouchable height. Even though they were at eye level, it gave off the illusion that they had to look up to him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Naturally. How can I give you the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core if I do not negotiate a good condition? I won't take advantage of you, but I will at least make up for my losses." "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. This young master already said that I owe you a favor, yet you're still trying to bargain with me?" When Qin Outyan saw that Xiao Chun was unwilling to hand over the beast core, he immediately flew into a rage. Scram! When Xiao Chun punched, a 5-colored fist wind containing the great Dao energies of ice, fire, lightning, strong wind, holy light, and many other great Dao descended on him. When Xiao Chun saw this, he couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. It was all superficial knowledge. It looked like a grand display of power, but in reality there was not a single specialization. Against ordinary people or ferocious beasts, its power was truly boundless. However, to anyone who had reached small perfection in great Dao energy, even if that Xiao Jinyu were here, they would be able to easily deal with this attack. As for Xiao Chun, it was even easier. Xiao Chun held the tyrant's saber with both hands as it landed quietly in front of him, touching the ground with its scabbard. As Xiao Chun watched the gale of gale descend, his expression fluctuated endlessly. When the densely packed gale of fist lights containing all sorts of great Dao energy landed, Xiao Chen's saber intent erupted. Strands of saber chi appeared out of nowhere and shot out of his physical body. Ding! 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 The saber chi scattered the thousands of gale of fist lights, not injuring Xiao Chun at all. More accurately, the attacks did not even get within 100 meters of him. An azure-colored Dao disc flickered behind Xiao Chun. It was as calm and peaceful as the wind, just like Xiao Chen's calm heart. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and unruffled. "Young Master Qin, don't push things too far," Xiao Chun said indifferently as he looked at Qin Outyan. Qin Outyan felt enraged. The scene before him, combined with Xiao Chen's words, was clearly threatening him. "You mixed blood dragon, to think that you dare to threaten me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor Dragon Fist, boundless sovereign grace." The golden dragon Qi circling Qin Outyin merged into one strand and soared into the clouds, turning into emperor's might, filling the sky and hanging there. When Qin Outyin moved, he punched. A punch filled with emperor's might tyrannically headed for Shao Chan. The vast divine dragon empire seemed to turn into a huge ship that supported the heavens. This punch activated the precise gears of the empire's huge ship. Kase, kase. The fist wind caused the words empire to roll out. This person is a direct descendant of the golden dragon race's dragon emperor. Shao Chan felt startled in his heart. In other words, this person was like a prince or king of a dynasty with the royal bloodline. Is he the dragon god crown prince? That can't be. If the dragon god crown prince were so exaggerated, then the divine dragon empire would no longer be ruled by the golden dragon race. Or perhaps, everyone in the golden dragon race can use the empire's dragon might? That is possible. After all, the golden dragon race is of the same bloodline. As long as one has the golden dragon bloodline, one would more or less have some connection to the dragon emperor. However, no matter who you are, since you are unwilling to agree to my conditions, don't pester me endlessly. Shao Chan would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. If someone came to bully him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Firmament's rage. When Shao Chan saw the vast empire surging towards him, he did not even think before executing Firmament's rage. Boom! An ancient dragon might from the great desolate Aeon tore through the clouds in the sky like the rage of heaven. The rage from a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon immediately surged in Shao Chen's body as he threw a palm strike. Shao Chan vented this boundless rage to his heart's content. A huge burning palm covered half the sky as Shao Chan threw a palm strike. Rumble! The huge palm immediately shattered the formless empire. The saber chi from the 5 fingers tore the shattered empire into pieces. Then the lightning that followed quickly blasted the pieces into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the vague divine dragon empire with the boundless dragon might vanished. This flabbergasted Qin Outyin. Flabbergasted and flabbergasted. How can this be? Not wanting to waste time with Qin Outyin, Shao Chan soared into the air and drew his tyrant saber. A startling saber intent tore through the sky. Knowing that the dragon robes Qin Outyin wore were an inherited Dao tool, Shao Chan directly used his strongest saber move, resolving the mundane. Shao Chan needed to end the battle with one saber strike and leave. Resolving the mundane, cutting off the 6 desires. Only I am eternal. The emotions of the mundane world immediately vanished from Shao Chen's face. Shao Chen's stern face was like a blank sheet of paper. It was not cold, but it chilled one's heart to the extreme. When the eternal saber light landed, it shattered the other party's dragon pattern shield in one breath. However, to Shao Chen's surprise, a force quickly rebounded. Very quickly a force bounced back. It was his enlightenment heart. Boom! The impact knocked Shao Chen back, causing him to vomit blood. When he landed on the ground, he knelt on one knee. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. A mixed blood dragon is indeed a mixed blood dragon. You have not even heard of the dragon pattern battle suit that I am wearing. How pitiful! Qin Outyin flew back 50 kilometers, but he was not injured at all. Mockery flashed on his face, his eyes filled with the pride and pity of an expert. Shao Chan wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a smile. However, this smile made Qin Outyin feel flustered for some reason. Still not scramming? Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Outyin did not want to be long-winded. This punch was incredibly fast, descending from the sky like an emperor descending, carrying a supreme dragon might. Qin Outyin suddenly appeared above Shao Chen's head. A vast dragon might sealed off the surroundings, causing space to ripple and hindering Shao Chen's movement technique. This punch contained Qin Outyin's holy venerate will. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast. If Shao Chen got struck, he would be in an even worse situation. However, while Qin Outyin was fast, Shao Chen was faster. The instant Qin Outyin punched, Shao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and landed on a distant mountain summit. Boom! Qin Outyin's punch missed, only leaving a city-sized pit in the ground. Even the dust turned to dust. Qin Outyin stood up and looked at Shao Chen, who was on the distant mountain summit. Then he said coldly, "I have the dragon patterned battle suit. It is impossible for you to break my defense. You have no chance of victory. If you leave now, I will take it as nothing happened. Is that so? Xiao Chan took out the Soul Slayer bow and aimed it at Qin Outyan. Is it useful? Qin Outyan's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. This dragon-patterned battlesuit had another set of formations to deal with long-range attacks. He did not fear it at all. A strand of heart flame ignited, and the arrow shot out like a meteor, instantly striking Qin Outyan. Bang! Blood leaked out of Qin Outyan's lips as he looked at the arrow that pierced through the barrier and stabbed into his chest. Then he revealed a strange expression. Whoosh! 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 Before the old man could understand what was going on, Xiao Chan shot out arrows like rain. In an instant, the old man was riddled with arrows, looking like a hornet's nest. The heart flame, a simplified version of heart force, completely ignored the dragon-patterned battlesuit's defense. This completely surpassed Qin Outyan's understanding. Qin Outyan was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Earlier he had been arrogant and despotic, but now he lost his temper. Qin Outyan's internal organs were all injured. A sapphire ring on his finger gave off a gentle light as it helped him recover from his injuries. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Xiao Chan appeared and landed in front of Qin Outyan. You! Qin Outyan pointed at Xiao Chan. Before he could say another word, Xiao Chan kicked him into the air. Then Xiao Chan flew forward and pulled out the arrows on Qin Outyan's body one by one. Every time Xiao Chan pulled out an arrow, Qin Outyan would scream like a dying pig in pain. However, Xiao Chan turned a deaf ear to it. He only stopped after retrieving all the arrows. I have indeed never seen this dragon-patterned battle suit before. I'll take it back and study it properly. Thank you then. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chan removed the flickering golden battle suit on Qin Outyan's body and put it in his storage ring. Shameless fellow. This is the battle suit that my big brother gave me. Qin Outyan will definitely not let you off. I swear it. Qin Outyan roared in pain as he pointed at Xiao Chan, his arms trembling. Xiao Chan looked at Qin Outyan, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then he shook his head slightly. Just be a young master at home. Why go out and take risks? Don't you know that this world is very dangerous? Fortunately, Xiao Chan ran into Xiao Chan. Pity flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he punched Qin Outyan's face heavily, pulverizing his handsome facial features. Qin Outyan fainted from the pain, and the world became peaceful. After removing the spiritual mark in the dragon-patterned battlesuit and leaving his own mark, Xiao Chan revealed a satisfied smile. This dragon-patterned battlesuit was indeed pretty good. It was worth studying. Chapter 1897. After putting away the dragon-patterned battlesuit, Xiao Chan took away the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's Beast Core. Then, he collected all the valuable parts of the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. It's time to leave. Although Xiao Chan had spent some time and encountered some mishaps, he had successfully completed the mission. Now there were only 2 missions left. One was to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and the other was to enter the underground world to help the Dragon's Gate snatch back its lost resource points. Of the 2 missions, there was no need to think too much. It would be better to complete the first one first. The underground world was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. The 4 dynasties and 8 great empires all interacted with it. The waters were very deep. Holy venerates were nothing in there. Sometimes startling battles would erupt. Even divine vein powerhouses would appear. However, since the mission given by the sect was a rank 1 mission, it should not exceed the limits of a holy venerate. There were still some guarantees. If it exceeded that, it would definitely be a peerless rank 1 mission. However, the Underground World mission was specially marked as a peak rank 1 mission. It was extremely dangerous and recommended 3 people to complete it. 1 hour after Xiao Chan left, 2 old men suddenly appeared where he was. The 2 old men's cultivations were extremely horrifying. Although they were not sovereign personages yet, they were still very strong. Although they were not sovereign personages, their auras already reached the limits of late-stage holy venerate. Their gazes were sharp, and their dragon might was strong. Whoosh! The 2 old men arrived beside Qin Outyan. When they took a look, they were stupefied. Qin Outyan's handsome face now looked like shit. If not for the two old men following Qin Outyin for a long time, they would not have recognized him. Who did this? This is too ruthless. Stop talking. Quickly reassemble young master's bones. Otherwise, if he sees his current state, he will probably feel like dying. However, this difficulty is simply too high. Even if we reassemble it, it will be difficult for it to return to its original state. I really don't know where to start. The two old men sighed. However, after checking, they found that although Qin Outyin was severely injured, they were not fatal. Qin Outyin could recover quickly with some good medicinal pills. Of the inherited Dao tools on him, only the dragon-patterned battle suit was missing. He still had all 5 rings. However, the missing dragon-patterned battle suit was the most valuable of all the inherited Dao tools. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the young master? That dragon-patterned battle suit has been passed down in the Qin family for several generations. Now that it's gone, we're in big trouble. It's fine. Eldest young master has always been impartial. This time, it was young master who insisted on not letting us go in. I believe that eldest young master will not blame us. I hope so. Xiao Chun didn't know about this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't regret what he had done. The 18 bandits of the Demon Cloud Mountain. The demonic Cloud Mountain was not a mountain, but it was indeed a mountain. This sounded contradictory, but it was true. The demonic Cloud Mountain was a legacy Dao artifact. Moreover, it was a rather impressive legacy Dao artifact. As long as Xiao Chun had sufficient resources, he would be able to refine it into a soul tool in the future. There were many capable people among the 18 great bandits. Some were good at formations, some were good at alchemy, some were good at divination, and some were good at smithing. There were experts in every field. Because of this, they were able to divine good or bad fortune and turn misfortune into fortune every time. The 18 great bandits could divine whether a sovereign personage expert would come to kill them. If there was, they would immediately flee. The demonic Cloud Mountain entered the starry heavens, hidden in the boundless universe. It was boundlessly vast, making it impossible to find. The Dragon's Gate had been keeping an eye on this group of great bandits for many years. However, it could not do anything to them. If the Dragon's Gate sent a strong person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would flee in advance. If the Dragon's Gate sent a weak person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would end up being killed. If the Dragon's Gate sent a divine vein expert to prevent the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits from making a divination, it would be overkill. Divine vein powerhouses disdained making a move on these holy venerates. This gave the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon a headache. The mission to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits had been pending for many years, but it had never been completed. The reward was very high, a total of 13,000 primeval heavenly pills, nearly equal to a core disciple's annual stipend. Xiao Chun used the Dragon's Gate's strong intelligence network throughout the empire to find out news of the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits. Then he quickly rushed over. Divine Dragon Empire, Smoky Cloud County. There was a very conspicuous mountain peak hidden in the Smoky Cloud Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Smoky Cloud County. However, this Smoky Cloud Mountain Range spanned from north to south. It was simply too vast. No one would notice the strangeness of a mountain peak. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, the clouds around it were pitch black and surging with demonic qi. This mountain peak, which was not much different from an ordinary mountain peak, was the infamous demonic Cloud Mountain. A white-clad youth sat on a mountain summit in the distance. He had a treasured saber at his waist, and he had a delicate face. Clouds and mist surrounded him, giving him the air of someone from ancient times. When the clouds and mist on the peak of the mountain dispersed, he noticed to his surprise that the white-clothed young man was sitting on a blood-red bird. This large scarlet bird had a sharp gaze, its eyes glowing with a golden light. Its scarlet feathers were bright and glistening. Its body stood tall, and the golden line in its tail feathers looked exceptionally eye-catching. Naturally, the white-clad bladesman was Xiao Chun. That large scarlet bird was the awakened demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture consumed the scarlet blood beast pill, and turned into a scarlet cocoon for several months. This breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. Not only did the demon blood vulture advance to holy venerate, but its mutated bloodline also improved. The demon blood vulture's demonic might became even stronger. It awakened some of the incomplete memories hidden in its bloodline and grasped many new skills. Its strength was no longer the same as before. 3 to 5 regular holy venerates would not be sufficient before it. Demonic Cloud Mountain. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as he looked at the distant mountain peak. The Dragon's Gate's information on the demonic Cloud Mountain had always been rather accurate. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could destroy it or not was another matter. If Xiao Qian were a sovereign personage now, then the demonic Cloud Mountain before Xiao Qian would definitely vanish in advance, not letting Xiao Qian discover it. There were divination experts among the 18 great bandits. They could divine some crucial clues in advance, allowing them to roam freely for so many years. This showed that the divination experts were rather skilled. Master, when are we going to kill our way over? I'm dying of thirst. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Qin's mind, sounding impatient. There's no rush. Let me prepare for a while. Xiao Qian stabbed his saber into the ground and took out the god shadow bow. Then he slowly stroked it. This soul tool was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. Honestly speaking, it would be difficult for Xiao Qian to deal with these 18 infamous great bandits with his own strength. If he was not careful, he might end up dying. If Xiao Qian focused on fleeing, he would not be afraid of the 18 great bandits catching up. However, the mission required him to kill these 18 great bandits. Inside the demonic Cloud Mountain, this was a mysterious black space. That pitch-black space was empty. Nothing could be seen. It seemed infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, mysterious and unfathomable. Boom! Suddenly, a clump of light appeared in the pitch-black space. Boundless stars appeared in the ceiling, looking boundless and vast. Ninth brother, are you done divining yet? Are there really no sovereign personages targeting us this time? A vague voice came from that clump of light in the pitch-black space. I have divined 3 times. There is indeed no one. However, it is too hard to divine who is coming. However, I am certain that it is not a sovereign personage. Another clump of light appeared in the mysterious space, replying to the person who spoke earlier. It's good that there are no sovereign personages. Without a sovereign personage around, our demonic Cloud Mountain is sufficient to sweep through the place. No matter how many holy venerates come, it will be useless. Ha ha ha. I hope that it is a heaven-class core disciple of one of the outer palaces who comes. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces are all very fat. Heaven-class core disciples probably have life-saving means. They are not that easy to kill. This old man hopes that there will be more holy venerates. That way they will think that they can break through the demonic Cloud Mountain with numbers. First brother, what should we target this time? The Smoke Cloud County's Emo clan is an average-sized clan. I just received news that their clan's sovereign personage has passed away. The sovereign personage of their clan already passed away. There is no need to fear them. I can't wait any longer. The last time we made a move was 1 year ago, right? That was really satisfying. 8th brother, you bastard. You want to destroy a clan every time, not even letting off the children. Ha ha ha. However, don't fight with me this time. Leave the matter of destroying the clan to me. Ha ha ha. No problem. As long as we, the demonic Cloud 18 great bandits, work together, we will be able to sweep through the place. There is nothing we cannot do. In the pitch-black space, more and more lights appeared, and the sounds of discussion became more and more heated. Just at this moment, Lord Zhou's eyebrows twitched slightly. His heart skipped a beat for some reason. For those who practice divination, the appearance of this inexplicable sign was an extremely terrifying matter. Lord Zhou's expression changed drastically as he frantically divined. The clump of light that represented Lord Zhou became incredibly resplendent, blazing and dazzling. Lord Zhou, what's wrong? What's going on? Such a strange change made the other great bandits feel that something was wrong. Big brother, quickly leave. Quickly activate the demonic Cloud Mountain to leave. The person who comes has a soul tool. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. The light shattered, and Lord Zhou vomited a mouthful of blood. After he spoke of the results of his divination, he fainted. The others went into a huge commotion, feeling shocked. Far away, a brilliant light flickered in Xiao Qin's eyes as he drew his bow. Xiao Chan had already infused all his soul energy into the bow. However, this was still not enough. He continued to pour in his veritable essence energy. A clump of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread into the arrow, merging with it. Xiao Chen's body wobbled slightly, on the verge of fainting at any moment. However, he still did his best to persevere. He maintained his strong willpower and continued to infuse his veritable essence energy into the god shadow bow, continuously challenging his limits. Whoosh! When Xiao Chan felt that he had reached his limits, he let go, and the arrow shot out. The arrow was so fast that Xiao Chan could not catch it. The demonic cloud mountain, which had just soared into the air, exploded the instant Xiao Chan let go. Miserable shrieks rang out as 18 figures were blasted into the air. The god shadow bow's arrow blasted the entire demonic cloud mountain into countless shards that surged out and formed tens of thousands of storms. When the storm spread out, it shattered the surrounding peaks. Xiao Chan jumped off the demon blood vulture's back somewhat weakly. However, a cold and emotionless murderous intent appeared on his pale face. He said coldly, "None of you are allowed to escape. Leave no one alive. If anyone escapes, I will hold you responsible." "Yes, master." The impatient demon blood vulture screeched and turned into a scarlet arrow as it shot out. Chapter 1898. One arrow exploded the demonic cloud mountain range. The 18 great bandits were all inside. Naturally, none of them could escape. They would all be affected. The inherited Dao tool exploded. The damage to the 18 great bandits could be easily imagined. It was already rare that they did not die on the spot when the Dao tool exploded. Sending the demon blood vulture to clean up the mess was the best option. On the summit, Xiao Chan took out a primeval heavenly pill and swallowed it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recover. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the misty cloud mountain range. Xiao Chan ignored them, meditating and recuperating. That earlier arrow drained all his soul energy and veritable essence energy. He even overdrew on a portion of his life force. Otherwise, the god shadow bow would not have been able to unleash such vast might. Normally, only rank 5 sects and above had soul tools that could be used as the sect's cornerstone weapon. Even a sovereign personage could not bring out the full might of a soul tool. Although Xiao Chan had vast veritable essence energy as a star venerate, his soul energy was still lacking. Every time he used a soul tool, he would suffer a significant backlash. Xiao Chan absolutely could not use it unless he had no other choice. He also had to do his best to keep his possession of a soul tool a secret. 1 hour later, Xiao Chan opened his eyes. His complexion had recovered some color. A red light flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. The demon blood vulture had returned smugly, circling in the air. Xiao Chan grabbed the tyrant saber beside him and soared into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture's back. Clouds shrouded the misty cloud mountain range. The white-clad Xiao Chan rode the demon blood vulture as he tore through the clouds. In mere moments, he saw the corpses of the 18 great bandits scattered among the rubble of the various peaks. They died in different ways, all killed by the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chan revealed a satisfied expression. He felt gratified at the demon blood vulture's efficiency. He had not fed it the scarlet blood beast pill in vain. 1. Withdrawing his smile, Xiao Chan drew his saber and chopped off the head of a great bandit. Then he grabbed it and placed it in his storage ring. Soon as the demon blood vulture circled in the air, Xiao Chan collected the 18 great bandits' heads and their storage rings. Mission complete. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. The first 3 missions only took a month to complete. This gave him plenty of time to complete the last task. Just as Xiao Chan was about to leave, the demon blood vulture's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Master, I've also discovered something interesting." Oh. With a thought, Xiao Chan got the demon blood vulture to lead the way. After a while, the demon blood vulture stopped before the rubble of a mountain peak. Many of the nearby mountain peaks were affected by the explosion of the demonic cloud mountain and directly collapsed. This was one of them. Xiao Chan jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then he found a cube-shaped crystal with tight cracks in the rocks. Fiddling with it in his hand, Xiao Chan discovered that the 4 sides of the crystal were inlaid so tightly that there were almost no gaps. It looked like a natural gemstone. However, the formation patterns inscribed on it told Xiao Chun that it was a man-made artifact. After studying it for a while, a brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. This was a storage medium, something like a storage ring. However, it should have been inlaid in the demonic Cloud Mountain in the past, a part of the demonic Cloud Mountain. Could it be hiding the treasures that the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits accumulated over the years? If that was the case, then Xiao Chun would have struck it rich. However, this formation was somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun could not break it quickly. There were great masters skilled in all sorts of things among the 18 great bandits. This should be the work of a great formation master. Ordinary people would not be able to break it. Never mind. I'll put it away first. Xiao Chun carefully put it away and left this place to complete his final mission. At this moment, he was eager to return, wanting to break through to late-stage Star Venerate. He felt that after these few battles and comprehensions, it was time for him to break through to late-stage Star Venerate. He wanted to complete his mission quickly and rush back to the sect to participate in the Heaven-class core disciple selection. The Underground World. This place was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. There was a total of 9 layers, each boundlessly vast. Back then, before the martial epic flourished, the fiendish demons ran amok. After the sages of the various races killed the fiendish demons descendants went underground. The fiendish demons merged with the original races in the underground world, cultivating and recuperating. After 1,000,000 years, they developed a civilization that was not inferior to that of the surface world. The 9 underworld monarchs were even more famous. They had led the underground demons to charge into the central Great Realm's orthodox position several times. Fortunately, these 9 underworld monarchs had many conflicts with each other. They often fought among themselves, unable to take care of themselves. Furthermore, the dynasties now ruled the central Great Realm, enjoying the central Great Realm's luck. After accumulating for tens of thousands of years, the accumulations of the dynasties were all very horrifying. There were also the 4 Buddhist temples, the 3 Taoist sects, and other transcendent holy lands. The abyssal underworld could not cause much of a commotion. However, the dragon race had somewhat complicated feelings about the abyssal underworld. Since ancient times, the only one to unify the entire abyssal underworld was the dragon race's Black Dragon King, known as the Prime Underworld Monarch. However, this Black Dragon King nearly brought destruction to the Divine Dragon Empire. That was a part of history that no one in the dragon race was willing to mention. If one wanted to enter the abyssal underworld, one had to find a deep abyss crack. The underground world was not the ordinary underground world. It could be seen as the dark side of the central Great Realm. It was attached to the central Great Realm and was vast and unfathomable. It was even more horrifying than the central Great Realm. The two did not normally interact. However, as time passed, accidents would always happen. The deep abyss crack was the result of these accidents, allowing the 2 realms to travel freely. Xiao Chun spent 7 days and saw a huge crack in the ground in a desolate plain in the Divine Dragon Empire. It was like the entire world had been cut in half. The crack extended endlessly, spanning thousands of kilometers. The ground of the crack was pitch black. No figures could be seen. Occasionally, Xiao Chun saw some strange creatures flying in the darkness. Blood crows. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had seen these creatures of darkness in the Kunlun realm before. They were creatures born from all sorts of negative emotions and dark energy. There seemed to be a huge blood crow nest hidden under the darkness. The demon blood vulture looked at the crack, and excitement flashed in its eyes. It smelled the demonic food that its bloodline desired. "Jump!" Xiao Chun commanded, and the demon blood vulture shot down like an arrow. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture descended by an unknown amount of meters. Blood crows filled the air and flew out of the incredibly cold and dark crack. Indeed, they are blood crows. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. These blood crows were much more horrifying than the blood crows of the Kunlun realm. These blood crows were all incredibly huge, flickering with red light in the darkness. Their wings were like sabers and their eyes gleamed with evil light. They were all mutated blood crows. They swarmed over, covering the sky and land. Without the strength of a holy venerate or the protection of a rare treasure, continuing like this would be no different from seeking death. However, These blood crows were delicious food to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture laughed maniacally. The demon blood vulture flapped its scarlet wings, and a strong wind blew, sending a large group of mutated blood crows into its mouth. As Xiao Chan sat on the demon blood vulture's back, he remained expressionless as he unleashed only 2 strands of great Tao energy. The blood crow that slipped through the net and dared to get close were either electrocuted or pierced by saber qi. The demon blood vulture dove continuously. The mutated blood crows that died fell like rain. Xiao Chan did not know how many they killed. As for the ones that the demon blood vulture ate, the number was uncountable. Whoosh! Suddenly the world spun. Xiao Chan felt something strange. The demonic Tao veritable essence energy in his body strengthened significantly for some reason. When Xiao Chan's vision widened, the demon blood vulture landed on a mountain peak. When Xiao Chan looked into the distance from the summit, he saw a boundlessly vast plain with mountains and rivers. However, compared to the ground, the environment was very strange. Is this the first layer of the abyssal underworld? Xiao Chan muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture's back. The ruling races of the first layer of the abyssal underworld were the demons, followed by the Rakshasa race, and then the flood dragon humans. Aside from them, there were also various ghostly beasts that only existed in the abyssal underworld. However, the flood dragon humans were different from the Rakshasa race. There were no specific legends about the flood dragon humans in the abyssal underworld. Now the flood dragon humans wandered around, scattered throughout the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. In each layer they were at the bottom. The Rakshasa race mainly existed in the first layer of the abyssal underworld. The first underworld monarch was Rakshasa Tian, the strongest expert of the Rakshasa race. Xiao Chan took out the corresponding mission card and activated it, indicating his arrival. Then, he waited for the response of the Dragon's Gates faction in the first layer. Chapter 1899. The underground world was boundlessly vast. The miraculous soil and special environment nurtured many resources that were not found on the surface or extremely rare. In the martial epoch, resources came first and talent second. With sufficient resources, one did not have to worry about not attracting demonic geniuses. Even if Xiao Chan ran out of resources, he would not be able to do anything. The primeval heavenly pills of the Heaven Dragon Palace had helped Xiao Chan a lot, benefiting him greatly. In a mere 2 months, he had advanced to peak consummation middle stage star venerate. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, this would be impossible. One could easily imagine that there would be competition for places with scarce resources. The resources in the underground world were countless. Netherworld frost iron obsidian stone, heptagold metal, ink silver, ghost cloud steel, dark crystal stone, underworld heart jade and many more. The more dangerous a place was, the more scarce the resources would be. This was the law of the Great Thousand Realms. With so many resources, as long as the 4 dynasties and 8 empires had the ability, they would definitely not let them go. Even the 10 holy lands of the righteous Tao and the 10 great demonic Tao sects of the demonic Tao, these aloof existences, would carve out their own territories. Furthermore, every layer of the abyssal underworld was extremely vast. Most of the time, even the underworld monarchs could not control all the resource points. This gave the other factions a good opportunity. The factions in the abyssal underworld divided up and occupied resource points. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the top factions in the entire Central Great Realm. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The mission that Xiao Chan accepted was to help the Dragon's Gate take back a lost resource point. After using the mission card to send a message, Xiao Chan quickly received a reply from the other party. The mission card contained not only the other party's location, but also the corresponding map. After injecting a strand of spiritual sense into the mission card, a 3-dimensional map quickly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Flame Dragon City? This city was the main camp of the Dragon's Gate. A complete legion, the Flame Dragon Legion, was stationed there. Right now, Xiao Chen's destination was to rush to this Flame Dragon City and wait for the other party's instructions on how to take back the lost resource point. Whoosh! Xiao Chan leaped into the air and jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he glided over the mountain peaks and gently landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the wilderness was boundless. It was dark and suffused with an oppressive aura. Who knew what dangers were lurking in the seemingly peaceful front? Caution flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes as he executed the Thunder Dragon incantation. He stood on a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. Who knew what kind of danger he would encounter if he flew in the sky rashly? It was better to be careful in an unknown place. The abyss underworld was dark. However, compared to the surface of the underground, there wasn't much difference. It was just that the vegetation was taller and the soil was black. An ordinary weed could be hundreds of meters tall. Fortunately, it was not dense and was sparsely dotted on the ground. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. Whoosh! A ghost beast unique to the underground world pounced towards Xiao Qin. It was a ghost beast that looked like a black tiger. His body had the most obvious characteristics of ghost beasts: lifeless and lifeless. Ghost beasts were actually the souls of dead ferocious beasts that dissipated into the underground world. Through the underground world, the special environment, as well as the dark energy and negative emotions, they were resurrected and turned into mutated beasts. Strictly speaking, these ferocious beasts were already dead. However, ghost beasts could cultivate as well. It was common for strong ghost beasts to instantly kill primes. Xiao Qin was in a rush, so he attacked decisively, not holding back in any of his moves. 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, ready to deal with the strong ghost beasts that could appear at any time. As Xiao Qin rushed over, a huge sense of danger appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the darkness in front. The white figure bared its terrifying fangs and bit at Xiao Qin's head. Whoosh! Without even thinking, Xiao Qin instinctively retreated and dodged. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and turned around to counterattack. A miserable shriek rang out. A ghost wolf with white fur opened its scarlet eyes and glared at Xiao Qin. Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf. Xiao Qin recognized the origins of this ghostly beast. He thought to himself, its speed is extraordinarily fast. Its movements are erratic, nearly injuring me. Die! Without giving the ghost wolf a chance to turn around, Xiao Qin decisively punched, and the 2 Dao discs behind him gave off a resplendent light. Saber light and lightning flickered in the fist light. The Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf exploded with one punch. The Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf turned into scattered black energy that spread into the sky. Its next resurrection would take a long time. The black light scattered, and a white beast core appeared on the ground. It looked exceptionally resplendent like a crystal. The beast core of a ghost beast was also known as the demonic soul pill. If one directly refined it, one could quickly recover soul energy. Of course, one needed to remove some impurities first. If one did not, one could only absorb a small amount. As Xiao Qin fought intensely, the ghost beasts he encountered grew increasingly stronger. However, he did not spend too much time. He dealt with them in one exchange. If he could not, he would make a detour. For hours later, the silhouette of a city appeared before Xiao Qin. This was Flame Dragon City. The city was not very large, but it was heavily guarded. There were many camps around, heavily guarded. Xiao Qin could also see dragon race cultivators patrolling the surroundings. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Qin was observing, 2 dragon race cultivators wearing battle robes suddenly appeared and looked at Xiao Qin cautiously. When these 2 dragon race cultivators discovered Xiao Qin's dragon race aura, their expressions eased up slightly. Xiao Qin had just said that the city was heavily guarded, and he was immediately discovered. Indeed, it was extraordinarily strict. Recently, Flame Dragon City has been heavily guarded. It is not open to the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples. If you are here to stay, you will be disappointed, the person on the left said directly as he looked at Xiao Qin. Naturally, Flame Dragon City provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples. As the Dragon's Gate's headquarters in the underground world, it naturally provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's disciples. Many dragon race cultivators came to the underground world to adventure. Many of them would use Flame Dragon City as a resting place. Xiao Qin took out his mission token and identity token. Then he said, "I am Xiao Qin, a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. I am here on a mission from the Dragon's Gate." The 2 guards had a strange look on their faces after inspecting it. However, they still returned the mission token and core disciple identity token to Xiao Qin. Then they respectfully led him into the city. "Come with me. The general has been waiting for a long time already." Of the 7 outer palaces, you are the only one missing. After following the two through many checkpoints, Xiao Chan successfully entered the city. Then, he was led to a tower with the dragon race's characteristics. At the top floor of the tower, Xiao Chan reported honestly. After verifying his identity, he was invited in. When Xiao Chan pushed the door open and entered, the average-sized room was already filled with people. Aside from the Flame Dragon Legion's upper echelon, there were also the other Outer Palace core disciples who had accepted the mission. Xiao Chan was somewhat surprised to see Murong Yan among the core disciples. Like Xiao Chan, Murong Yan had also accepted the mission. Xiao Chan? The Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 3 Heaven-class core disciples. I recall that they are Exian, Li Luo and Ju Yun. There doesn't seem to be a disciple called Xiao Chan among them. A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor with a clearly stronger aura than everyone else in the room spoke indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chan. If Xiao Chan guessed right, this person was the Flame Dragon Legion's leader, General Feng. Xiao Chan said calmly, "General, the mission does not seem to state that only Heaven-class core disciples can accept this mission. However, the mission specifically states the difficulty. This is not an ordinary rank 1 mission. Furthermore, it explains the mission's importance in detail. I was the one who asked the Dragon's Gate to issue this mission. I am very clear on what kind of person I am looking for." General Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiao Chan. He was even more dissatisfied with the administrator of the Heaven Dragon Palace's mission hall. This was simply messing around. It was fine for the other outer palaces to send ordinary core disciples. After all, they all had divine dragon bloodlines. However, the Heaven Dragon Palace actually did not send a Heaven-class core disciple to accept this mission. "General, I can verify that although Xiao Chan has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, he is definitely not weak." Unexpectedly, Murong Yan, who initially looked down on Xiao Chan, took the initiative to speak up for Xiao Chan at this moment. General Feng felt slightly surprised. After some thought, he said, "Since Murong Yan has confirmed it, then I will not question your qualifications to accept this mission. Sit down. I have always dealt with matters and not people. Please don't mind my earlier attitude." Xiao Chan nodded and said, "Many thanks." Xiao Chan also felt somewhat depressed in his heart. The divine dragon bloodline was indeed good. Murong Yan's words prevented General Feng from questioning him, saving him a lot of trouble. However, the other outer palace's core disciples did not think much of Xiao Chan as they looked at him. After a glance, they no longer paid him any attention. "There's no need to thank me. I was just speaking the truth." Murong Yan's proud words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. He did not seem to have any intention of thanking the other party, as what Murong Yan said was the truth. However, since Murong Yan sent a voice projection to him, Xiao Chan still replied, "Many thanks." "Humph." Murong Yan appeared proud as he snorted coldly, showing an expression that said, "At least you are tactful." Xiao Chan knew the other party's temper. He smiled faintly and ignored him. Chapter 1900. "Since everyone can't come, I'll tell everyone the plan in advance," General Feng said after seeing Xiao Chan sit down. Then he looked at the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces and said seriously, "Xiao Chan, don't come." Murong Yan, Xiao Chan, and the others showed grave expressions as they looked at General Feng. General Feng organized his thoughts and said, "The stronghold that was taken away is rich in netherworld frost iron and underworld heart jade. You might not understand. I'll give a simple explanation. Netherworld frost iron is a crucial divine material that every inherited Dao tool needs. No other resource can replace it. As for underworld heart jade, it is a natural resource that can stabilize the soul and recover soul energy. The underworld heart pill refined from it is a medicinal pill that sovereign personages need." The others felt startled. Although they all had inherited Dao tools, they did not know that refining inherited Dao tools required netherworld frost iron. They had heard of the underworld heart pill before, but it was extremely expensive. Unless one was a sovereign personage, cultivators of other cultivation could not carry it on them in large quantities. Xiao Chan recalled that he had underworld heart pills in his storage ring. Those were the war trophies that he obtained from killing other holy venerates. However, there were not many of them. Actually, these losses are bearable as long as we do not lose our main camp. Sooner or later, we can rebuild our stronghold in this vast abyssal underworld and make up for it. The greatest loss is prestige. If we cannot retake our lost stronghold in time, the other factions will view the Flame Dragon Legion's strength significantly. At that time, not to mention what Rakshasa Heaven will do to us, the other factions from the surface might make a move on us. The struggle in the abyssal underworld is far more intense than on the surface. Do you understand what I mean? Clearly, General Feng had prepared these words for a long time. The moment he spoke, he told everyone about the severity of the matter. The matter was not as simple as losing a stronghold. In this abyssal underworld, the strong preyed on the weak. The competition was even scarier. If one could not retake the stronghold quickly, one would be considered weak. The weak had no place to live in this abyssal underworld. While it looked like losing a stronghold, in reality, it threatened the interests of the entire Dragon's Gate in the underground world. If one was not careful, Flame Dragon City might be uprooted. General Feng's meaning was not to underestimate this mission. One had to understand the importance of this mission. They could not afford any mistakes. It's just a small stronghold. Don't worry, General. It won't be a problem for us. Right after General Feng spoke, Murong Yen expressed his stance, appearing extremely confident. Who knew? The other core disciples from the 7 outer palaces all looked at him strangely. General Feng frowned slightly, not understanding. He had already made it clear enough. Why did this Murong Yen still not understand? The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned an insignificant gathering point. He did not realize the severity of this mission. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chan, and he started to doubt what Xiao Chan had said earlier. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong and quickly said, "General, we all know the importance of this mission. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. We won't be careless and will obey your arrangements." "All right." General Feng nodded slightly and said softly, "The fight for the stronghold will definitely be a large-scale battle. It's impossible to take it down with just the 7 of you. What I want you to do is to destroy the Rakshasa demon's underworld god altar, and then send out a signal for me to launch an attack. Absolutely obey the arrangements, and do not act on your own." Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had temporarily dispelled General Feng's doubts. Whoosh! General Feng waved his hand, and a jade strip appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. The jade strip contained information about the Rakshasa altar and the details of this mission. The underworld god altar could summon the clone of the first underworld monarch, Rakshasa Tian. When the clone appeared, Rakshasa Tian could use his underworld monarch will to influence the Rakshasa demons within 5,000 kilometers. This greatly increased the strength of the Rakshasa demons, who no longer feared death, and increased their combat prowess by more than 50%. Furthermore, Rakshasa Tian's clone was an extremely strong existence in the first place, posing a great threat. The existence of the countless underworld god altars allowed the Rakshasa race to become the overlord of the strongest abyssal underworld. Even when the various factions of the surface world gathered, they could not truly shake or threaten the Rakshasa demon's ruling position. As long as they destroyed this underworld god altar, it would be equivalent to breaking an arm of the Rakshasa demons. Their chances of snatching back the gathering point would increase significantly. General Feng's mission to gather the elites of the various outer palaces was to rely on the strength of the 7. They infiltrated deep into enemy territory and successfully destroyed the underworld god altar. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this mission is extraordinarily dangerous. Just 7 people infiltrated deep into enemy territory. If they were discovered and something unexpected happened, they would die for sure. It would be hard for them to escape. After the other 6 saw the mission's details, their expressions changed slightly. Originally, they were thinking of following the Flame Dragon Legion into battle. Who could have imagined that they would infiltrate alone and destroy the underworld god altar? Since the underworld god altar was so important, it would definitely be heavily guarded. General Feng said, "This mission is indeed rather dangerous. However, don't worry. There is no sovereign personage guarding the underworld god altar. There is only one sovereign personage among the Rakshasa demons. He cannot personally guard the altar. Once we destroy the altar, I will launch an attack. He will have to deal with the Flame Dragon Legion, so he will not be able to chase after you. Xiao Chun grasped the jade strip and looked at General Feng. Then he asked, "When do we depart?" General Feng felt very satisfied with Xiao Chun's attitude. He did not complain at all, going straight to the point. He said softly, 3 days later. "If you have any requests, our legion will do our best to fulfill them. You should also familiarize yourselves with each other during these 3 days. When the time comes, you will have better teamwork. If you have any questions, you can raise them now." The Golden Dragon Palace Core disciple on the left said, "I would like to know if we can obtain additional rewards from the Flame Dragon Legion after we complete the mission." General Feng frowned slightly but still said, "I can make the decision and give you some Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades as additional rewards. I want 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and 1,000 Underworld Heart Jades," the Golden Dragon Palace Core disciple said indifferently, showing no room for negotiation. The Golden Dragon Palace Core disciple asked indifferently. He showed no expression on his face, as though there was no room for negotiation. An adjutant beside General Feng could not help scolding. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. General Feng felt slightly angry. However, this Wei Hongfei was the strongest of the 7, a core member. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "If you can really destroy the Underworld God Altar, I can give you 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades. However, if you fail, you know the consequences." Wei Hongfei revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Deal." After saying that, Wei Hongfei stood up and left, not lingering. When the core disciples of the other outer palaces saw the situation, they could not help asking for additional rewards based on their strength. Soon, only Xiao Qian and Murong Yen remained of the 7 core disciples. General Feng looked at the 2, indicating that they could ask for additional rewards based on their strength. Who knew, the 2 did not ask for additional rewards. Murong Yen shook his head and said, "I do not have the habit of taking advantage of others. Our Murong clan does not lack resources." Only Xiao Qian remained. Indeed, Xiao Qian did not want any additional rewards. He did not have the habit of taking advantage of others either. However, Xiao Qian made a request. He needed a batch of good arrows, in large quantities and of good quality. Xiao Qian's arrows were of poor quality. If not for the heart flame, he would not be able to use them with the God Shadow Bow. Since Xiao Qian had joined the army, he needed to exchange for a batch of good arrows for his own use. His request was very reasonable, so General Feng agreed happily. Then, he got someone to lead Xiao Qian to the supplies department. 3 days later, the 7 gathered. General Feng personally sent them off. Whether they could destroy the Underworld God Altar or not was the crux of taking back the resource node. The fact that General Feng was willing to spend so many resources showed how much importance he placed on this mission. General Feng even agreed to Wei Hongfei's unreasonable request. As General Feng watched Xiao Qian's group leave, his aide-de-camp asked, "General, do you think they can complete it?" General Feng replied softly, "There is still a lot of hope. The strength of these 7 is extraordinary. They are the cream of the crop among the core disciples of their respective palaces. Although that Wei Hongfei is unruly and takes advantage of the situation, he is fully qualified to compete for a heaven-class core disciple position in the Golden Dragon Palace. As for Murong Yen, he is a rare genius of the Red Dragon race that appears once in 1,000 years. However, Xiao Qian is slightly weaker. The Heaven Dragon Palace is still somewhat unreliable. Prepare a backup plan and be prepared for their failure." "Yes, General." After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Qian clearly felt that the other 6 were already very familiar with each other. Along the way, they chatted softly, expressing their opinions. When Xiao Qian saw this, he immediately understood. The other 6 had interacted with him alone for the past 3 days, isolating him. After traveling for a while, Wei Hongfei suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Qian. "I will be the leader of this mission. I believe that General Feng has already told you. I have already seen your information. Xiao Qian, since you are good at movement techniques, you will be the scout and lead the way." Scouting was a very dangerous job. However, Xiao Qian did not mind. Even if he faced a sovereign personage, he would be able to protect himself. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chun nodded. Then he stopped resting and went ahead to scout the way. This mixed blood dragon is rather tactful. He knows that he is weak and does not have the authority to speak. He is self-aware. He knows that he can only rely on the 6 of us for this mission. It would already be good if he did not implicate us. I really don't understand. How did he become a core disciple with such a low cultivation? Or is the Heaven Dragon Palace already so weak? Seeing Xiao Chun go far away, the 6 immediately revealed their disdain for mixed blood dragons in their hearts. Murong Yin knew how strong Xiao Chun was, but he did not want to say anything, so he did not interrupt. Wei Hongfei said indifferently, "Let's continue discussing how to complete this mission. This matter is very important, so we need to be careful." Chapter 1901. Xiao Chun did not have many complaints about such an arrangement, taking the lead to scout ahead. As long as he could complete the mission, it was sufficient. Xiao Chun left the group and moved quickly, not wasting any time along the way. He did not bother with the ghostly beasts he encountered. For hours later, he suddenly felt a strange aura. Xiao Chun stopped and gently pushed off with his feet, taking 3 steps back. 2 black figures appeared. They were tall and sturdy, and their feet were like cow hooves. 2 humanoid monsters with scarlet hair, jade-green eyes, and sinister faces appeared before Xiao Chun. Rakshasa demons. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the horrifying monsters before him. They were the demons that ruled the first underground layer. The 2 Rakshasa demons held weapons in their hands. Their jade-green eyes gleamed as they looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Kill! The Rakshasa demons radiating terrifying demonic chi did not even think as they launched themselves at Xiao Chun. The 2 Rakshasa demons were only star venerates, pitifully weak. They did not know where they got the courage to launch themselves at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stood upright without using his great Tao energy when the 2 Rakshasa demons pounced over. When the 2 Rakshasa demons charged over, he did not retreat but advanced instead, taking the initiative to attack them first. Boom! The Rakshasa demons instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to get up. Xiao Chun did not give them a chance to shout. He sent out 2 strands of saber chi and silently finished off the 2 Rakshasa demons. After that, he unleashed the heavenly flame and burned the 2 Rakshasa demons' corpses to ashes. I ran into the Rakshasa demons' patrols. It looks like we should be arriving at the dragon race's stronghold soon. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He no longer charged forward as ferociously as before, looking into the distance. After Xiao Chun discovered a rather high terrain, he gently landed on it. Then he opened his heavenly eye and looked ahead. In front of them was a vast plain. On the plain there was a ruined city. He could vaguely make out that this was the dragon race's stronghold. However, the Rakshasa demons clearly did not like the dragon race's aesthetics. They directly demolished the entire city into rubble. Tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons were scattered all over the rubble. In the sky there were also many tamed ghost beasts flying. Sitting on top of them were Rakshasa demons who were obviously stronger. When Xiao Chun saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He already knew that this mission was very dangerous. He had not expected it to be so dangerous. With so many Rakshasa demons trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the center of the ruins of Dragon City stood a tall building that looked like a tower. There were countless ancient stones piled up together. The stone had already been dyed red with blood. The entire altar gave Xiao Chun an extremely absurd feeling. Amidst the solemnity, there was an evil and terrifying demonic nature. Above the altar stood a statue of the first underworld king, Rakshasa Tian. At the foot of the statue, there were a few Rakshasa demons resting with their eyes closed. They should be the guardians of the altar. There was a total of 8 people. Every guard gave off the aura of a holy venerate. These Rakshasa demons wore armor, and their facial features were no different from humans. However, there was a bone spike protruding from each shoulder. Afraid of alerting the enemy, Xiao Chun did not dare to look too closely, so he withdrew his heavenly eye. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. As he looked at the city ruins in the distance, he entered deep thought, thinking about how to complete this mission. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt a headache. Even if he managed to sneak through the Rakshasa demon army and destroy the altar, killing his way out would still be a huge problem. After taking one more look and imprinting the surroundings into his mind, Xiao Chan turned around and left. Just as Xiao Chan turned around, the 8 guardians sitting at the foot of the Rakshasa Tian statue suddenly opened their eyes and slowly closed them. It was like they discovered something but also like they did not know anything. After returning to the group, Xiao Chan told Wei Hongfei, Murong Yan, and the others what he saw. Could it be that General Feng agreed so readily? He is clearly sending us to our deaths. The Silver Dragon Palace core disciple Lu Feng said with some dissatisfaction. Lu Feng, the Silver Dragon Palace core disciple, said with some dissatisfaction on his face. However, Wei Hongfei remained calm. There is a special note on the mission. Since you accepted it, you should have expected the difficulty. Furthermore, if the mission was not difficult, how could the reward be so high, reaching 20,000 primeval heavenly pills? Lu Feng said softly, I was just saying. Since you accepted the mission, you cannot back out midway. The Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were just waiting for them to destroy the Fiend God altar. There was no time to dilly-dally. The group picked up their pace. Even with their full speed, they were not slow. When the group arrived at their previous location, the expressions of the other 6 changed. Even the previously calm Wei Hongfei frowned heavily. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation was one thing. Seeing it for oneself was another. Murong Yin was flabbergasted. Had I known, I would have made a will. The tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons stopped in the city ruins, occupying the Dragon's Gate's original stronghold. That fiend god altar happened to be in the center of the city ruins. Lu Feng asked sullenly, Is there any way to sneak in silently? Wei Hongfei shook his head and said, Clearly, that is impossible. If we can enter silently, we will not be able to do so. If we could sneak in silently, General Feng would have already sent someone to do it. There would not be a chance for us to do it, and the mission reward would not be so large. Xiao Chen thought to himself, if I want to sneak in, someone needs to stand out and attract the attention of most of the Rakshasa demons. At least half of the Rakshasa demons have to be lured away before the others can sneak in. Murong Yan and I will attract them from the front. The 5 of you will take the opportunity to sneak in. This is the signal flag. I'll leave it to you, Lu Feng. Wei Hongfei took out a flag and handed it to Lu Feng. Then, he made some simple arrangements. There was no shortcut in the current situation. This was the only way. Lu Feng was rather decisive, not hesitating at all. Murong Yan, you don't have any objections, right? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Murong Yan. Murong Yan smiled and replied, Since when did the Red Dragon race have people who are afraid of death? Since you dare to stand out, why would I not? Murong Yan's words put the core disciples of the other palaces to shame. If it were them, they would hesitate for a long time if they went to attract the enemy's attention with Wei Hongfei. After all, not everyone could be like the Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples, so confident and unafraid of death. Rakshasa race, does anyone dare to fight with me, Wei Hongfei? Boom! Wei Hongfei soared into the clouds, his entire body radiating resplendent golden light. A horrifying dragon might spread out from his body. The moment the glaring Wei Hongfei appeared in the dark space, he attracted the attention of all the Rakshasa demons in the rubble. Strands of golden dragon chi revolved around Wei Hongfei's body. The golden dragon light dyed the clouds in the sky above his head. They were dyed with golden feathers and looked particularly dazzling. This person is nearly a grade 6 golden dragon bloodline. Xiao Chun evaluated. This Wei Hongfei was indeed extraordinary. The Golden Dragon Palace lived up to its reputation. Whoosh! 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 The moment Wei Hongfei appeared, several figures immediately flew towards him. These were all Rakshasa race experts. They gave off terrifying demonic chi and showed ferocious expressions. However, when these Rakshasa race experts got within 100 meters of Wei Hongfei, golden light flickered in the air. Wei Hongfei exploded 6 Rakshasa demons with one punch. The Rakshasa demons turned into a blood mist spreading out in the air. Ha ha ha! Is there no one in the Rakshasa race who can truly fight me? Wei Hongfei laughed maniacally. The dragon might spreading out in the sky became even stronger. The golden clouds burned like flames. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, A pillar of fire suddenly burst out of the city and soared into the clouds, illuminating the dark space. Without saying anything, Murong Yin landed in the rubble and started a massacre. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yin were in the sky, attracting the attention of the Rakshasa race experts. The other was on the ground, using the Red Dragon race's unparalleled berserk fire Great Dao to massacre everyone. There was no pattern at all. Wherever there were more Rakshasa demons, Murong Yin would end up there. Still not leaving? Xiao Chan asked when he saw that the Silver Dragon Palace's Lu Feng was thinking about something, dilly-dallying and not making a move. Do I need you to instruct me? Lu Feng glared at Xiao Chan and ignored him. Then he led the other three and said, "Let's go." Chapter 1902. Under Lu Feng's lead, the three silently made their way to the rubble. Xiao Chan did not rush to follow. He was thinking about something else. Would the Rakshasa demons not guess that the Flame Dragon Legion would send people to destroy the altar? Actually, the idea of destroying the altar was rather crazy. The success rate was very low, and the danger level was very high. Normally speaking, the Rakshasa demons would not think of this. Shaking his head, Xiao Chan stopped thinking. His body gently floated up, and he silently arrived beside Lu Feng and the others. Xiao Chen's incredibly fast speed startled the four. It was as Wei Hongfei said. His movement technique surpassed theirs. Boom! 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 At this moment, Murong Yan's entire body burned with intense flames in the rubble, looking like an ancient fire dragon. With every punch and palm strike he could send out flames filling the air, filling the surroundings. The Rakshasa demon army appeared somewhat chaotic. Several experts tried to delay Murong Yan. They did not want to give him a chance to cause large-scale destruction. However, Murong Yan's mission was to attract the attention of the Rakshasa demons on the ground. How could he get trapped? Suppressing his temper, Murong Yin laughed maniacally as he moved about without any pattern. It had to be said that Wei Hongfei and Murong Yin were in the sky and on the ground. This created a great opportunity for the four. Wei Hongfei flickered with golden light in the sky. Dragon might spread out in golden clouds. On the ground, Murong Yin was covered in intense flames. The commotion the two caused attracted the attention of nearly all the Rakshasa demons. This resulted in a large gap in the rubble of the city. Lu Feng's group took advantage of this opportunity to move forward silently, quickly approaching the underworld god altar. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out continuously. As the group walked through the city, Rakshasa demons filled the surroundings. Occasionally loud sounds rang out, making everyone show extremely grave expressions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who is it? Suddenly, a small group of Rakshasa demons came out of a broken wall in front. Kill! Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack. Moving like a ghost, he jabbed the forehead of the Rakshasa demon who spoke. A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and silently dealt with this Rakshasa demon. His hands did not stop moving. With every move, a Rakshasa demon would die. After Xiao Chen killed the three of them, Lu Feng and the rest finally reacted. They quickly took action and killed the remaining Rakshasa demons in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Fortunately, Lu Feng and the others were not weak. After they reacted, they quickly killed their enemies. This small group of Devil Cultivator was quickly eliminated, and did not cause any big waves. When Lu Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chen, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen turned his head and said indifferently, "Follow me." There was something special about him, something that caused people to trust him and follow behind him. Lu Feng was far inferior to Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before deciding to lead the team himself. The mission was too important to fail. With Xiao Chen leading the team, the group moved even faster. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp, allowing him to avoid the Rakshasa demon groups in advance. While the situation was chaotic, Xiao Chen led the four to the underworld god altar. Along the way, they occasionally ran into some unavoidable encounters. However, Xiao Chen would always end the battle quickly. Several times he managed to avoid any mishaps. He did not expose himself and trigger an even larger encounter. Stop! Xiao Chen suddenly stopped and the people behind him quickly stopped. Lu Feng looked at the underworld god altar, which was less than 10 kilometers away, and said, "You really think that you are the leader? Move aside." Charge up the altar and end the mission." After saying that, Lu Feng ignored Xiao Chen's attempts to stop him and moved past Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng passed Xiao Chen, the Rakshasa Tian statue on the underworld god altar suddenly opened a pair of scarlet eyes. A scarlet light descended from the sky and encased Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng had nowhere to hide within 10 kilometers. The 8 guards on the altar also opened their eyes and stared at Lu Feng coldly. Whoosh! 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 Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. It was obvious that those who were able to guard the Nether God altar were all elites. It's over. We were exposed. It's really over. Not only can we not complete the mission, but we can't leave either. Xiao Chen and the others hid at the back. However, when they saw the many Rakshasa demons rushing over, their faces turned ashen. Lu Feng, who felt Rakshasa Tian's gaze, immediately panicked. Not only did he feel a demonic might pressing down on him, but he also felt the fear of impending death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen felt the fear of impending death. The elite Rakshasa demons rushing over from all directions placed immense pressure on him. It was like many grim reapers holding scimitars to reap their souls. Since we're already exposed, there's no need to think anymore. Attack! Xiao Chen sighed to himself. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pushed away the distracted Lu Feng with a palm strike. As Xiao Chen stood before the underworld god altar, he raised his head and met Rakshasa Tian's gaze. Rakshasa Tian, do you really think you can come back to life? Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his dragon might. Without hesitation, he executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The colossal palm's fingers were like sabers, carrying a boundless saber intent and lightning as it clawed at the statue. Those who insult the gods must die. The 8 high-ranked Rakshasa demons suddenly stood up and attacked at the same time. They all executed their best moves, shattering the colossal palm before it reached them. The 8 people on the altar paled slightly as they took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. Clearly, they had underestimated the might of Firmament's Rage and suffered a huge rebound. Bang! 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 The fragments of the colossal burning palm contained the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. They were not that easy to extinguish. They landed on the ground and blasted away the Rakshasa demon elites that rushed over. I'll cover you. Quickly charge up the altar. Since they were already exposed, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. There was only one thing to do: kill. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward, reigniting hope in the hearts of the group, whose morale had plummeted. Without any hesitation, they all rushed to the altar. Many thanks. Lu Feng showed an ashamed expression, feeling too ashamed to show his face. He simply had not expected that he could not even compare to the mixed-blood dragon, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want to fail the mission. Let's go. Provoked by Xiao Chen's cold attitude, Lu Feng snorted coldly and led the others up the altar. The altar was covered in divine might. Under heavy pressure, even movement techniques were restricted. It would not be easy to climb up. Soon, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that were blasted away by the shock waves of Firmament's Rage rallied and charged over. If these people harassed Lu Feng and the others who were climbing the altar, they would not have a chance to climb it. All of you come over. Xiao Chen struck the ground heavily with his tyrant saber. Then he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The Taiji force field encased the surrounding 10 kilometers. A huge Taiji diagram spun wildly on the ground. A strong suction pulled over the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that wanted to stop Lu Feng and the others from climbing the altar. The many Rakshasa demons were horrified to discover that they could not control themselves as they surged over to Xiao Chen. A strange force stuck to their bodies, preventing them from executing their movement techniques and greatly affecting their speed. Even so, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demons were too horrifying in numbers. Clang! Two Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chan, and he drew his saber. A saber light flashed, and 10 Rakshasa demons near him had their throats slit, dying on the spot. However, before Xiao Chan could catch his breath, Rakshasa demons surged over from all directions. Xiao Chan brought out his saber skills to the limits, sending out densely packed saber lights into the crowd. Snowflakes, lightning, bright moons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena burst out of his body, illuminating the surroundings. Xiao Chan stood on a lightning dragon, howling back and forth. He turned into the light of freedom and dodged most of the attacks. Lu Feng and the others who were climbing the altar were greatly startled when they saw Xiao Chan fighting 1,000 alone. The 8 guards on the altar also frowned heavily, finding this scene incredulous. The leader, a high-ranked Rakshasa demon in black battle armor, said sullenly, "4 of you, go down and stop them from climbing the altar." "Yes." Whoosh! Immediately, 4 guards leaped down from the altar and charged at Lu Feng and the others. However, Lu Feng and the others were outstanding. They were core disciples of the various outer palaces and possessed divine dragon bloodlines. In one-on-one combat, they had a high chance of victory. The 4 Rakshasa demons that descended did not pose much of a hindrance to Lu Feng and the others. Taiji burst. Xiao Chan roared ferociously, and the Taiji force field erupted. The remaining Rakshasa demons were all blasted away. Saber wounds riddled each of the Rakshasa demons. Electricity spread throughout their bodies, making them unrecognizable. Xiao Chan stood upright while holding his saber. His white robes were stained with blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his or his opponent's. In the chaotic battle, Xiao Chan could not be bothered to count how many times he was struck. Xiao Chan raised his gaze and happened to meet the gaze of the black-armored Rakshasa demon standing on the altar. "Kill!" Xiao Chan leaped into the air and charged at the altar. "You overestimate yourself." The black-armored Rakshasa demon showed a mocking expression as he smiled coldly. His right hand grasped the protruding bone on his shoulder and pulled out a slender white bone spike. Just as Xiao Chan charged over, the black-armored Rakshasa demon attacked at lightning speed. Pusii! The bone spike pierced through Xiao Chen's right chest, causing blood to spurt out. While Xiao Chan was charging, a strong underworld deity might envelop him, greatly limiting his speed. Caught off guard, he got injured by the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Furthermore, Xiao Chan managed to dodge at the critical moment. Otherwise, if the bone spike pierced through his chest, he would have been severely injured. The black-armored Rakshasa demon had a handsome face. Unlike an ordinary Rakshasa demon, blood dripped from the slender bone spike. The black-armored Rakshasa demon placed the spike on his tongue and gently licked it. Then he smiled strangely and said, "It tastes pretty good. After this battle, I will properly enjoy your physical body." 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons stood behind the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Their jade-green eyes stared coldly at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan stopped the blood from spurting out of his wound. Then, he glanced at Lu Feng and the others fighting on the altar. They had more or less gained the upper hand. However, when the Rakshasa demons charged over, they would still face the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. Their chances of victory were not high. Xiao Chan snorted coldly. Then, his body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, charging to the bottom of the altar. In the blink of an eye, it circled around the altar and spun rapidly upward. Rumble! The rapidly spinning electric light illuminated the surroundings, kicking up boundless strong winds that kicked up sand and pebbles, covering the sky. The strong winds made it hard for the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 to open their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly. Xiao Chan, who had turned into lightning, resisted the underworld god might, continuously draining his primal chaos veritable essence energy. When Xiao Chan was about to fly to the top of the altar, he suddenly turned into a lightning dragon and roared at the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. The dragon roar spread out in all directions, shaking the sky. Before this shocking heaven dragon roar, the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 could not help taking several steps back above the altar. Scram! The black-armored Rakshasa demon shouted, withstanding the pressure, and unleashed his aura. Then he led the 4 Rakshasa demons to charge at the lightning dragon, trying to chase Xiao Chan down. Who knew the lightning dragon split into 9, not bothering them at all. Instead, It continuously circled around the 3-kilometer-tall Rakshasa Tian statue. 9 dragons soared into the sky, triggering a terrifying mysterious phenomenon. At some point in time, layers of thunderclouds covered the sky above the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Oh no! He is going to destroy the statue. The black-armored Rakshasa demon's expression changed drastically. In a fluster, he quickly formed hand seals. The 3 behind him cut their wrists at the same time, and blood splattered on the Rakshasa Tian statue. Forced by the situation, this group of people prepared to summon the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone. Chapter 1903. 9 dragons instantly dodged the attacks of the black-armored Rakshasa, and the other 3 high-level Rakshasas and flew into the sky. The black-armored Rakshasa decisively chose to summon Rakshasa Tian. Rather than letting it be destroyed by you, it would be better to waste this summoning opportunity and kill all of these invaders. Swish swish swish. Rocks peeled off the surface of Rakshasa Tian's 3,000-meter-tall statue. The might of the underworld monarch continued to strengthen. The expressions of Lu Feng and the other 3, who had already gained the upper hand, changed slightly. After a moment of shock, they decisively retreated. While the scene before him was unexpected, it was still within his expectations. The best outcome of the mission was to destroy the altar. The worst outcome was to fail the mission. The other possibility was to force the other party to summon the Netherworld King's altar ahead of time. The Netherworld King's altar obviously couldn't summon the Rakshasa race every day. Otherwise, the Rakshasa race would have long since become invincible in the Netherworld. They could only summon it once every half a month. Replenishing the offerings required time, and the altar itself also needed maintenance. Before the battle officially started, Rakshasa Tian had already been summoned. To the Flame Dragon army, this was undoubtedly an acceptable result. But for Xiao Qian and the others, it was almost a death sentence. It was already difficult for him to escape. Now that Rakshasa Tian's clone had appeared, would he still have a chance to escape? Lu Feng took out the signal flag, spun it at the bottom, and shot it into the sky. Immediately, the war flag burned in the sky like a star. Its color kept changing until it finally settled on red. In the air, Wei Hongfei, who was fighting several late-stage holy venerate Rakshasa demons, felt a terrifying underworld monarch might sweep over. Raising his gaze, Zhang Xian happened to see Rakshasa Tian's sculpture peeling off. He couldn't help but be stunned. With the appearance of the Nether God, all of you will definitely die. When the Rakshasa demons surrounding Wei Hongfei saw this scene, they smiled coldly. Their attacks became even sharper. Boom! However, just at this moment, Wei Hongfei's eyes suddenly burned, turning into a golden light. Xiao Chen instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, and the dragon might of the ancient Great Desolate Aeon Golden Dragon race enveloped him. The Berserk Dragon might immediately forced the group back. Wei Hongfei casually glanced at the other people in the chaos. Then, he used the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might to turn and flee. In this kind of situation, there was no chance for him to take care of the others. Even he himself might not be able to escape. Wei Hongfei was extremely decisive. He turned into a beam of golden light and fled far away with the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and almost no one could withstand it. Very soon a path was torn open by him. Chase them. When his bloodline is exhausted, it will be the time of his death. The Rakshasa demon expert that was knocked back clearly did not intend to let Wei Hongfei off so easily. Turning into a demonic light, it whizzed away in hot pursuit. Looks like I'm really going to die here. The somewhat fatigued Murong Yen looked at the Rakshasa demons surrounding him. When he sensed that Rakshasa Tian's clone was about to appear, despair flashed in his eyes. Although Wei Hongfei attracted the attention of most of the Rakshasa demon experts, Murong Yen faced the entire Rakshasa demon army alone. Although there were not many experts, many ants could kill an elephant. Compared to Wei Hongfei, Xiao Qian had activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline long ago. It was almost impossible to use it to save his life. The Rakshasa demons surrounding him from all directions, in the sky and on the ground, did not dare to act rashly. The Berserk Red Dragon race had left too deep an impression on these Rakshasa demons. Murong Yen felt stifled. His entire body was bathed in blood as he breathed heavily and looked around. Murong Yan's thoughts were simple. Before he died, he would kill more. When comparing the two, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. However, it was clear that Murong Yan's thoughts were much more straightforward than Wei Hongfei's. What Murong Yan showed was the difference in intelligence. The underworld monarch statue's intelligence. 9 lightning dragons soared into the sky. Then, the 9 lightning dragons merged together in the thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. The instant Xiao Chun appeared, countless electric lights burst out of his body. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that Lu Feng and the others had already left. In just 1 second, Xiao Chun analyzed the situation before him. Oh no! Half of the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian statue had already fallen. In a while, the underworld monarch's clone would arrive. At that time, no matter how capable Xiao Chun was, he would die here. Run, you lowly mixed blood dragon. The underworld monarch has appeared. Ha ha ha. You will die for sure. The black-armored Rakshasa demon laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals and looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the air. The horrifying underworld monarchs might already swept through the entire battlefield. All the Rakshasa demons felt greatly encouraged. The fleeing Rakshasa demons were all in sorry states. Whoosh! 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 The sound of rocks falling off the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian statue was like the death god's talisman, disturbing everyone's emotions. Should I flee? Where can I flee to? With the appearance of Rakshasa Tian's clone, there is nowhere to flee to. I can only fight. Black clouds spread out under the thundercloud whirlpool. Xiao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Golden light flashed in his eyes, looking like a burning divine flame. However, before the light could spread out, Xiao Chun closed his eyes. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chun's right hand flew out and spun in the air, flickering with boundless electric light. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chun's forehead. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. The incomparably horrifying killing intent covered the entire city ruins. In an instant, it suppressed the underworld monarch's might, causing all the Rakshasa demons to freeze for some reason. The killing intent assaulted them, and their movements stiffened. It was like a lotus flower not soaking in water or the sun and moon not staying in the sky. The horrifying killing intent surged and burned like a killing god born in an ancient battlefield returning to the mortal realm. However, Xiao Chun's heart remained incredibly calm. If someone of the Buddhist sect used their Dharma eye to look, they would find the entire city ruins filled with an incredibly turbid aura. Only Xiao Chun gave off a gentle light, separating him from the overwhelming killing intent. However, despite being in water, Xiao Chun did not get wet at all. This was an extremely profound state. What is he doing? The black-armored Rakshasa demon summoning of Rakshasa Tian slowed down for a moment. What is he doing? Naturally, he was borrowing life from heaven, risking his life to obtain a chance of survival. Kill! Xiao Chun ferociously opened his eyes. At this moment, the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian also appeared. A dark light illuminated the surroundings. Rakshasa Tian looked up, and a pair of jade-green eyes erupted with a terrifying will that entered Xiao Chun's soul pool. If an ordinary person were here, they would instantly be overwhelmed by the fear of Rakshasa Tian. They would not move at all, just stand there in a daze. However, Xiao Chun, who was in the sky, did not show any fear when facing Rakshasa Tian's clone. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the tyrant saber, which had been spinning in the air several times, came out of its scabbard. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Resolving the mundane. Resolving the mundane meant that one had no desires, no joy, no sorrow, and was immune to all mental attacks and negative emotions. After activating his great desolate Ian bloodline and using the 7-kill seal to execute resolving the mundane, the might of Xiao Chun's saber strike had already reached an incredible level. Boom! The saber descended. Before Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared, could understand what was going on, the eternal and inextinguishable saber light on the tyrant saber chopped Rakshasa Tian in half. The saber's momentum did not stop there. When it landed on the altar, aside from the black-armored Rakshasa demon, the other 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons immediately died. Rumble! When this saber strike landed, it destroyed the entire altar. Before the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone could do anything, Shao Chan destroyed it with one saber strike. Lu Feng and the other dragon race disciples, who were fleeing, were all stunned, deeply shocked by this saber strike. Before the shock waves scattered, the great desolate Ian bloodline in Shao Chen's body slowly faded. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Shao Chan revealed a smile. I won the bet. Shao Chan gambled that the moment Rakshasa Tian descended would be the moment he was at his weakest. If this saber strike did not kill Rakshasa Tian's clone, Shao Chan, who faced it head-on in the next second, would be instantly killed. Fortunately, Shao Chan won the bet. Go! Shao Chan shouted, and a scarlet light spread out. The demon blood vulture soared into the air with Shao Chan on its back. On the demon blood vulture's back, Shao Chan consumed several medicinal pills, primeval heavenly pills, underworld heart pills, and blood circulation pills. Then he closed his eyes and recuperated. Fortunately, the demon blood vulture did not come out from the start, conserving its strength. Carrying Shao Chan, the demon blood vulture charged forward, carving out a bloody path in the sky. After recovering a little, Shao Chan opened his eyes. Then he suddenly saw Murong Yin below, cornered. His armor was shattered, and wounds covered his body. His eyes were listless and he appeared fatigued. His body wobbled, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This fellow? Without hesitation, Shao Chan descended from the sky and turned into a flash of lightning, piercing through the many Rakshasa demons riding ghostly beasts in the sky. Just as the Rakshasa demons approached, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon that pushed them back in all directions. The Rakshasa demons circled around Murong Yen, carrying him and turning into a lightning dragon storm that soared into the sky. After knocking away the Rakshasa demons in the sky, the storm scattered. Then Shao Chan and Murong Yen landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Ha ha ha! To think that this great me is still alive. I, Murong Yen, am indeed very lucky. Murong Yen, who landed on the demon blood vulture's back, rejoiced endlessly. However, he did not say any words of thanks to Shao Chan. However, Shao Chan had seen this many times. It did not matter. He closed his eyes and took the opportunity to recover. Back then, when Situ Changfeng saved Shao Chan several times, this fellow did not even say a word of thanks. This kind of person was stupid. He felt that saving him was the right thing to do, that there was nothing wrong with it. However, one day if Shao Chan got into trouble, he would definitely risk his life to save Shao Chan. He didn't need to ask for a word of thanks. In his opinion, this was also something that should be done. Chapter 1904. Shao Chan, you are really something. To think that a mixed blood dragon like you could produce such a talent. How strange, Murong Yen said excitedly when he saw Shao Chan open his eyes. Shao Chan replied expressionlessly, I'm from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Haha, isn't the Heaven Dragon Palace a mixed blood dragon palace? Say another word and I'll throw you off. Seeing that Shao Chan did not seem to be joking, Murong Yen laughed embarrassedly. Never mind. Never mind. Relying on the demon blood vulture to display its divine might, it carried the two forward, forcefully carving out a path. Dust clouds churned in the rubble of the underworld king's altar. The black-armored Rakshasa demon walked out of the rubble with a weak expression and a heavy frown. Rage flashed in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tian's clone appeared, it was destroyed by someone else. Rakshasa Tian could not accept the fact that Rakshasa Tian worshipped the underworld monarch as a god. Just at this moment, a black-clad man walked out from behind the rubble. This black-clad man had a perfect figure. His arms were bare and his muscles bulged. His eyes were spirited, and his expression was stern. However, there was a disharmonious scar on the right side of his face. The appearance of the scar changed that handsome face's aura, making him look tyrannical and ferocious. Yin Songming, I followed your instructions and summoned this underworld king's clone in advance. If things did not proceed as you said, neither you nor I would be able to bear the consequences, the black-armored Rakshasa demon said through clenched teeth as he looked at this black-clad man. Rakshasa Tian could transform into thousands of clones. One clone was nothing. However, to the black-armored Rakshasa demon it was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. However, to Shao Chan this was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. It might even become a reason for the black-armored Rakshasa demon to be attacked. He could not help but feel angry. The scarred Yin Songming said indifferently, "Don't worry. The Flame Dragon Legion should be on their way already. Lord Wu Ting made preparations long ago, just waiting for them to come in. After this, the Dragon's Gates faction will not develop in the first layer of the abyssal underworld for 10 years. Besides, it's not like you don't know the trump card I've prepared. What's there to worry about?" When the black-armored Rakshasa demon heard Yin Songming mention trump cards, his expression eased up slightly. However, he said playfully, "You Flood Dragon humans are still the best at dealing with these dragon race cultivators. After all, we were once of the same race." So this man with a scar on his face was a merman. It was a little hard to tell. A murderous intent flashed in Yin Songming's heart, but his face did not change. After a while, he suppressed his murderous intent. "What do you think of that dragon race cultivator who shattered Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike?" The black-armored Rakshasa demon asked as he looked at Yin Songming. Yin Songming looked into the distance and said, "Very strong. The mixed blood dragon bloodline has not produced such a horrifying character for many years already. However, due to the limitations of the bloodline, it would be hard for them to have any future in the current divine dragon empire." "Are you that certain?" The black-armored Rakshasa demon asked softly. Xiao Qin's last attack had left a deep impression on him. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such a person would be in the future. However, from Yin Songming's words, there was no need to worry about Xiao Qin becoming someone great. After thinking for a long time, Yin Songming said indifferently, "If the mixed blood dragons were not forced into such a miserable state, how could most of them have followed the Black Dragon King into the abyssal underworld back then?" "Shut up. Don't mention those 3 words." The black-armored Rakshasa demon suddenly raged. His expression turned sullen as he unreasonably interrupted Yin Songming. The words Black Dragon King were taboo in the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. No one was allowed to mention them. Yin Songming glanced at the black-armored Rakshasa demon and said softly, "It is time to make preparations. I have to rush over to Lord Wu Ting's side. I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, Yin Songming's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness. Outside Flame Dragon City, most of the Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were ready to move out, preparing to take back their stronghold. War chariots gathered in the wilderness. Warships filled the sky. Tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators waited in formation, exuding an invisible dragon might that spread out with vast might. General Feng had already seen Lu Feng's signal. The Netherworld King's statue being activated ahead of time was an acceptable situation. The Flame Dragon army could accept this. However, to the 7 people carrying out the mission, this was the outcome they were most unwilling to face. When Rakshasa Tion's clone descended, it would be fortunate if one of the 7 could escape. "General, it's almost time." The adjutant reminded him softly. General Feng collected his thoughts, and a burning flame flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Flame Dragon Army, depart! Rumble!" Immediately, the horses with dragon blood galloped and roared. The war chariot sped along, causing the ground to tremble. In the sky, the battleships flew together, covering the sky. The Flame Dragon army advanced at lightning speed. Tens of thousands of people in the army. Surprisingly, they were not any slower than Xiao Qin's group of 7. The entire army was like a precise machine. As time passed, this machine spun faster and faster. Tens of thousands of Flame Dragon Legion soldiers. From afar, it looked like a giant burning dragon had turned into a ball of flames at low altitude. It was a graceful sight. In mere moments, this army covered 50,000 kilometers. It was somewhat startlingly fast. Everywhere the army passed, the ghostly beasts in its way instantly turned to ashes. Even a lone sovereign personage would have to flee for their lives when facing this army, not daring to show off their sharpness. On a sand dune, Wei Hongfei, who had escaped the pursuit of the pursuers, heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the sand dune. Then, he swallowed a medicinal pill and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. His grade 6 golden dragon race divine dragon bloodline helped him recover quickly. After about 15 minutes, Wei Hongfei suddenly opened his eyes. He saw 2 figures rushing towards him in the dark night. the aura of the dragon race. When these two approached, Wei Hongfei discovered that they were Lu Feng and another White Dragon Palace core disciple, Brother Wei. Upon seeing Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace core disciple rejoiced and quickly landed on the sand dune. Wei Hongfei asked, "Where are the others?" Lu Feng still had bloodstains on his face, appearing to be in a sorry state. He sighed and said, "I saw the Rakshasa demons surround and kill Brother Hong and Brother Ma. Xiao Chan and Murongyan do not know. However, they probably will not be able to escape." Murongyan went without saying. He had long activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and attracted so many Rakshasa demons. He would not be able to escape death. As for Xiao Chun, he would definitely be extremely weak after that saber strike. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was in the center of the rubble, surrounded by Rakshasa demon elites. He would probably die as well. If Brother Xiao Chun died, it would be a pity. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, he would not have died. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, Brother Lu and I would not have stood a chance of escaping. When the White Dragon Palace core disciple thought of Xiao Chen's saber strike, he still felt shocked. What? Wei Hongfei was greatly startled. He immediately stood up, appearing horrified. Say that again? Xiao Chun destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike? It is absolutely true. Brother Lu and I saw it with our own eyes. Lu Feng did not dare to lie. He nodded in confirmation. If not for Xiao Chen's saber strike, he would have died long ago. Even if Rakshasa Tian had not made a move, his sovereign might would have supported the Rakshasa demons, greatly increasing the Rakshasa demon's strength. Xiao Chun was lucky to escape now. Furthermore, he had to face a much stronger Rakshasa army. Wei Hongfei's expression flickered. He tightly clenched his right fist, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tian's clone appeared, as a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, Wei Hongfei's first thought was to flee. However, Xiao Chun, a mixed blood dragon cultivator, actually dared to do something that Wei Hongfei did not dare to do, risking his life. Xiao Chun had invisibly surpassed Wei Hongfei. The Golden Dragon race was now the orthodox race. Every one of them was incredibly proud. Such a result embarrassed Wei Hongfei. If Wei Hongfei dared to risk his life, he might have a chance to kill Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared. However, Wei Hongfei did not dare to gamble. If he could not kill Rakshasa Tian, he would die for sure. Just this point alone made Wei Hongfei lose to Xiao Chun completely. No, we have to go back and save Xiao Chun. Even if we cannot save him, we have to retrieve his corpse. We cannot allow the demons to trample on his corpse, Wei Hongfei said seriously. Determination flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. Senior Brother Wei. Senior Brother Wei. The two quickly stopped Wei Hongfei. What kind of joke was this? If they charged back in their current state, they would just be sending themselves to death. I've already made up my mind. There is no need for the two of you to follow me. Actually, Wei Hongfei still had some combat prowess. From the start to the end, he had been holding back. He still had some trump cards that he had not used. However, he was stirred up by Xiao Chun risking his life to kill Rakshasa Tian's clone. He decided to go back and take a gamble. If Xiao Chun was still alive, it would all be worth it. Lu Feng urged anxiously, Senior Brother Wei, the two of us are grateful to Xiao Chun for saving our lives. However, if we go back now, we will just be sending ourselves to death. There is no need. Rumble. Just at this moment, the ground trembled endlessly. Cracks appeared on the mound. A surging dragon might surged over, instantly flattening the 1-kilometer-tall mound. The two immediately rejoiced. The Flame Dragon Legion had arrived. They were now completely safe. The adjutant beside General Feng waved the flag, and the fast-moving Flame Dragon Legion came to a halt. This is great. We are truly fortunate. 3 of you are still alive. When General Feng saw Wei Hongfei's group, joy flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that it would be pretty good if one of them survived. General Feng fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei and smiled. You truly live up to being a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple. The Golden Dragon bloodline is indeed extraordinary, living up to your reputation. I will fulfill your request after the battle. I will also report the military merits. Wei Hongfei said, General, there is something you do not know. After making up his mind, Wei Hongfei told General Feng the truth about Xiao Chan killing Rakshasa Tian's clone. There really is such a thing. General Feng was a sovereign personage. However, the shock on his face was no less than Wei Hongfei's. The Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple Xiao Chan that General Feng worried about the most actually forced the other party to summon the underworld monarch clone. Furthermore, Xiao Chan killed Rakshasa Tian's clone alone. This was simply inconceivable. The mixed-blood dragon race had not produced an astonishing character for many years already. Bang! 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 Just at this moment a huge fireball burned in the sky. The fireball suddenly exploded, turning into countless sparks that lit up the night sky. In that instant the sky turned as bright as day. All the cultivators in the Flame Dragon Legion squinted slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Aside from the front, countless figures appeared on three sides of the Flame Dragon Legion, densely packed together. These figures wore armor flickering with demonic light, and had indistinct scales on their faces. The Flood Dragon humans. General Feng's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the Flame Dragon Legion immediately entered a state of combat. Chapter 1905. Aside from the ground, there were even more ghostly beasts in the air. Each ghostly beast had a Flood Dragon human standing on it. Surrounded on three sides aside from the front, there were no gaps. However, the front led to the Rakshasa race. As expected, the Rakshasa demon army was on its way, completely sealing off the encirclement. General Feng looked around and fixed his gaze on a tall mountain in the distance. A Rakshasa demon with gray bone spikes on his shoulders, and a Flood Dragon human cultivator with a scar on his face stood side by side. General Feng's gaze sank as he said coldly, "Wu Ting, what is the meaning of getting a bunch of trash to surround my army? Could it be that you want to rely on this group of useless rebels to surround and kill my Flame Dragon Legion?" Although there were many cultivators surrounding the Flame Dragon Legion, their cultivations were lacking. However, most of their cultivations were lacking. They could not even compare to the Rakshasa demons in the stronghold, much less the Flame Dragon army. Many of them were not even minor primal core venerates. It would not be wrong to call them trash. The Divine Dragon Empire did not have as many people as the dynasty. However, they all had the dragon race bloodline and were stronger in the first place. Those who could enter the Flame Dragon Legion were at least major primal core venerates. Half of the elites were star venerates. Although General Feng was surrounded, he did not show too much worry. The Rakshasa demon on the tall mountain was the sovereign personage Wu Ting. The Flood Dragon human cultivator Yen Songming stood beside him. Wu Ting smiled faintly. "You are right. Today I am going to use this group of Flood Dragon humans to deal with you. This is called using dragons to control dragons. If you think that they are trash, you can take a look at their battle armor first. It will not be too late to decide then." It's the demonic dragon battle armor. The expression of General Feng's adjutant changed drastically when he saw it. The demonic dragon war armor was personally refined by the Black Dragon King. Aside from its strong defense, the demonic dragon war armor was extremely sturdy. Aside from its strong defense, it had a strong suppressive effect on dragon race cultivators. The demonic dragon battle armor could mostly neutralize martial techniques containing the dragon race bloodline and veritable essence energy. Wearing the demonic dragon battle armor immediately weakened the Flame Dragon Legion cultivator's advantage in cultivation. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon Legion had a numerical advantage, several times the Flame Dragon Legions. The situation immediately turned bad. Haha, not bad, you have a good eye. Although this demonic dragon armor is a replica and will be useless after one use, it is enough to wipe out your Flame Dragon army. Kill! Wu Ting laughed maniacally. The army of 100,000 Flood Dragon people charged forward without fear of death. I've been tricked. General Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was possible that the Netherworld King's altar was summoned ahead of time by the other party. They were waiting for his army to move out. Someone had already planned all of this. "General, what should we do?" General Feng's face sank as he said coldly, "Charge. Charge out before the Rakshasa demon army arrives." It was not worth it to fight with these Flood Dragon people. In General Feng's opinion, the Flood Dragon humans were incomparably lowly. It was not worth it for the dragon race cultivators to exchange their lives with them. In any of the 9 layers of the netherworld, flood dragon humans would always have the lowest status. In addition, the dragon clan itself had a rather negative opinion of this former traitor. The current situation was also one of the bases for General Feng's judgment. Taking back the stronghold was out of the question. As long as they could charge out before the encirclement closed up and protect most of the Flame Dragon army, they would be lucky. General Feng showed a sullen expression as he led the Flame Dragon army forward. The Flood Dragon humans in the rear were in a frenzy as they chased relentlessly. The Flood Dragon humans on both sides continuously harassed them, so their advance was not smooth. Wei Hongfei felt that something was wrong. However, the situation was urgent, so he could not figure out what was wrong. Relying on the Flame Dragon army's strong mobility, the Flame Dragon army charged forward without saying a word. The Flood Dragon humans finally managed to shake off the Flood Dragon humans encircling them from 3 sides. However, it was too late. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The ground suddenly caved in. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, boundless lava spewed out. A trap. Someone had predicted General Feng's move. They guessed that he would not fight to the death with the Flood Dragon humans. The ground exploded, and the horrifying lava of the netherworld erupted, immediately tearing apart the Flame Dragon army's formation. Countless Flame Dragon army cultivators died miserably in an instant. Cries of pain rang out. Several war chariots instantly exploded. The cultivators inside had no space to dodge. The scene was unbearable. Instantly there were countless casualties. Kill! A chaotic battle broke out. The 3 Flood Dragon humans took advantage of the chaos to charge in, risking getting blasted by the lava. They wanted to prevent the Flame Dragon army from regaining a unified command, maintaining the chaotic situation. What made the Flame Dragon army even more despairing was the rumbling of the inheritance in front. The black-armored Rakshasa demon army had reorganized and blocked the gap. Little brother Yen, your plan is indeed exquisite. Ha ha ha. I will definitely remember your contribution. After this matter is over, I will ask Rakshasa Heaven for permission to give you a piece of land as your tribe's fief. Wu Ting laughed maniacally. As he watched the Flame Dragon army fall into such a situation, he felt strangely excited. The Flame Dragon army was incredibly strong. It had made the Rakshasa demon army suffer several times already. Wu Ting felt delighted to have this day. Many thanks. Yin Songming remained expressionless. It looked like he was about to succeed in his plan, but he did not show much joy. Even if Yin Songming managed to kill the Flame Dragon army, at least half of his subordinates would die. The Rakshasa demons only needed to block the top. However, the Flood Dragon humans had to enter the lava formation to fight the Flame Dragon army. The difference in treatment was obvious with one glance. However, Yin Songming did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, not showing it at all. A chaotic battle broke out. Blood flew everywhere, and miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant everyone's eyes turned red from killing, and they fell into a frenzy. It was a complete chaotic battle. The more chaotic the battle, the more advantageous it was for the Flood Dragon humans. That way, the Flame Dragon army's advantage in organization would vanish. Haha, are you thinking of defying heaven and changing your fate? I'll test you out. Seeing that no one could stop General Feng and that he wanted to reorganize his army, Wu Ting laughed maniacally and charged over. The 2 sovereign personages fought. Instantly, they left a large empty space in the middle of the battlefield. The strong auras deterred anyone from getting close. If they did, they would die. Yin Songming looked around and fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Golden Divine Dragon. The 6-colored Divine Dragons should all die. Whoosh! Yin Songming's figure flashed, and he charged into the battle, landing in front of Wei Hongfei. Wei Hongfei's expression froze slightly. This Flood Dragon human before him actually gave off a dangerous aura. Yin Songming showed a disdainful smile. The scars on his face wiggled, making his face look extremely terrifying. You seem to be injured. In that case, I'll only use half my strength. Come, let me see how strong your golden dragon is. You are seeking death. Seeing the other party's disdainful expression, rage immediately flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. To think that a Flood Dragon human dared to underestimate him. In the abyssal underworld, a flood dragon human was the lowest existence. To think that he dared to mock the divine dragon empire's strongest golden dragon race. Bang! In the end, when the two exchanged a palm strike, endless demonic chi poured out of Yin Songming's body. The demonic dragon might in his body immediately surged like the sea, vast and boundless. Yin Songming used a lot of force, and Wei Hongfei vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. You do not even have the strength to force me to use my bloodline power. It looks like you are severely injured. How unfortunate. Killing you like this does not bring me any joy at all. Wei Hongfei retreated quickly on the sea of lava. As he looked at the other party's battle armor, he entered deep thought. Aside from being injured, the bigger reason was that the other party's demonic dragon battle armor blocked most of the force from his palm strike. Most of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators in the lava sea, and the entire battlefield were in a similar predicament as Wei Hongfei. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were simply helpless against the other party's demonic dragon battle armor. Even though the other party was only an insignificant venerate, this demonic dragon battle armor, which the Black Dragon King specially developed to counter the dragon race, immediately became problematic. In the distant sky, the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Chen and Murong Yan traveled through the clouds. Suddenly, Murong Yan's and Xiao Chen's expressions changed at the same time. A heavy stench of blood penetrated the clouds and spread over, instantly turning the two's expressions grave. It was the blood of dragon race cultivators. How many dragon race cultivators had to die for the stench of blood to soar into the clouds? Xiao Chen and Murong Yan both sensed that something major had happened. Something very bad. Chapter 1906. When the demon blood vulture saw Xiao Chen's gaze, it turned around in the clouds and turned into a beam of scarlet light, rushing towards the battlefield. As the two were fleeing, they had been extremely weak, so they slowed down in their retreat. As a result, Xiao Chen slowed down when he left the path of retreat. He focused on recovering himself and did not have time to regroup with the Flame Dragon army. How can it be like this? Soon the two saw an extremely chaotic and cruel scene. The Flame Dragon Legion was surrounded by Rakshasa demons, who outnumbered them by several times. The Flame Dragon Legion's 20,000-odd Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were split into small groups by Yin Songming's Flood Dragon humans. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could not regroup, unable to get into a formation. What was even worse was that the location of the battle was a sea of lava, causing the battle to be even crueler. At every moment, there were Flame Dragon Legion cultivators being killed in this land of lava. Although several Flood Dragon humans died for every Flame Dragon Legion cultivator, such a comparison was worthless. Those Flood Dragon humans had low cultivations. They relied entirely on their demonic dragon battle armor to qualify to fight the Flame Dragon Legion. Without the demonic dragon battle armor, the Flood Dragon Legion could crush the Flame Dragon Legion and easily break out. The most intense battle was between General Feng and the Rakshasa race sovereign personage Wu Ting. Wu Ting held two bone spikes in his hands. His thunder Dao might merged with his sovereign personage will, forming a lightning barrier. When fighting General Feng, Wu Ting did not seek to kill his opponent. All he wanted to do was delay him. Whenever a sovereign personage wanted to leave, Wu Ting could not hold him back. Even if the Flame Dragon Legion got destroyed, nothing would happen to General Feng. However, if he was left alone, this was the situation that Wu Ting wanted to see. How could one person's strength reverse the situation? Wu Ting smiled and said, "Even if I let you go now, you will not be able to turn the situation around. Today, the Flame Dragon Legion will be eliminated." General Feng showed a sullen expression, not saying anything. He only attacked even more frantically, venting the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chen and Murong Yan far away in the air. Murong Yan felt hot-blooded. Without thinking, he wanted to charge down. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to stop Murong Yan. Then he said softly, "Just protect me. There is no need to send yourself to death." "Are you sure?" Murong Yan's heart was already filled with rage. When he saw Xiao Chen blocking him, he felt somewhat upset. "It's better than you going down there to die." Not bothering to explain, Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow, loosened his grip, and released an arrow. The heart flame on his fingertip merged with the arrow, and it shot into the battlefield without a sound. The arrow was like a beam of dark light. Without a sound, it pierced through the flood dragon human's demonic dragon armor and pierced through his heart. The demon dragon armor had a suppressive effect on a dragon race martial artist's true essence. But in front of Xiao Chen's arrows that were fused with his heart fire, it was like paper. Poochie! The flood dragon human that was pierced by the arrow lost all signs of life and died on the spot. The arrow did not stop, piercing through a dozen flood dragon humans before stopping. Although the arrows did not pierce the hearts of all the flood dragon humans at the back, their demonic dragon armor was completely destroyed. As expected, a look of understanding appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Just as he had expected, the demonic dragon armor could restrain the dragon race. It did not have much of a defense against his heart fire. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, Xiao Chen shot out arrows like dragons, shooting 9 arrows in 1 second. Each arrow pierced through 10 enemies. In 1 second, more than 100 flood dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. The unlucky ones were even killed by a single arrow and died on the spot. In 10 seconds, more than 1,000 flood dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. Among them, 100 died instantly. Many of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators who were fighting felt it was strange that the Flood Dragon human cultivators they were fighting were Flood Dragon humans. Before these Flood Dragon humans understood what was going on, their demonic dragon armor broke and exploded. After losing the demonic dragon armor, these Flood Dragon humans were no match for the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. These Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could easily kill them with a casual sword strike. Whoosh! 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 The arrows that Xiao Chen shot all landed in the same direction. Immediately, a gap appeared in the tight encirclement. What's going on? The Flame Dragon Legion's dragon race cultivators found this somewhat strange. However, they could not miss this opportunity. They instinctively rushed towards the gap. The Flame Dragon Legion's momentum, which had fallen to rock bottom, rebounded. The situation of the battlefield changed in an instant. Such an obvious abnormality naturally attracted the attention of the Rakshasa demon's upper echelon and Yen Songming. The same words echoed in everyone's minds. What's going on? It's Xiao Chen. Lu Feng looked around and noticed Xiao Chen and Murong Yen, who were standing on the demon blood vulture in the distant sky. It's Xiao Chen and Murong Yen. These two are not dead yet. Several of the Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon, who knew the inside story of the mission, roared in shock. After putting in a lot of effort, Yin Songming pushed Wei Hongfei into a corner. Just as he was about to kill Wei Hongfei, Yin Songming suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still shooting arrows. Suddenly he stopped moving and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still shooting out arrows continuously. The Rakshasa demons and Flood Dragon humans that went to harass Wei Hongfei were either chased away by the demon blood vulture, or knocked away by Murong Yen. When these three stood in the sky, they were simply unrivaled. Damn it! Yin Songming shouted coldly. He ignored Wei Hongfei and soared into the sky, intending to attack personally. Stay behind! Wei Hongfei, who was already severely injured, was deeply aware of how horrifying this Yin Songming was. Wei Hongfei, who was already exhausted, burst out with a horrifying aura. Strands of golden dragon chi surrounded him as he continuously soared into the sky. The golden dragon might spread out. You! A murderous intent flashed in Yin Songming's eyes. He could not do anything but stay behind. The demonic chi on his body surged, exuding the aura of death. Yin Songming's aura changed drastically, and the mysteries of death flickered in his eyes. In that instant it was like Yin Songming turned into the Grim Reaper of Hell. A black dragon that represented death seemed to circle in the depths of his eyes. Touch of death. Countless strands of black energy containing the Death Great Tao shot out from the sea of lava, looking like the tentacles of a demon, looking incredibly terrifying. Yin Songming remained expressionless. The scars on his body looked terrifyingly sinister as he ferociously opened his hand. The black energy that shot out turned into countless black tentacles that wrapped around Wei Hongfei. Boom! 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 Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He moved his fists, sending out a dense barrage of attacks. The golden dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Thousands of strands of golden dragon chi flew out continuously, trying to block the black tentacles. Unfortunately, The golden dragon qi that Wei Hongfei sent out immediately corroded when it touched the black tentacles. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. Countless black energy tentacles stabbed thousands of holes in Wei Hongfei's body. Wei Hongfei could not move at all. He was like a huge mutated hand with thousands of fingers. The fingers pierced through his body and held him in the air, preventing him from moving. Black demonic qi slowly covered the golden light in Wei Hongfei's eyes, slowly draining away his life force. Boom! Yin Songming swung his hand, and Wei Hongfei's body knocked away many ghostly beasts in the air before sinking into the sea of lava. Wei Hongfei's fate was unknown. Such a restraint gave Xiao Qian plenty of time to attack. Not only did Xiao Qian not mend the opening, but it even grew larger. The Flame Dragon Legion took advantage of this opportunity to regroup and break out of the encirclement. The Flame Dragon Legion, which had been split up earlier and could not bring out its full combat prowess, finally pulled through at this moment. The exquisite machinery started operating once more, and the entire Flame Dragon Legion became one again. Surging dragon might gathered as the Flame Dragon Legion charged over the Rakshasa demons' corpses and Flood Dragon humans' corpses with an unstoppable aura. At this moment, Wu Ting tried to escape, but General Feng blocked him. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did we break out of a sure-death situation? Wu Ting brandished the bone spike in his hand, feeling enraged. At the same time, he could not understand. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qian felt dizzy. He held the Soul Slayer bow as he knelt on one knee. Heart Flame was the simplified version of Heart Force. It was formed using the supreme profound heavenly heart art soul energy and veritable essence energy. In such a short time, Xiao Qian exhausted his heart flame without any regard for his life. He instantly overdrew on his recently recovered essence, qi, and mental strength. Whoosh! After breaking out of the harassment, Murong Yen returned to the demon blood vulture's back. Then he looked at the pale Xiao Qian, who looked like he would collapse at any moment. Murong Yen panicked and quickly supported Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, hold on. Did you manage to break out? Xiao Qian asked in a somewhat weak voice. Murong Yen turned his head back and looked. He saw a long dragon pouring out of the hole that Xiao Qian opened, sweeping through everything in its path. The Flame Dragon Legion gathered the remaining cultivators and successfully broke out of the encirclement. We succeeded, Murong Yen answered quickly. Quickly retreat. Without much thought, Xiao Qian gave the order. The demon blood vulture immediately obeyed. The demon blood vulture's entire body shone with a red light. Kasie. Scarlet feathers containing intense poison shot out in all directions. The demon blood vulture immediately cleared out a large space. After finding the right direction, it quickly fled far away. You think you can escape? Death God Profound Chop. Yen Songming, who was chasing with murderous intent, roared ferociously and executed a killing move. The sky tore, and a cold light containing the mysteries of death tore through the sky. Then it turned into a 30-kilometer-long saber light that locked onto the demon blood vulture and chopped down. Heaven-burning rage. At the crucial moment, Murong Yen did not even think. He turned around and stood before Xiao Qian, then pushed back with a palm strike. Flames burned in the sky for half the day, illuminating the surroundings like it was daytime. Murong Yan's rage surged, blazing with a fierce flame. Rage attacked his heart, and his bloodline burned, making his entire body burn. Murong Yen leaped into the air and controlled the descending flaming palm to block the death god Profound Chop. Pussy. Who could have imagined that the death god's profound slash contained the death great Tao, which overdrew on Murong Yan's physical body and bloodline? The death god Profound Chop looked down and chopped down heavily. A mouthful of black blood splattered into the air as Murong Yen fell, half dead. The demon blood vulture quickly caught him. Damn it! He actually blocked it. When Yen Songming saw that Murong Yen blocked his killing move, he felt enraged. Just as Yen Songming was about to make a move, he suddenly saw clouds moving in all directions. Tenot tribulation clouds drifted over from all directions and gathered above Yen Songming's head. This was the divine lightning eye that Xiao Qian took the opportunity to execute. Yen Songming's expression immediately changed drastically as he quickly landed. He cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique that contained death's mysteries. Yen Songming's body was filled with overwhelming sin, making him incredibly horrifying. He feared lightning tribulations the most, like heavenly punishment. Although the flame dragon army suffered severe losses below, it managed to regroup and retreat to the back. The flood dragon humans and the Rakshasa race army chased closely. However, the distance between them slowly widened. The demon blood vulture casually chose a direction. Its entire body gave off a scarlet light, and an indistinct golden light appeared in its eyes. The demon blood vulture did its best to carry Xiao Chan and Murong Yen through the clouds. Chapter 1907. Boom! Amid loud sounds, 10 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on Yen Songming. Most of the tribulation thunder's might was blocked by his powerful cultivation, but the sin that it detonated left him in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Dense dragon scales appeared on Yen Songming's face. That scar looked even more horrifying, and his eyes gave off a demonic light. His expression was distorted by the pain. His thoughts were in chaos, and his mind was on the verge of going berserk. His entire body exuded a terrifying sin. The sin had almost materialized and was constantly tormenting him. Young master. The many flood dragon humans noticed Yen Songming's strange behavior and quickly flew over. When they landed beside him, they revealed worried expressions. The berserk Yen Songming's entire body surged with murderous intent. However, when he looked at his fellow flood dragon humans in the surroundings, he felt a chill run down his spine. He forcefully clenched his teeth, and his eyes slowly regained clarity. This person's willpower was truly terrifyingly strong. He was actually able to persevere through such a terrifying sinful backlash with his willpower. A few flood dragon humans had just gone over to support the pale Yen Songming when the Rakshasa race's sovereign personage, Wu Ting, descended and threw a slap. A crisp sound rang out as Yen Songming crashed to the ground. Half his face swelled up, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. A scheme that transcends the heavens. In the end, Rakshasa Tion's clone was killed, and the flame dragon army fled. No one knew if the stronghold could be defended or not. Yen Songming, you can forget about having your own conferred land. You're just a bunch of lowly dragons. You should just kneel before me. Wu Ting was clearly enraged. Rakshasa Tion's clone had been killed in his stronghold. Naturally, he would become the laughingstock of the Rakshasa race. In the worst-case scenario, he might even be attacked by his own clansmen. If they could wipe out the Flame Dragon Army and occupy the Flame Dragon Army's headquarters, everything would be fine. However, although the Flame Dragon Army suffered heavy losses, they still had their combat prowess. If they returned to defend, it would be impossible to take down Flame Dragon City. He had paid such a huge price, but in the end it was all for naught, and he had even gotten himself into a lot of trouble. How could he not be angry? The rage of a sovereign personage caused the group of flood dragon humans to tremble. They worried that Wu Ting would take their lives in a fit of rage. Kneel properly for your father and slap your own face. Pa. Yen Songming did not say anything. He just knelt on the ground and continuously slapped himself. Even when his cheeks were red and swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, he did not stop. My lord. The black-armored Rakshasa demon slowly descended and arrived beside Wu Ting. Then he said softly, I received news that the Golden Crow Empire's people rushed over. It looks like they are interested in the Dragon's Gate stronghold that we occupied. Wu Ting immediately became enraged. He sent out a palm wind infused with the will of a sovereign personage and knocked Yen Songming into the air. Retreat, abandon the stronghold. The black-armored Rakshasa demon glanced at Yen Songming and snorted coldly before leaving with Wu Ting. Young master. Seeing the two leave, the others quickly helped Yen Songming up, their eyes filled with worry. Yen Songming clenched his right fist tightly. His sharp nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. I'm fine. Let's clean up the corpses of our clansmen and leave. But where could he go? This enormous first netherworld was like a dark forest. Killing intent was everywhere. It seemed vast and boundless, but there was no place for the flood dragon humans to stand. Slowly, he loosened his grip, and the anger and killing intent in his heart calmed down. He could only hide his obsession in the deepest part of his heart and never forget it. Looking around, the lava sea was filled with the corpses of flood dragon humans. Actually, not many of the Rakshasa race had died. After a while, Most of the Flood Dragon humans' corpses were cleaned up. Only the corpses of the dragon race cultivators, which no one cared about, and the Rakshasa demon corpses remained on the battlefield. The Flame Dragon Legion was indeed well trained. They were much more efficient than the Rakshasa demons and Flood Dragon humans. By giving them an opening, the Flame Dragon Legion could instantly resolve the situation and preserve most of their strength. However, there would not be such an opening in the plan. A white-clad bladesman standing on a demon blood vulture slowly appeared before Yin Songming's eyes. 4 hours later, the army returned to their positions in Flame Dragon City, and the entire city was under martial law. A suppressive atmosphere spread throughout the entire city. Since the Flame Dragon Legion was formed, it had never suffered such a setback. If not for Xiao Chen's sudden appearance and opening alone, the consequences would have been dire. General, the Golden Crow Empire's army moved out. The Flood Dragon humans and Rakshasa demons both retreated. Before he could sit down, he received a message. General Feng sighed. There was no way to reclaim the stronghold. The Golden Crow Empire's army must have received news and moved. If it were General Feng, he would not let go of such an opportunity either. However, it was still acceptable. He could go and negotiate with them. Perhaps he could pay a price and reclaim the stronghold. After all, they were still allies in name. Pass down my orders. Search for Xiao Chan and the others with everything we have. Send them back to the city. Yes. The army had left in a hurry, so they could not care about Xiao Chan, Wei Hongfei, and the others. They could only pray that these dragon race elites had great luck and avoided this calamity. 3 days later, the demon blood vulture carried the perfectly fine Xiao Chan and Murong Yin back to Flame Dragon City. After escaping danger that day, the two did not immediately rush to Flame Dragon City. As a precaution, they found a secluded place and started to cultivate. The two were severely injured. They made up their minds not to come out until they fully recovered. In the end, the two spent 3 days recovering to their peak states. Murong Yin patted the demon blood vulture's back and smiled. Xiao Chan, this demonic pet of yours is pretty good. When can you help me get one as well? This was the first time Silly Bird was praised. Xiao Chan thought for a while before saying, there should be a chance. Its father is the demon blood vulture's race head. We can go and ask in the future. Don't mention my father. I get angry at the mention of him. The demon blood vulture protested in Xiao Chen's heart. This made sense. Only Xiao Chen's demon blood vulture could be sold by its father. When Murong Yin heard that, he rejoiced. Really? Really? However, we will have to wait for an opportunity, Xiao Chen replied casually with a smile. After surviving a series of huge battles, the two felt somewhat relaxed. We've arrived. Whoosh! Flame Dragon City's silhouette appeared in the two's vision. Then they leaped up and landed firmly on the ground. The moment the two landed, a group of Flame Dragon Legion cultivators immediately appeared and surrounded them. After the earlier battle, Flame Dragon City's security was now several times tighter than before. Xiao Chen. It really is Xiao Chen. When this group of Flame Dragon Legion cultivators saw Xiao Chen's appearance, they immediately revealed joyful smiles. The leader of the group said respectfully, Young Master Xiao, the general has been searching for you for many days already. He thought that something happened to you. Come. Come back to the city with us. Completely ignored, Murong Yin said unhappily, Hey, I'm still here. Haha. Young Master Murong, come with us. The general did not forget about you either. In mere moments, the news of Xiao Chan and Murong Yin returning to the city spread throughout the entire army. Everywhere the two passed, nearly every cultivator fixed their gaze on Xiao Chan and Murong Yin. Now everyone knew that a genius appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace, who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. After that, Xiao Chan nearly single-handedly opened a gap for the Flame Dragon Legion, saving the lives of more than 10,000 Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. This meant that every cultivator in the Flame Dragon Legion owed Xiao Chan and Murong Yin a favor. General Feng and the other Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon personally came out to welcome them at the city gates. Back then, when Xiao Chan first arrived, everyone in the Flame Dragon Legion doubted his ability to take on heavy responsibilities. Now Xiao Chen's fame soared. Everyone knew about the white-clad bladesman who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike, saving the Flame Dragon Legion from destruction. Xiao Chan Murongyan, this time it is all thanks to the two of you. The entire Flame Dragon Legion owes you a favor. General Feng did not put on any airs, directly acknowledging Xiao Chen's contributions. Murongyan accepted this praise without standing on ceremony. When he discovered Wei Hongfei beside General Feng, he was greatly startled. Brat, you are actually not dead? Didn't I personally see you being flung into the lava? Wei Hongfei frowned. Anyone who heard this would feel upset. General Feng replied calmly. The Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples all have an Emperor Dragon pill personally nourished by the Dragon Emperor. They will not die that easily. After Wei Hongfei explained, he looked at Xiao Chan and said softly, "It is indeed shocking that the Heaven Dragon Palace can produce someone like you. Brother Wei, you are too polite." Xiao Chan nodded slightly. This Wei Hongfei was pretty good. Xiao Chan had seen how Wei Hongfei held back Yan Songming at the risk of his life. General Feng said softly, "Let's stop with the conventional greetings first. The five of you come with me. I'll finish your mission." Chapter 1908. Xiao Chan followed General Feng into the inner hall. After the four sat down, General Feng clapped his hands. Someone immediately came over and offered the extra rewards that Wei Hongfei and the others requested. Wei Hongfei showed no joy on his face. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. We barely managed to complete this mission. Flame Dragon City's essence is also damaged. Give it to our injured brothers. The Golden Dragon Palace does not lack this bit of resources." The moment General Feng said that, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace core disciples felt somewhat embarrassed. However, this made sense. When they thought about the Flame Dragon Legion's losses, they recalled the dragon race cultivators who died in the Sea of Lava. The cruel scene appeared before his eyes as soon as he recalled it. The miserable screams of the dragon race still lingered in their ears. Surging blood qi spread for 5,000 kilometers around. Lu Feng and the White Dragon Palace core disciples chose to give up. General Feng said softly, "There's no need to feel guilty. This mission was a failure on my part. Everyone completed it excellently. All the extra rewards came from my own pocket and have nothing to do with the Legion. Furthermore, it is not that there is no good news. The Rakshasa race army suffered heavy losses as well. The Golden Crow Empire has already taken back their stronghold. I already negotiated with their leader. For the next 10 years, they will get 20% of the stronghold's resources. The stronghold will still belong to our dragon race. Soon we will raise the dragon race's war flag there. At the very least, when the Dragon's Gate's might is displayed, all the factions of the underground world will know about it. Without the Flame Dragon Legion fighting a bitter battle, causing the Rakshasa race army to suffer heavy losses, the Golden Crow Empire would not have such an easy pickup. Hence, you have completed your mission excellently." Even though the four were not willing to accept the extra rewards, General Feng still forcefully gave them, keeping to his promise. The Golden Crow Empire? Xiao Chan muttered to himself. Then he recalled something. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather seemed to have gone to the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chan had known long ago that Little Yellow Feather was slowly recovering the memories that his ancestors had passed on to him. Back then, Ao Jiao had said that she would send Little Yellow Feather to his old home. The scenes of the past on Grave Island flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. After that night of romance, there was no more news of Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather. Xiao Chan followed his original heart and searched for the moon step by step. Where was Ao Jiao? Could it be in the Golden Crow Empire? Yes, the Golden Crow Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm. 3 years ago, the Golden Crow Empire became the most famous empire among the 8 great empires. The legendary ancestor of the Golden Crow actually reappeared. This is truly shocking. At the mention of the Golden Crow Empire, General Feng sighed with emotion. A pure-blooded Golden Crow had actually descended into the Golden Crow Empire. This was simply like a legend. The entire Golden Crow Empire was in an uproar, and even the entire vast thousand domains were in an uproar. One must know that the so-called Dragon Clan and the other primordial races were not pure-blooded. However, humans with ancient bloodlines could only be considered descendants of the dragon race. Even the 6-colored divine dragons were the same. Little Yellow Feather's appearance in the Golden Crow Empire was like a pure-blooded ancestor dragon, descending to the divine dragon empire. The commotion it caused was naturally imaginable. General Feng could still remember that the upper echelons of the dragon sect were all shocked when they received this news. They even sent out a large number of people to search for the ancestor dragon of the dragon clan. In the end, they returned empty-handed. The dragon race was not like the golden crow or the vermilion bird, which could undergo nirvanic rebirth and pass down their memories to the next generation. It was practically impossible. When Xiao Chun heard General Feng's words, his expression did not change. However, he felt shocked in his heart. Indeed, it was as he expected. On the other hand, Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng, and the others showed calm expressions. They had known about this long ago, having been shocked back then. General Feng, might I ask how that golden crow appeared? Xiao Chun asked softly, unable to suppress the questions in his heart. The others gave Xiao Chun strange looks, expressing their confusion. To think that Xiao Chun did not know about such a major matter. This stunned Xiao Chun. He knew that he had asked the wrong question. Given his fake identity, he should know about this. Xiao Chun could only add, "Back then, I left the Central Great Realm to hide from my enemies. I only rushed back after obtaining some fortuitous encounters." General Feng nodded. "No wonder. However, there is no harm in telling you. Back then, the Golden Crow Empire offered sacrifices and divined that the Golden Crow ancestor would appear. Even they did not believe it, so they divined it many times before informing the Golden Crow Empire's upper echelon. This continued until the Golden Crow Empire's faux god ancestor, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, suddenly came out. Then, before everyone's incredulous gazes, he respectfully appeared with a pure-blooded golden crow and a young girl, causing the entire empire to stir. Speaking of which, it was rather mystical. That young girl was naturally beautiful without any makeup. Her face was exquisite, her lips and teeth fresh, and her bright eyes hid dimples. However, her bloodline was ordinary. She sat on the pure-blooded golden crow openly, not showing any fear at all. You should know that even that faux god ancestor does not dare to look the pure-blooded golden crow in the eye. Xiao Chun could not help thinking, it would be strange if it showed fear. She was the one who raised it. Back then, that little yellow feather did not even care about him, its master and name. Like sticking to Ao Jiao. However, if the Golden Crow Empire's people knew that Ao Jiao named the supreme holy beast in their eyes little yellow feather, they would probably die from anger. Now that the Golden Crow Empire's people mentioned the Golden Crow Empire, they still felt somewhat shocked when they recalled the past. Murong Yen, who sat beside Xiao Chun, said, "I know about this. That young girl calls herself Ao Jiao. I heard that she is incredibly beautiful, comparable to our White Dragon Holy Daughter." The White Dragon Palace core disciple immediately felt upset. How can she compare to our White Dragon Holy Daughter? Our White Dragon Holy Daughter has a grade 7 bloodline. She has an innate dragon soul and is crystalline and flawless. In terms of aura and beauty, she is unparalleled, capable of toppling nations. How can she compare? Seeing Murong Yan's serious expression, Murong Yan's lips curled up. He whispered, "I'm just saying. You make it sound like the White Dragon Holy Daughter is your home. Xiao Chun, don't you think so?" Xiao Chun felt stunned, but he did not say anything. It seemed like both of them were his. Even that golden crow was hatched by Xiao Chun's heavenly flame. Of course, Xiao Chun would definitely not say this out loud. Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, "The Golden Crow Empire has the Divine Flame Church as its national religion. I recall that young girl was conferred the title of Solar Divine Daughter." General Feng smiled and said, "Indeed. There is a rumor in the Golden Crow Empire that their pure-blooded golden crow was brought out from the sun by the Solar Divine Daughter." Feeling somewhat depressed, Lu Feng asked, "Speaking of which, what benefits did this pure-blooded golden crow bring to the Golden Crow Empire?" General Feng replied sullenly, "The benefits were too great. Why else do you think the Golden Crow Empire's faux god ancestor personally came out of closed-door cultivation? Back then, I heard that there were many battles in secret. Many factions did not want the holy beasts to return to the Golden Crow Empire. There were many top-notch figures who came to stop us. We almost couldn't make it back. If we are talking about intangible benefits, naturally it is the increase in the nation's luck. You can see this just by looking at how strong the Golden Crow Empire has become in the past 3 years. As for tangible benefits, let me put it this way. If a pure-blooded ancestor dragon appears, all you need to do is take a look, and your strength will increase by 20%. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "There is a golden divine dragon statue that is said to be petrified in the Golden Dragon Palace. Back when I became a core disciple, I was allowed to cultivate under the statue for 3 days, and my strength increased by more than 30%. Many questions that were difficult to understand were suddenly enlightened. I really can't imagine the benefits of cultivating beside a living divine dragon." General Feng said, "No matter what, a strong Golden Crow Empire is beneficial to our divine dragon empire. Although the 8 empires compete with each other, they help each other out and are allies in name. The stronger the Golden Crow Empire is, the more pressure the dynasties have to bear. The other empires will be better off too." The 8 empires were elite empires with the bloodlines of the great desolate Aeon's overlord. The 4 dynasties would have to be wary of them. If one looked further back, the conflicts between the dynasties and empires could be traced back to the beginning of the martial epoch. "Xiao Chun, although you did not ask for any additional rewards, you have to accept my kind intentions." General Feng took out a separate box and handed it to Xiao Chun before everyone. General Feng did not show any fear. However, Wei Hongfei and the others did not overthink it either. Be it chopping down Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike or saving the Flame Dragon Legion at the last moment, Xiao Chun was worthy of this valuable gift from General Feng. Xiao Chun was worthy of the heavy gift that General Feng gave to him alone. Without any pleasantries, Xiao Chun returned the gesture and took the box. Murong Yen smiled and said, "General, I contributed as well. Don't forget about me." "Naturally, I won't forget." General Feng smiled faintly and took out another gift, handing it to Murong Yen. When Murong Yen opened it, he immediately beamed with joy. That was a flame seed from the depths of the abyssal underworld. The red dragon race was innately skilled with fire. This great gift brought out the best in Murong Yan's heart. Xiao Chun wanted to open his own box, but General Feng stopped him. He smiled and said, "Open it after we return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. I will not send everyone out of the city." Chapter 1909. The mission to recapture the stronghold was officially over. The surviving 5 all obtained a pretty good harvest. Just the mission reward was 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a large number of primeval heavenly pills was a large sum even for the core disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chun, Wei Hongfei, and Murong Yen felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming here, no one would have thought that a single mission would cause so many chain reactions. 2 of his clansmen had left them forever, dying in the midst of a mission. Furthermore, they had not expected Xiao Chun to explode with such terrifying power. Originally, they had looked down on Xiao Chun, thinking that he was a burden. "Xiao Chun, it looks like you will be a very strong competitor in the competition between the 7 outer palaces," Wei Hongfei said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chun in his golden dragon robes. In the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces would compete for the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City. The few of them were of the same opinion. With Xiao Chun's strength, he should be able to easily become a heaven-class core disciple. However, my cultivation is still too low. The heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces are all extremely horrifying. Even the Heaven Dragon Palace is no exception. It has always been better to have nothing than to have something substandard. You have only joined the Heaven Dragon Palace for a short period of time. Wei Hongfei did not blindly flatter Xiao Chun. He continued objectively, "It should not be difficult to become a heaven-class core disciple. However, obtaining the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City is still too difficult." Actually, these words were true. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed was far from sufficient to enter Ancestor Dragon City. But this time what Xiao Chun showed was mainly a kind of potential, a kind of feeling that made people's eyes light up. Xiao Chun nodded, indicating that he understood. He wasn't arrogant enough to think so. Right now, Xiao Chun could already sweep through the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces. As for the heaven-class core disciples, it would be even harder to say. Just the way Hongfei before him gave Xiao Chun the feeling that he would not be easy to deal with. He was very strong. "I hope to see you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces." It is not easy to become a heaven-class core disciple in the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Chan said softly. Wei Hongfei smiled and confidence flashed on his face. You will definitely be able to see me. Goodbye. The group took their leave. Soon only Xiao Chan and Murongyan remained. Murongyan said, This fellow is right. If we want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, we have to work hard. Remember to come to the Red Dragon Palace in the future. If you have the chance. Murongyan clapped Xiao Chen's shoulder and soared into the sky. The path ahead was boundless. Xiao Chan was still far from entering the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Right now, he was thinking about the harvest of these 4 missions. Xiao Chan had obtained 10,000 primeval heavenly pills from killing Mu Yuan, 8,000 primeval heavenly pills from the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape, 12,000 primeval heavenly pills from the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and 20,000 primeval heavenly pills from snatching back the Gathering Point. Just the mission reward amounted to 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. To Xiao Chan, that was barely enough. He had not let down the effort he had put into this mission, as well as the danger of death, especially the 4th mission. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky. The 2 dead clansmen were a little unfortunate. Apart from the mission reward, Xiao Chan also obtained a crystal box containing the wealth that the Demon Cloud Mountain bandits had accumulated over the years. The Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Outyan's Dragon Pattern Battle Suit, and Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's storage ring. There was also the mysterious box that General Feng had given him. He had gained a lot from this trip. After Xiao Chan returned, there was no need to think. He would immediately break through to late-stage Star Venerate and cultivate the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, Xiao Chan would improve Firmament's rage further. With resources in hand, he had the confidence to do anything. What did General Feng give me? Do you want to take it apart and take a look? We'll take a look when we get back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Let's take a look at this battle suit first. Xiao Chan took out the dragon pattern battle suit and put it on with a thought. Xiao Chan recalled that when Qin Outyan activated the battle suit, a lot of dragon chi surrounded it. The patterns on the battle suit all lit up. In the end, Xiao Chan tested it and discovered somewhat embarrassedly that he could not activate the battle suit. Only dragon race cultivators with the Golden Divine Dragon bloodline could activate it. Could this be a Dao tool passed down in the clan? After Xiao Chan thought about it, he felt that this was possible. If that were the case, the requirements would be even stricter. Only the Golden Dragon bloodline's Qin clan could use it. Had Xiao Chan known, he would have snatched a few rings with different attributes. However, at that time, Xiao Chan thought that the owner of such an inherited Dao tool was either rich or of high status. There would definitely be an expert guarding in secret. Xiao Chan could not remain for long, so he left after snatching one battle suit. Now it looked like he suffered a great loss. Shaking his head, Xiao Chan put away the battle suit, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it when he returned. Then, he started to ponder the Demonic Cloud Mountain Bandit's crystal box. It was tightly packed and covered in formation patterns, containing the Dao. If he was not careful, it might explode. Xiao Chan was not skilled in refining or formations. He frowned slightly, not knowing how to deal with it. The Heaven Dragon Palace is equal to a peak rank 6 sect. There should be someone skilled in this. At that time, I'll go and seek out the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li. Xiao Chen did not worry about the crystal box. There would definitely be a way to deal with it when he returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. 7 days later, as Xiao Chan traveled at full speed, he finally returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chan had completed 4 missions over the past 2 months. He had spent about 40 days going back and forth. There were still 20 days left for him to prepare for the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. That was sufficient. I'll go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, turning into a flash of electric light in the vast and boundless Heaven Dragon Palace. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall. After reporting, he quickly received a reply. Vice Hall Master Li personally came out to welcome Xiao Chen. He walked over with a big smile and said, "Brother Xiao, ha ha ha, this old man knew that you would return on time. Indeed, you are not bad. You are much earlier than I expected. Did you complete the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li asked in a low voice as he walked over quietly. After all, Xiao Chun had to complete 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time. Vice Hall Master Li felt anxious for Xiao Chun. If you did not complete it, I can help you think of a way. There is no need to worry about the sex punishment. Vice Hall Master Li was very forthright. He thought highly of Xiao Chun. As long as Xiao Chun said the word, he could help him resolve the problem. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Li. Naturally, I completed the mission perfectly. With this mission reward, the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition 20 days later will definitely be mine." Excellent. Vice Hall Master Li felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then he praised, "You truly deserve to be the person that this old man thinks highly of. Come, I'll accompany you to the mission hall." Damn it. This old man has long found that damned administrator an eyesore. I'll show him that this old man's judgment is absolutely correct. I was thinking the same thing. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Then, under Vice Hall Master Li's lead, they secretly arrived at the mission hall. When the administrator of the mission hall saw Xiao Chun and Vice Hall Master Li, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Isn't this the core disciple Xiao Chun? Why are you back so early? Have you completed the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li, "It is not that I am not giving you face. It is only right and proper to accept punishment for mission failure. The more failures, the heavier the punishment. Even I cannot change the sect rules." The administrator had a deep impression of Xiao Chun. Back then, Xiao Chun had taken 4 rank 1 missions in one go, putting him in a difficult position for a while. When the administrator saw that Xiao Chun had returned early with Vice Hall Master Li, he felt that he had failed the mission. The administrator wanted to ask Vice Hall Master Li to plead on his behalf and deceive him to avoid punishment. The administrator smiled coldly in his heart. "Who asked you not to listen to my advice back then, making things difficult for me? You also have times when you beg me." Xiao Chun and Vice Hall Master Li exchanged looks. Then Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, "Who told you that they were not completed? Listen up. He has completed all 4 rank 1 missions. Xiao Chun even received a reward from the Flame Dragon Legion's commander." The expression of the mission hall administrator changed drastically despite himself. That's impossible. How could he have completed 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time? Give me the mission card and the proof of completing the missions as well. That's impossible. Xiao Chun calmly took out the heads of Demonic Venerate Mu Yun and the 18 Great Bandits, the Blazing Sun Berserk Apes Beast Corps, and the mission card that General Feng had approved. As Xiao Chun verified the heads one by one, he confirmed that they were all real. The mission hall administrator's expression turned somewhat unsightly. When he heard the final mission card, General Feng's praise for Xiao Chun, the administrator's expression turned as unsightly as it could be. His expression was as ugly as it could be, and he still couldn't believe it. Vice Hall Master Li felt delighted. He smiled and said, "Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over my brother's reward." That's not right. Completing 4 major rank 1 missions at the same time is a rare occurrence. No matter what, there should be some bonus reward, right? This is a bit against the rules, Hall Master Li. The deacon of the mission hall stuttered. Vice Hall Master Li snorted coldly. "Just do what I tell you to do. Do you think I don't know that after the rank 1 mission is completed, you idlers will also receive rewards from the Dragon Gate? Just give me 20%. Don't be so long-winded." The deacon of the mission hall felt bitter in his heart. He knew why Vice Hall Master Li had come here personally. He wasn't here to plead on behalf of Xiao Chun at all. It was because he had acted like a villain last time that he had angered the other party. This time he was here for revenge. The Blood Dragon Guards are a bunch of bastards. The mission hall administrator cursed in his heart as he was forced to do as he was told. Chapter 1910. Vice Hall Master Li was a straightforward and righteous person. He directly increased Xiao Chun's reward by another 20%. 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. An increase of 20% meant 60,000 primeval heavenly pills. Obtaining an additional 10,000 primeval heavenly pills for no reason felt very good. After leaving the mission hall, Xiao Chun expressed his gratitude and stated the reason for his visit. "Big Brother Li. This is the crystal treasure chest I obtained from annihilating the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits. It is probably the wealth that the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits have accumulated over the years. Vice Hall Master Li received the crystal treasure chest and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an exquisite little thing. This old man actually can't figure it out in such a short time. After fiddling with the box for a while, before Xiao Chan could say anything, Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "You want me to find a grandmaster to help you open this box?" "That's right. No matter what's in the box, I'm willing to give 20% of it to Brother Li." Vice Hall Master Li laughed heartily and said, "There's no point in talking about this. The demonic Cloud Mountain bandits aren't even worthy of my attention. I think highly of you because you have a high chance of becoming a heaven dragon in Ancestor Dragon City." Heaven dragon? I often hear these two words. What exactly is a heavenly dragon? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "The heaven dragon is a kind of transformation, a kind of leap, breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, washing away all the impurities and becoming a legend. The heaven dragon is a legendary existence that surpasses the divine dragons. It is extremely terrifying. You might not understand what I'm saying. Do you see the statue of the heaven dragon standing on the peak of the mountain that looks like it's soaring through the clouds? It's right there," Vice Hall Master Li said as he pointed at a statue standing on a mountain peak in the distance. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiao Chan saw the statue. It was a statue of a giant dragon that could be felt from far away. The entire statue was incomparably long, occupying the peak of the mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its peak was vast and surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds moved with the wind, and the statue hidden inside seemed to be alive. The heaven dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the dragon race that cannot be inherited. In the Great Desolate Era, the heaven dragon actually existed, but its bloodline could not be passed down. In theory, a divine dragon could also mutate into a heaven dragon, but it had never happened before. Without experiencing the hardships of the lowest level, it's impossible to complete this sublimation and become a heaven dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said leisurely. There was a hint of yearning in his words. The heaven dragon could only be a legend. Are there any warriors with the heaven dragon bloodline in the dragon clan now? Xiao Chen asked. Nope. The probability of a heaven dragon appearing was too low. Once it appeared, the dragon clan would definitely prosper. Actually what? I shouldn't be saying this to you, but it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have that many scruples. 25 years ago, my heaven dragon palace gave birth to a genuine heaven dragon. However, this person only appeared for a brief moment before his Taoist rhyme disappeared. Dead? Indeed, he died. When I was very young, I found him somewhat strange. Indeed, it was not strange. To think that the first thing he did after becoming a heaven dragon was to challenge the current dragon emperor. If that is not seeking death, what is? Vice Hall Master Li seemed to know that person. When he mentioned that person, his tone contained heavy sorrow. Even though Vice Hall Master Li purposely hid it, Xiao Chan could still sense it. Speaking of which, he was the one who created the supreme dragon fist that you chose. What? This startled Xiao Chan. His normally calm heart could not help rippling. He recalled that the martial technique pavilion disciple who led him there back then did not say this. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, he was the one who created the supreme dragon fist. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the supreme dragon fist was created by him. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the dragon race sealed up his deeds. Not everyone knows about it. Hence, sometimes everything is preordained by the heavens. You were the one who chose that secret manual. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I am a blue dragon, a bona fide divine dragon bloodline. It is probably impossible for me to become a heaven dragon. I will have to disappoint Vice Hall Master Li. After saying goodbye to Vice Hall Master Li, Xiao Chun walked down the peak alone. Xiao Chun was still thinking about his conversation with Vice Hall Master Li. To think that the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by the Heaven Dragon who fought with the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chun had not expected it. It was no wonder Zhang Xian felt that this fist art was disgraceful and unorthodox at first glance. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was honored? Luck was not on your side, and your life was as thin as paper. What was supreme? In the world only I was honored. The incantation for the supreme dragon fist echoed in Xiao Qian's mind. His thoughts drifted somewhat. It looked like Xiao Qian had to practice this fist technique properly. The fact that it was created by the heaven dragon was definitely true. Vice Hall Master Li had also said that the divine dragon bloodline could give birth to a heaven dragon. Xiao Qian might have a chance. He wondered if there would be any difference between the transformation of the blue dragon bloodline into the heaven dragon bloodline, and the transformation of an ordinary bloodline into the heaven dragon bloodline. Xiao Qian. Just as Xiao Qian's thoughts wandered, a startled cry startled him to his senses. When Xiao Qian raised his head to look at the newcomer, he felt slightly stunned. After a while, he showed an expression of understanding. Zhang Yunxian. Before Xiao Qian came out of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Yunxian had forced him to make a move and ended up being beaten up like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Xiao Qian had just returned, and he ran into Zhang Yunxian again. Xiao Qian, how bold of you! The law enforcement hall grounded you and you actually sneaked out. When Zhang Yunxian saw Xiao Qian, he also felt stunned. After he saw clearly, he could not help smiling coldly in his heart. What a great Xiao Qian! Is it not enough for the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson? You even dare to sneak out after being grounded? Quickly go and call the blood dragon guards over. I'll delay him. After violating the sect rules and being punished, he still dares to sneak out. Xiao Qian, no one can save you today. Zhang Yunxian smiled coldly as he looked at Xiao Qian. Then, he quickly left with his friends to inform the blood dragon guards. Suddenly, Xiao Qian recalled that he had indeed been placed in confinement. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that he had been imprisoned. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that Zhang Yunxian would give him a random punishment and not show himself for now. Xiao Qian had forgotten. However, does it matter? It does not. Xiao Qian raised his hand and punched at Zhang Yunxian. After the tempering of a few missions, Zhang Yunxian was no longer as weak as before. Xiao Qian's cultivation had stabilized, and his horizons had widened. He had accumulated a lot of experience. When Xiao Qian punched, the attack was sharp. The fist wind contained 30 cauldron force and a boundlessly sharp saber move. Xiao Qian raised his feet slightly, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Winds blew and clouds surged. This time Zhang Yunxian was on guard, guarding against Xiao Qian. When he saw Xiao Qian make a move, he smiled and said, I was waiting for you to make a move. However, when the fist wind approached, a vast might pressed down. The sharp fist wind immediately stifled Zhang Yunxian. Zhang Yunxian immediately regretted his actions. He could not receive this punch at all. He had to dodge the instant he made his move. However, the fist wind had already arrived, and he could not retreat. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Yunxian flying amid a loud sound. After he landed, he moved back continuously. Bang! 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 Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Qian's entire body flickered with electric light. Saber winds danced and fist lights flew endlessly. Xiao Qian threw punch after punch. With every punch, blood leaked out of Zhang Yunxian's mouth. After 10 punches, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. Pa! Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to get up, Xiao Qian stomped heavily on him. Senior brother Zhang, the blood dragon guards are here. The blood dragon guards are here. At the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. Zhang Yunxian, who was under Xiao Qian's foot, could not help laughing loudly. Xiao Qian, your death date is here. Let's see how you deal with the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple selection, after being captured by the blood dragon guards. Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows. Then, his gaze fell on the 4 blood dragon guards in the air, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When the 4 blood dragon guards saw Xiao Qian, they all showed startled expressions. Before they came, they had not heard that the person who broke the sect rules was Xiao Qian. This was especially so when they felt Xiao Qian's gaze. They felt a chill. Whoosh! 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 The blood dragon guards landed on the ground and walked over to Xiao Qian and Zhang Yunxian. It's him, it's him. He left the confinement room and violated the rules of the sect. Today he even injured a fellow disciple, adding to his crimes. When Zhang Yunxian saw the blood dragon guards walk over, the smile on his face widened. He pointed at Xiao Chan and shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother, you've worked hard. Leave this person to us." "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Yunxian chuckled. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Those words were not directed at him. A core disciple, Zhang Yunxian, deliberately attacked a fellow disciple, Xiao Chan. He has a bad influence and is now being taken away according to the sect rules. Without saying a word, the 4 blood dragon guards each struck out with a palm strike, knocking Zhang Yunxian unconscious. Then they worked together to raise him. The leader of the blood dragon guards looked at Xiao Chan and said, "Senior Brother Xiao, goodbye." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did nothing happen to Xiao Chan, but Senior Brother Zhang was taken away? What a joke! How could the blood dragon guards dare to offend Xiao Chan now? Everyone knew that he had Vice Hall Master Li backing him. They would be lucky if they didn't beat them up instead. Chapter 1911. As Xiao Chan watched coldly as the blood dragon guards captured Zhang Yunxian, he remained expressionless. However, he thought to himself, serves him right. Zhang Yunxian repeatedly sought trouble for me. If this were outside, I would not let him off so easily. The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian startled to their senses after being stunned. Then they ran over to block the blood dragon guards. "Blood dragon guards, you are mistaken. Xiao Chan is the main culprit. My senior brother is just blocking him. You have to look carefully." Those disciples said in dissatisfaction as they pointed at Xiao Chan. "The blood dragon guards are handling matters. It is not your place to interrupt. Scram." The leader of the blood dragon guards felt impatient and directly attacked. Scarlet flames immediately burned in his eyes. When the blood dragon guard threw a palm strike, vast veritable essence energy mixed with dragon might surged out. Then that person shouted coldly, "If you still don't scram, we will capture you all as well. How dare you obstruct the blood dragon guards? You are really bold." Seeing the blood dragon guard's ferocious appearance, the disciples immediately trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Their image of bullying the kind and fearing the evil was immediately exposed. The many disciples watching from the summit could not help laughing loudly when they saw this scene. The core disciples following Zhang Yunxian were usually arrogant and despotic. However, no one dared to do anything to him because he had Yi Qianyun as his backer. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure it. Now that the blood dragon guards captured Zhang Yunxian, they felt incredibly happy in their hearts. As for Xiao Chan, the spectators could tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. No matter what the rumors were, Xiao Chan had never used his status as a core disciple to suppress the other disciples. Xiao Chan had not taken the other disciples' cultivation resources either. He did not have any disputes with them at all. There was a balance in everyone's heart. They could distinguish between good and bad. At the very least, no one spoke up for Zhang Yunxian at this moment. No one stepped forward to accuse Xiao Chan either. Of course, Zhang Yunxuan's lackeys were an exception. Seeing that the blood dragon guards had gone far away, the lackeys did not dare to voice their anger. Instead, they vented their anger on Xiao Chan. "Just you wait. Now that Senior Brother Yi has broken through to middle stage Holy Venerate, he will definitely seek justice for Senior Brother Zhang." However, when they saw Xiao Chan raise his eyebrows as if he was about to attack again, the group of people ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay for long, not giving Xiao Chan a chance to make a move. "He sure runs fast." Xiao Chan smiled coldly in his heart. He ignored this group of clowns and summoned out the demon blood vulture. He flew straight to his cave abode. Senior Brother E, something big has happened." The group of people rushed to Yi Qianyun's residence in a fluster. Even before they arrived, they were already making a ruckus. Yi Qianyun, who was in closed-door cultivation, frowned slightly. When this group of people approached, he shouted, "Speak properly. Don't act like you lost your soul." Yes. Senior Brother Zhang Yunxian was beaten up by Xiao Chan in the mission office. What? Yi Qianyun immediately felt enraged. This Xiao Chan is really going against the heavens. Does he not know that Zhang Yunxian is one of my people? Xiao Chan repeatedly did not give me face, humiliating Zhang Yunxian in front of everyone. How is Yi Qianyun going to establish himself among the core disciples in the future? Something's not right. Yi Qianyun stood up. Then he thought, isn't Xiao Chun in confinement at this time? Yi Qianyun had forgotten about this person long ago. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun violated the sect rules and was placed in confinement. He would definitely miss the heaven-class core disciple selection. If Xiao Chun could not become a heaven-class core disciple, then Xiao Chun would be as good as crippled, no longer a threat. Why did Xiao Chun suddenly appear again? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Senior brother Yi, it's like this. After hearing this group of people's narration, Yi Qianyun's expression turned grave. His thoughts were quick and he quickly guessed what happened. The Blood Dragon guards completely ignored Xiao Chun. This meant that Xiao Chun's confinement was just a pretense. This was normal. A talent with potential like Xiao Chun would always attract the appreciation of major characters. Senior brother, what should we do now? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Don't cause too much trouble during this period. When I become a heaven-class core disciple, Xiao Chun's good days will come to an end." Scram. Yi Qianyun felt uneasy. How could he care about Zhang Yunxuan's life or death? Now that a major character had taken a liking to him, the threat that Xiao Chun posed increased several-fold. After the group left, Yi Qianyun said sullenly, "I have to show Elder Yun some respect as well. There is only one heaven-class core disciple slot. Nothing can happen to it." At the same time, Qin Yan, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples with extremely strong accumulations, who were disciples of heaven-class elders, also received news of Xiao Chun's strong return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Back then, as a disciple of a large clan, they had cleared the 3 stages together with Xiao Chun and become core disciples. Initially, they did not care about a mixed blood dragon. However, now they had no choice but to take him seriously. However, these people were also very confident in their own strength. After arriving at the Heaven Dragon Palace for about half a year, they had brought out their accumulations to the fullest. Their respective accumulations were fully brought out, and under the guidance of a master teacher, they improved rapidly. These people did not believe that they would lose to others. Like Yi Qianyun, they all had absolute confidence. They believed that they would definitely become a heaven-class core disciple. However, in the end, there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. At Xiao Jinyu's residence, clouds covered the sky and strong winds howled. The sword intent was like frost, dyeing the surrounding 5,000 kilometers white. The surrounding mountains were covered in pure white mist, making them look like white snow. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that it was not white fog, frost, or snow. It was the sword intent. It was the sword. This was an extremely pure sword intent. With a thought, it turned into white frost, covering the mountains and lakes. A strong wind howled. When one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of metal horses and weapons clashing. That was the sound of the sword Dao. In the courtyard of the residence, pear blossoms filled the courtyard. Xiao Jinyu circled in the air before slowly descending. His heart moved, but his sword did not move. The pear blossoms flew and piled up. When he landed, he was buried in a pear blossom grave. Clang! Xiao Jinyu tossed the sword in his hand, and it stabbed into the ground by 1 centimeter. It buzzed endlessly, and the sword intent raged like a storm. However, that pear blossom grave did not move at all, looking like a real grave. Xiao Chun! Xiao Jinyu snorted coldly, and the white-clad Xiao Chun appeared before him. During the past month, Xiao Jinyu had cultivated bitterly day and night, Elder Tianyun's words echoing in his mind. If you cannot defeat Xiao Chen and embarrass this old man, you can forget about remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace. Damn it! Damn it! The echoing words grew increasingly louder in Xiao Jinyu's ears. He could not help roaring to the sky. Dang! 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 The sword stabbed into the grave directly shattered. Then, a horrifying sword intent howled out. Rumble! The broken sword shard stabbed into the surrounding peaks, instantly chopping them in half. Xiao Jinyu said coldly, "You cannot exist in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Only I can become a heaven-class core disciple. You are not worthy." The strong hatred caused Xiao Jinyu's sword qi to surge endlessly, raging and howling as he wished. Not bad. Whoosh! Elder Tianyun suddenly appeared in the residence and praised Xiao Jinyu softly. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hard-to-detect hatred flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Master, only with emotions can one erupt. The more hatred you have, the more ruthless you are. I know that your ambition is not in this Heaven Dragon Palace but the vaster ancestor Dragon City. However, if you cannot even take the first step and fall at Xiao Chen's feet, your life will be over." Elder Tianyun said coldly without any expression. "Disciple does not dare to. No matter what accomplishments I achieve in the future, I will not dare to forget Master's kindness." "Humph! What use do I have for your kindness? If you become a heaven-class core disciple and enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon will naturally reward me. Remember, just don't embarrass me. In the future, if you really reach a high position, what does that have to do with me? This old man has lived long enough. I fight for the present, not the future." Elder Tianyun said sullenly, "You have to ruthlessly defeat Xiao Chan. Otherwise, I will personally chase you out of the Heaven Dragon Palace." Xiao Jinyu's expression twisted slightly. "Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun! It's Xiao Chun again. Why do you feel that I am definitely not as good as Xiao Chan? He is just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon. Yet, you keep using him to provoke me. How hateful." Seeing that Elder Tianyun clearly did not trust him, Xiao Jinyu's hatred for Xiao Chan and Elder Tianyun deepened. "Prepare well. There is still one more month. You need to make a breakthrough in the Sword Great Tao." Elder Tianyun waved his hand and vanished. Chapter 1912. When Xiao Chan returned to Cold Moon Cave, he did not know that he had become a thorn in the side of Xiao Jinyu and the others. However, given Xiao Chen's character, it did not matter even if he knew. Those who did not incur the jealousy of others were mediocre. As long as one's heart was fearless, it did not matter. Xiao Chan was very open-minded, not thinking about these frustrating thoughts at all. There was no hatred or fear in Xiao Chen's heart, only an indomitable, proud, and unyielding heart. Xiao Chen clearly understood his heart and his goal. Then, he put in the effort and did not give up. Just that was enough. Inside his residence, Xiao Chen took out the brocade box that General Feng gave him. He could finally open it and take a look. What could it be? General Feng gave Murong Yan an abyssal flame seed. It happened to be compatible with Murong Yan's attribute, complementing his heart and body. Since it was given to Xiao Chen, it could only be good and not bad. Furthermore, it would be compatible with Murong Yan, not some useless treasure. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen opened the brocade box. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen opened it, a dazzling light immediately blinded him. It was white and gray and he felt some pain. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Chen could not help mocking himself in his heart. Interesting. I have not even seen what it is, and I am already moved to tears. No wonder General Feng told me not to open it first. With such a piercing light, it would be hard not to envy Wei Hongfei and the others. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, the blurry, flickering scene slowly turned clear. The brocade box contained a stalk of grass and a piece of jade. The light came from the two. The main thing that came from the jade was the jade. The grass originally did not give off any light. However, after being in contact with the jade for a long time, it gave off some light. The jade was an unpolished piece of jade. Aside from the resplendent light, there was nothing strange about it. It looked very plain, white and clear, like a drop of dew that bloomed with the morning sun. There was a burning flame hidden in the water. Something strange. The jade is like water, but there is a flame hidden in the water? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he opened his heavenly eye and magnified the flame in the jade by 100, no 1,000 times. Only then did he discover, to his horror, that the flame was actually a thunder flame. It was this thunder flame that had stabbed him just now. Good heavens, just how pure and dense must it be to be able to injure me with just a little bit? How can it compare to my great Tao of thunder? With a thought from Xiao Chan, the Tao disc representing the thunder great Tao appeared behind him. The Tao ring condensed into a point. The lightning was resplendent, and Xiao Chan placed it on his palm. The lightning flame was hidden in the jade, but it gave off a bit of light. However, compared to his own condensed Grand Tao, it was overshadowed. How could this be? Xiao Chen trembled slightly. He almost lost control of the great Tao of thunder, causing it to spill out and explode. Xiao Chan quickly focused his mind and slowly infused the thunder great Tao into his body, to prevent an explosion from destroying his courtyard. Jade was not an ordinary object. It was like water or mist. However, this peerless unpolished jade was merely used to hide the aura of the thunder flame. What General Feng gave Xiao Chan was that thunder flame, not this unpolished jade. It was indeed a good fit. General Feng saw that Xiao Chan possessed the great Tao of thunder, so he gave him this item. This way my thunder great Tao can be improved further. Indeed, it complements each other. It is indescribably wondrous and suits my heart. Xiao Chan looked at that stalk of grass. It was green and extremely simple, just like an ordinary grass that grew in a crack in a rock, in a corner or on the ground. However, when placed together with that bit of thunder flame, it would definitely not be ordinary. What could it be? The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was something like the sword monarch grass. A grass watered by sword intent. The grass before Xiao Chan might be a grass watered by saber intent. However, it was of a much higher grade than the sword monarch grass. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Holy Land was filled with sword monarch grass. At that time, Xiao Chan felt that it was a great pity. How great would it be if it were saber monarch grass? If he directly absorbed it, his saber intent would reach peak small perfection and his saber great Tao would advance further. Right now, would this stalk of grass fulfill his wish? I'll know after trying. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the grass. Kasie. The vast saber intent shattered his spiritual sense in less than 1,000th of a second. All Xiao Chan saw was a blurry saber light in his mind. It was as vast as the sea, disappearing in a flash. Xiao Chan immediately felt a splitting headache. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to be sliced in half. He stumbled and nearly dropped the brocade box. Fortunately, the scene that appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared in a flash. Came and went quickly. When Xiao Chan recovered, he revealed joy on his face. His eyes glowed as he laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, it suits my heart. Even a stalk of grass has its own pride. It cannot be underestimated by others or pry into it. General Feng, Xiao Chan thanks you. Of the two treasures, one targeted his thunder Tao, and the other targeted his saber great Tao. No wonder he could not open it in person. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yin were still fine. At most they would feel envious and jealous. However, it was hard to say for the other two. If these treasures were leaked, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring to him? Xiao Chan, who already had the heaven-class core disciple spot in his grasp, could not help feeling even more confident now. I'll advance to late-stage star venerate first and absorb all these primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chan suppressed his restless heart. He knew that it was not the time to absorb these two treasures yet. It would be a waste to do so now. When he reached the peak in both aspects, he would absorb these two treasures and experience a qualitative leap. Even with important treasures in hand, he could not act rashly and summon a heart demon. Caution! Caution! This was the principle. After arriving at the cultivation room of the residence, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Then he gently waved his right hand. 1,000 primeval heavenly pills appeared in the surroundings, floating in the secret room. Such a scene was extremely extravagant, dazzling to the eyes. These were primeval heavenly pills, something much more precious than superior grade spirit jades. Time to break through. Xiao Chan did not feel any pity or fear of wastage. He opened his mouth like a huge whale in the deep sea, swallowing all these primeval heavenly pills like you the shrimp. Boom! 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 Intense tremors came from Xiao Chen's physical body, making him excited. Dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking heaven and earth, surging in Xiao Chen's body. Every cell in Xiao Chen's physical body thirsted for the vast spiritual energy that the primeval heavenly pills turned into, greedily absorbing it. Xiao Chen's aura soared explosively, rising continuously. When he finished absorbing all 1,000 primeval heavenly pills, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's body broke. It was like a dam instantly collapsing, surging energy crushing it. After successfully breaking through, Xiao Chen advanced to late-stage star venerate. The bottleneck between middle-stage star venerate and late-stage star venerate no longer existed. However, Xiao Chan wanted to temper himself in the middle stage, accumulating accumulations, Looking at it now, the effects were pretty good. After breaking through, Xiao Qin's aura increased several-fold. The veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, which was already filled to the brim, immediately became sparse. The space within the primal core was like a nation with countless more territories added. The sky above the soul pool was densely packed with stars. When Xiao Qin opened his eyes, starlight burst out. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by soul energy was strangely simple, like returning to its natural state, laying the final foundation for the next realm. Without circulating any cultivation technique, Xiao Qin relied only on these 1,000 primeval heavenly pills to forcefully break through. It was tyrannical and efficient. There are still several tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills left. After this, I will have to work slowly and not succeed in one go. Xiao Qin did not lose himself because of the sudden breakthrough. He closed his eyes again. With a wave of his hand, he placed the many primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation below. Xiao Qin circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer, continuously absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. Immediately, electric light flickered in the room, and thunder roared endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of lightning appeared in this quiet room, nourishing Xiao Qin, who was in the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiao Qin used up 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a horrifying absorption forced Xiao Qin to stop temporarily. Although Xiao Qin's physical body had a horrifying requirement after cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, he still needed more primeval heavenly pills. Even if he swallowed 50,000 primeval heavenly pills in one go, his body might not explode and die. However, Xiao Qin maintained restraint and did not go that far. Xiao Qin had a balance in his heart. There were some bottom lines that he could not touch. Once he did, it would be hard to turn back. The consumption of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills thoroughly stabilized his late-stage star venerate cultivation. He was now a small perfection late-stage star venerate, not far from great perfection. Senior brother Xiao, I'm here on Hallmaster Li's orders. Please open the door and meet me. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside the residence's formation. Chapter 1913. He came on Vice Hallmaster Li's orders? It looks like the seal on the crystal chest has been removed and can be opened. Whoosh! Xiao Qin turned into a flash of lightning, passing through the many formations and appearing outside the residence. This person was an inner palace disciple in his 20s. When he saw Xiao Qin appear, he was slightly startled. Then, an expression of worship appeared in his eyes. Xiao Qin glanced at the inner palace disciple and found this expression strange. Senior brother, this is the crystal chest that Vice Hall Master Li asked me to bring to you. He said that you can open it now, but it has not been touched. He also asked me to remind you that there might be restrictions in there, so you need to be more cautious. The inner palace disciple said respectfully as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin received the crystal chest. Vice Hall Master Li was very thorough, fearing that Xiao Qin was inexperienced. However, Vice Hall Master Li worried for nothing. Xiao Qin had already experienced such matters many times and was very experienced. Oh right. Vice Hall Master Li also asked me to tell you not to lower your guard in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. He received news that there is only one slot this time. Those who are capable of competing for the Heaven Class Core Disciple slot are all cultivating like crazy. Among them, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and the other disciples who have taken a Heaven Class Elder as their master have become even stronger. Seeing that Xiao Qin was somewhat excited, this inner palace disciple's voice trembled somewhat. One slot. The Heaven Dragon Palace was different from the other palaces. It had many core disciples, more than 10,000. Getting these 10,000 people to compete for one Heaven Class Core Disciple slot was simply too cruel. No wonder Wei Hongfei said that the people who could become Heaven Class Core Disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Help me thank Big Brother Li. I will definitely do my best in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition and not disappoint him." Haha. I also believe that Senior Brother Xiao will succeed. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace knows about this. Senior Brother Xiao Qin killed demonic Venerate Mu Yun in the Violent Flame Desert. Then he killed Rakshasa Tion's clone in the first layer of the Abyssal Underworld with one saber strike, and saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion by himself. Word of this has spread throughout the 7 palaces. Brother Xiao has brought glory to our Heaven Dragon Palace. He ruthlessly suppressed the might of those Divine Dragon Palace disciples. The inner palace disciple was excited and said a lot in one breath. He was extremely excited. The inner palace disciple said a lot in one breath, feeling excited. Furthermore, mixed blood dragons always had a low status. The 6-colored divine dragons looked down on them. Even true dragons with slightly better bloodlines looked down on them. Suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared and surpassed the disciples of the other divine dragon palaces in 2 missions. This was indeed inspiring. Xiao Chen now understood. No wonder he felt that the inner palace disciples looked at him strangely when he came out. The news spread really fast. There are also some veteran core disciples whose strength cannot be underestimated. That Yi Qianyun has already broken through to the mid-stage Holy Venerate realm. Into of Mu. Masters the Chan Xiao Chan. He is into of sect. Is of Yun Chun of Master. Of Chen. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Many thanks. You are too polite, too polite." Upon receiving Xiao Chen's thanks, the inner palace disciple rejoiced. "I'll take my leave first." Honestly speaking, after opening General Feng's brocade box and receiving 2 great gifts, Xiao Chan felt very happy. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits could have any pleasant surprises in the crystal treasure chest. Xiao Chan did not have any expectations for the items in the crystal treasure chest. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain bandits could have any pleasant surprises. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan casually put away the crystal treasure chest, not opening it for now. Xiao Chan had just absorbed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, so he was not in a rush to continue cultivating. So, he called out the demon blood vulture and arrived at the lake in his residence. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. When Xiao Chen arrived, he immediately felt a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, which made his heart calm down. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well walk around. Xiao Chen stood at the shore and emptied his mind. He did not think about the fight for the heaven-class core disciple position or advancing his cultivation. Xiao Chen just walked around casually, aimlessly, moving as he pleased. Suddenly, Xiao Chen took a casual glance and was stunned. The mirror-like surface of the lake suddenly reflected a dragon image. The dragon image was clear and very realistic. Suddenly, Xiao Chen could not tell if it was real or fake. It was like a dragon really hid in the lake. Xiao Chen looked up into the distance. It turned out to be the projection of the Heaven Dragon statue on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The wind blew, and the Heaven Dragon statue revealed its true appearance, reflected in the lake. I did not discover such a wondrous scene in the past. It is truly mysterious. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Soon this wondrous scene vanished. The clouds hid the Heaven Dragon statue in the distance again. However, the reflection in the water looked like a Heaven Dragon swimming gently, not stirring up any ripples as it vanished silently. Heaven Dragon! Heaven Dragon! As Xiao Chen looked at the smooth and tranquil water, he felt disappointed and frustrated for some reason. It was like the Heaven Dragon had really slipped away before his eyes. The Heaven Dragon was in existence above the divine dragons. In the hearts of every mixed blood dragon, it held a lofty godlike position. Speaking of which, only the lowliest mixed blood dragons could break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, becoming a Heaven Dragon. Once a mixed blood dragon comprehended the Tao and became a Heaven Dragon, it would immediately surpass the 6-colored divine dragons, becoming a transcendent existence. Every mixed blood dragon probably had similar fantasies in their hearts. They hoped to one day become a Heaven Dragon. At this moment, the Heaven Dragon's figure was deeply engraved in Xiao Chen's heart. If Xiao Chen became a Heaven Dragon, he would be even more confident of fighting for the Dragon Emperor position in the future. Let's go and take a look. With a thought, Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and merged into the clouds. After a while, that extremely distant main peak appeared before Xiao Chen. The interesting thing was that when Xiao Chen got closer, He could not see the full appearance of the heaven dragon statue. The scene that Xiao Chan saw became even more blurry, unable to see clearly. Furthermore, he could sense layers of restrictions around the main peak and layers of dragon might. The restrictions blocked him outside, not allowing him to get close. I'm a core disciple. Could it be that I can't get close to the main peak? Xiao Chen knew that there was a problem with his identity. The vast Heaven Dragon Palace was filled with restrictions. However, he had a core disciple identity token. Many places were unobstructed and unrestricted. Never mind. Now that he was in the mood, how could he return disappointed? So Xiao Chun decided to force his way in. Boom! Xiao Chun turned into a saber with an unparalleled sharpness, allowing Xiao Chun to endure the vast dragon might and barge through 3 layers of restrictions. The immense pressure made Xiao Chun feel extremely uncomfortable. All the bones in his body creaked from the pressure. Divine Dragon War Body. With a shout, Xiao Chun materialized the Divine Dragon War Body. The dragon might merged with every cell in his body. A suit of armor made of dragon might formed on the surface of his body. Bang! 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 Just like that, Xiao Chun cleared another 3 stages and continued heading for the peak. Xiao Chun did not know that when he cleared the first stage, there were already countless hidden old men cultivating on the main peak. Those old men opened their eyes and noticed Xiao Chun. However, after seeing his identity, no one bothered with him. The many old men smiled and stroked their beards as they watched Xiao Chun barge through the stages with much difficulty. To them, this was not strange at all. Every year, there would be newly advanced core disciples who came rashly. The dragon might of the Heaven Dragon statue attracted them and forced their way through the stages. Here comes an unfamiliar face. I wonder how many stages he can clear. It looks like he does not know the rules. Aside from the sect elders, only heaven-class core disciples can cultivate on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Only heaven-class core disciples can cultivate in there. Old Lu, let's make a bet. Let's see how many layers he can clear. How about 100 subdivine crystals? Haha, this old man will join in as well. I bet that he will back off at the 50th layer. His physical body cultivation is pretty good. He should be able to break through the 80th layer. It is not just his physical body cultivation. His saber intent is incredible as well. I bet 90 layers. There were even some old men who started discussing in secret, betting on how many layers of restrictions Xiao Chan could clear. There was a total of 308 layers of restrictions on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Normally, the power of the restrictions was not fully activated. Only when an enemy attacked would the power of the layers of formations be activated. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would be thrown out of the first stage. After making it to the 10th layer, Xiao Chen's sharp spiritual sense suddenly discovered that although the main peak's aura was one and majestic, the dragon might seem to be sentient. However, the dragon might seem to have a mind of its own, wandering around and not merging with the main peak's aura. This strange feeling was extremely difficult to detect. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Furthermore, he was very meticulous, so he still discovered it. That seems to be the case. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Since that is the case, I can dodge the dragon might as long as my movement technique is fast enough. Given this, the pressure on me will be significantly reduced. Xiao Chen immediately took action. He scattered most of the veritable essence energy he used to protect his body and executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Xiao Chen's figure immediately flickered like lightning, moving extremely fast. He skillfully passed through the many restrictions. Oh no! He is going to break through the 100th layer. Jokes aside, once Xiao Chan broke through the 100th layer, he would be able to break through the outer barrier and land on the main peak, even though he would not be able to reach the peak. In the past thousands of years, there had never been a core disciple who landed on the main peak. Chapter 1914. After passing over 100 layers of restrictions, Xiao Chan suddenly felt his body become much lighter, and he could roam freely. It turned out that he had broken through all the restrictions on the outer layer. Further ahead was the restriction on the inner layer. He reckoned that there should be a core restriction on top. It seems like we can go down now. Xiao Chun relied on trickery to break through to the 100th layer. He admitted that he couldn't break through the inner layer's restriction, so he simply fell down. Looking down, Zhang Xian saw 3 people cultivating with their eyes closed on a platform. 2 men and 1 woman. They blended in with the surrounding mountains and rivers, their auras becoming one parts of each other. Behind the platform was a cliff that was 10,000 zhang tall. Above them was a faintly discernible dragon head hidden in the clouds and mist. Spiritual qi cascaded down from the dragon head like a waterfall. As it splashed down, it formed a dense stream of spiritual energy that meandered down the mountain. Under such a background, the platform seemed like an immortal realm, like a dreamland, ethereal and refreshing. Xiao. The 3 people cultivating on the platform opened their eyes at the same time. Their sharp auras seemed solid as they looked at the descending Xiao Chun. The magnificent momentum was vast and boundless. The 3 lines of sight were vast and mighty. Break. Xiao Chun gathered his dragon might and sent out a palm strike. Dragon roars could be heard from his body. The palm wind surged out violently, breaking through the 3 auras and bringing Xiao Chun down. Xiao Chun pushed off the air and landed firmly on the edge of the platform, on an old tree by the cliff. As Xiao Chun sized up these 2 men and 1 woman, he thought to himself, these 3 should be the current heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Exian Li Luo Juyun. A heaven-class core disciple truly lived up to his reputation. With just one glance, he exuded a vast might and an unparalleled sharpness. With just one glance, Xiao Chun looked up at the tall cliff behind the platform, where the heavenly dragon's head reared up. Looking at it from afar and up close gave people a different feeling. Compared to the divine dragon's dragon might, the heaven dragon's dragon might was ethereal and ancient. It had a righteous qi that was compatible with the heavens. Xiao Chun focused his gaze and comprehended it carefully. A mysterious feeling lingered in his heart. What is heaven? The heavenly Tao is heartless, the Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is not old. The life and death of mortals, the flourishing and withering of plants, the destruction of dynasties, the birth of empires, what did it have to do with the heavens? What is a heaven dragon? Emotionless, heartless, desireless. No, that's not right. If it's heartless and heartless, it's not the heaven dragon, it's the devil dragon inexplicably. Xiao Chun came to many realizations, but these realizations were constantly denied. Thousands of thoughts hung in his mind. Tens of thousands of strands of annoyance dazzled his eyes. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed, revealing the heaven dragon's head. As if dissatisfied with someone spying on it, a vast dragon might descended. Boom! Xiao Chun fell down on the spot, but Xiao Chun still didn't wake up. He was still immersed in that wonderful enlightenment. He didn't know. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mixed blood dragon, and you dare to look directly at the heaven dragon? The blue-clad heaven-class core disciple of the 3 said indifferently, and then ignored him. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The other 2 recovered their calm after being stunned for a while. Heaven-class core disciples already cultivated their mental states to a sufficiently strong level. Ordinary changes would not cause too much of a reaction. Since a core disciple barged into the main peak, the sect elders would naturally deal with it. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he fell into the deep abyss. A vast dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and the top half of the mountain trembled slightly. Xiao Chen's body exuded a dragon might that he had never felt before, giving off an ethereal and divine feeling. What was a heaven dragon? It was not heartless or heartless. Instead, it required one to be bold and broad-minded, to be able to accept this boundless heaven. However big the heaven was, one's heart had to be as big as the heaven. One had to accept the heaven and not completely merge with it. That way, one would end up walking the path of no return, heartless and heartless. One had to merge with the heaven and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered that his body was falling. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and soared into the clouds. In the end, he ran into great resistance. There was a natural aura on the main peak. Dragon transformation. Xiao Chun shouted in his heart, and he turned into a lightning dragon. The solemn and divine dragon might scattered the resistance. After a while he flew back up. Whoosh! The shocking roar of the heaven dragon startled the 3 heaven-class core disciples awake. The instant they stood up, they saw a lightning dragon charge over. The dragon swung its head, and before the three could react, it was already above their heads. A strong wind blew, and the three's long hair fluttered. They quickly turned around and rushed over. The lightning dragon stuck close to the spiritual energy waterfall and floated up. It gave off an aura that was compatible with the might of a heaven dragon. The second layer of restrictions actually did not work on it, and it continued to soar up. When the three heaven-class core disciples saw this, they were greatly startled. Their mental states fluctuated greatly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Qin's physical body floated up and landed on the gigantic head of the heaven dragon statue. This was the summit of the heaven dragon. When Xiao Qin looked around, he could see the entire heaven dragon mountain range, as well as the palaces and cities dotting the mountain range. The buildings, the densely packed outer palace disciples, and the spirit beasts flying in the mountains were all incredibly insignificant in his eyes. Xiao Qin's mind immediately broadened. He felt a sense of disdain for the world, a tyrannical air of being the only sovereign. By relying on the momentum of the heaven dragon, Xiao Qin's horizons reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, an unprecedented lofty feeling welled up in Xiao Qin's heart. He vaguely felt like his heart encompassed the entire heaven dragon palace. Xiao Qin did not know that many peak experts of the heaven dragon palace had appeared on the dragon behind him. Xiao Qin prepared to make a move and chase them away. Just at this moment, a figure silently drifted down from the sky. It was the third palace master. The third palace master slowly descended and gently pressed his hand down, indicating for the crowd not to act rashly and disturb Xiao Qin. The third palace master's eyes glowed as he saw through the mysteries of heaven. He could tell that Xiao Qin had entered some kind of profound state. Hence, the 100 peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace retreated quietly and scattered around the colossal Heaven Dragon statue, focusing only on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin did not know this. His mind was immersed in this wonderful scene. His lofty sentiments surged, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. The sky changed color slightly. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was sovereign? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was sovereign? Luck was not on my side, and my life was as fragile as paper. Who was sovereign? In the world only I am sovereign. For some reason, the energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist started circulating on its own at this moment. Xiao Qin smiled. Then he used the boundless lofty sentiments in his heart to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist at the top of the Heaven Dragon statue. First move, leaderless dragons. Whoosh! Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy surged, and his chi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he punched, and his entire body trembled. Boundless veritable essence energy merged with the dragon might, turning into strands of dragon chi that wandered in the sky and turned into thousands of divine dragons. The thousands of dragon chi turned into true dragons flying above the Heaven Dragon statue's main peak. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of the millions of people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Second move, summoning dragons. Xiao Qin shouted, and the berserk dragons immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might supported Xiao Qin, causing his aura to soar. Xiao Qin's body erupted with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. Third move, Heaven Dragon without regrets. The boundless aura turned into lofty sentiments, gathering in Xiao Qin's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless Heaven Dragon. It carried an aura of determination and sacrifice, shaking the entire main peak. The Heaven Dragon under Xiao Qin's feet seemed to sense it and came to life, roaring ferociously. Dang! 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 The ancient bells in the many palaces of the Heaven Dragon Palace rang at this moment. The bell tolled, and dragon roars reverberated endlessly. Fourth move, raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments turned into rage, shaking the sky and making the world change color. The rage in Xiao Qin's heart made the sky restless. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts descended, striking at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin attacked in anger. His fist light soared into the sky, shattering all the lightning bolts that came at him. Fifth move, Master of the World. As Xiao Qin circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a war banner burning with flames. He held the war banner in his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Boom! The dragon trembled ferociously, shaking the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. As Xiao Chan stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue, he entered a wondrous state. His mind was clear, and all sorts of questions that were hard to understand were answered. Xiao Chan executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, moving clouds and flowing water, looking very soul-stirring. Every scene shocked the peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace behind. When Xiao Chan finished executing the fist technique, he felt very satisfied. His blood surged as he roared. What is supreme? In the entire world only I am supreme. Immediately, a huge dragon image came out of Xiao Chen's body and soared into the sky. The dragon eyes looked down on the entire Heaven Dragon City. Delightful! Xiao Chen laughed loudly and looked around. However, he discovered no one. For some reason, none of the elders on the main peak appeared. Xiao Chen had been thinking about how to explain himself, but he could not be bothered to think. He turned into a flash of lightning and fled far away. Whoosh! 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 After Xiao Chen left, more than 100 figures appeared and gathered on the dragon head. Watching as Xiao Chen left, the third palace master stood at the front. After thinking for a long time, he said gravely, "As the palace master, I announce that no one is allowed to say a word about today's matter. If anyone asks, just say that I practiced the fist technique on the Heaven Dragon Peak." Yes, third palace master. Chapter 1915. Normally, few people appeared on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. Outsiders could not have known that Xiao Chan had been practicing the fist technique earlier. The third palace master gave a rare stern order. Clearly, he wanted to protect Xiao Chan. The third palace master gave a deep look in the direction that Xiao Chan had taken. Then, he left with a complicated expression. When the many peak experts guarding the main peak on the Heaven Dragon statue saw the third palace master leave, they immediately started discussing the third palace master. Incredible! That white-clad youth actually comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. He might really become a Heaven Dragon in the future. It's hard to say. It is not like one can become a Heaven Dragon just by comprehending the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. There have been failures in the past. However, he managed to comprehend a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with just one look. That is the most shocking thing. Otherwise, why would the third palace master seal off news of him? Clearly, he wants to protect him. All of you, you're all wrong. It is because of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This fist technique was created by a bona fide Heaven Dragon. Most importantly, the Heavenly Dragon eventually chose to go against the Golden Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Dragon was too vicious. The third palace master is afraid that the Golden Dragon bloodline will find out about this fellow. That's right. Back then, the Golden Dragon bloodline said that they wanted to destroy all the secret manuals that he left behind. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before he managed to preserve the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Golden Dragon bloodline felt that no one could practice it, so they agreed to keep it. If the Golden Dragon bloodline found out that someone practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be bad. Humph! What do you mean by bad? Could it be that they want to control what cultivation techniques the people of our Heaven Dragon Palace practice? The shock that Xiao Chan caused was too great. This resulted in this group of sovereign personage experts discussing it intensely. Compared to the peak experts of the main peak, the outer palaces, inner palaces, and core disciples outside the main peak were even more shocked. Everyone in the huge Heaven Dragon Hall saw the shocking scene at the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Compared to the group of elders on the Heaven Dragon statue who had seen the whole situation, they were far away. Everything he saw was even more magnificent, shocking, and inconceivable. If one were to say that the Heaven Dragon statue had come back to life, there would probably be people who would believe it. When the phenomenon disappeared, many disciples went crazy and asked around for information. He wanted to know what was going on and what had happened. Unfortunately, the third palace master had already sealed off the news. No matter how they tried, they could not find out the details of the matter. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, a palace was hidden in the clouds. The three palace masters had gathered because of Xiao Chan. The first palace master sat on his throne in the clouds. After hearing the third palace master's explanation, his expression turned grave. In that case, He succeeded in practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist? In my opinion, although he seems a little shaky, he has indeed brought out the state of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the third Palace Master said honestly and objectively. The second Palace Master said softly, "Big brother, it looks like your decision back then was rather wise." However, the first Palace Master frowned heavily. He did not show any smile on his face as he said indifferently, "Back then when this fist technique appeared, I participated in it as well. I could not bear to seal it up like this. Who would have thought that someone would really succeed in practicing it?" "Humph! Big brother, what are you worried about? Haven't the 6 holy palaces squeezed our Heaven Dragon Palace dry enough? If he succeeded in practicing it, he would just practice a fist technique. Could it be that he wants to kill someone? In any case, I will definitely interfere in this matter. Even if he is not my disciple, I will not let anyone use this as an excuse to seek trouble for him." The third Palace Master showed a sullen expression, expressing his stance. The first Palace Master and the second Palace Master exchanged looks. They knew their third brother's temper. He would not go back on his decision. Speaking of which, it was just a fist technique. There was no need to worry too much. If this happened in the other palaces, the upper echelon would definitely be incredibly excited. They might even report this to Ancestor Dragon City. However, when it came to the Heaven Dragon Palace, they had to be so cautious. This was rather laughable. After some thought, the first Palace Master said, "This fist technique will probably be exposed soon in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. However, there is still some time. That should be enough. I'll make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Third brother, since I was the one who left this fist technique, I naturally will not ignore it." The second Palace Master smiled and said, "Third brother is right. It is a good thing that such a talent appeared in my Heaven Dragon Palace. Big brother, just treat this trip as good news. Those old seniors of the mixed blood dragon bloodline will probably be happy." However, the third Palace Master could not bring himself to smile in his heart. How could this be good news? Big brother clearly wants to shoulder the responsibility for this trip. Big brother will definitely blame the third Palace Master for not supervising properly, allowing the Supreme Dragon Fist to remain and taking responsibility in advance. This will not affect Xiao Qian, ensuring that he can continue practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Who knows what kind of difficulties he will face? With this thought, the third Palace Master could not help feeling sour in his heart. The first Palace Master looked at the third Palace Master before shifting his gaze to the second Palace Master. "I'll leave the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection to you, second brother. Also, make preparations for the competition between the 7 outer palaces." Right. When Xiao Chan returned to Cold Moon Cave and saw the startled disciples, he felt that the commotion was rather big. However, he had indeed felt something when he stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue. That kind of lofty aspiration and enthusiasm from standing on top of the Heaven Dragon statue for the first time had been fleeting. If Xiao Chan did not grasp it, it would be hard to reappear in the future. Heaven Dragon. Compared to completing the Supreme Dragon Fist in one go, Xiao Chan cared more about grasping a trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. In the past, the Heaven Dragon was just an ordinary word to Xiao Chan. He only knew the name but did not understand its meaning. Now, not only did he understand, but he even took that crucial step. If it were in the past, Xiao Chan could only dream about becoming a Heaven Dragon. Now, he truly had that trace of possibility. "I can set aside the Supreme Dragon Fist for now. However, I have to properly grasp this trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon." If Xiao Chen knew that the 3 Palace Masters gathered because of the Supreme Dragon Fist, and that the first Palace Master even wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City to ask for forgiveness, he would probably make a different decision. Xiao Chen guessed that the first Palace Master would make a different decision. For 3 days, Xiao Chen comprehended that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, storing it in his heart and planting a small seed for himself. Regardless of whether Xiao Chen could become a Heaven Dragon in the future, at the very least, his current dragon might was different from the others. Compared to the ordinary incredibly tyrannical dragon might, it had an ethereal and otherworldly air, giving off an unfathomable feeling. During combat, it could achieve many unexpected effects. There are only 20 days left until the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. I have to allocate the time properly. Right now, Xiao Chan was very confident in the Heaven-class core disciple selection. 20 days was a limited time. There was no need to rush the remaining primeval heavenly pills. He could absorb them all in these short 20 days. It would be more appropriate to refine the 2 gifts that General Feng left for him. With the resources in hand, Xiao Chan could improve his cultivation at any time. After all, he had already broken through to late-stage star venerate. To Xiao Chan, there was not much difference between small perfection and great perfection. There was still some time before he could advance to peak consummation. He definitely could not achieve that in 20 days. Xiao Chan spread his hand, and a blade of grass and an unpolished piece of thunder flame appeared in his palm. The unpolished piece of jade still gave off a resplendent light. However, Xiao Chan was already used to it. Now that he was prepared, it would not hurt Xiao Chen's eyes again. It was just like the top of the heaven dragon. The second time he went there, he would not be as shocked as the first time. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Xiao Chen would have to consider which one to choose. The Thunder Dao. I have been stuck at peak small perfection for too long with the Saber Great Dao. I will definitely make a breakthrough. I have only comprehended the Thunder Dao for a short time. It is hard to say whether I can reach great perfection or not. After making up his mind, Xiao Chan decided to absorb the thunder flame containing the boundless Great Dao energy first. Whether the Thunder Great Dao could reach great perfection or not depended on this. Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, a purple Dao disc slowly spread out behind him. Then it condensed into a spot that gave off a resplendent light. Xiao Chan pointed and cracks appeared in the unpolished piece of jade. After a while, the unpolished piece of jade cracked, and the thunder flame could no longer be suppressed, breaking free. The entire courtyard looked extremely resplendent under the light of this thunder flame. Xiao Chan endured the pressure and let the thunder flame enter his forehead. Boom! Instantly, the spot of Great Dao thunder light behind him grew resplendent, increasing at a visible pace. Chapter 1916. By the time Xiao Chen had completely absorbed the thunder flame had already been completely absorbed. The spot of light formed by the Thunder Great Dao behind Xiao Chan suddenly soared up, reaching a height of 3 meters. Lightning Dao Greater Mastery. 3 meters was 3 meters. In Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Chen's Great Dao might radiated out continuously. Cold Moon Cave, which was half the size of a city, was completely enveloped by Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao might. Thunderclouds covered the sky. Xiao Chan felt that his control over the Thunder Dao had become even more proficient. Xiao! With a thought, Xiao Chan turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped around the Cold Moon Cave. Looking over, one could see a flash of lightning shuttling back and forth in the cave. Then, it became faster and faster, creating many afterimages. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with electricity. Combine! In an instant, the electric light quickly disappeared, and Xiao Chen's figure appeared, floating in midair. Xiao Chan revealed a smile. His Thunder Dao had reached great perfection. All his lightning-attributed martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and magic skills had advanced to a new level. The light of freedom was just like that. Freedom was like light, following one's heart. With a single thought, he could turn into a bolt of lightning and leap out. The agility of his movement technique increased greatly, causing Xiao Chan to get carried away, immersing himself in this kind of fast running. After landing firmly, Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and grasped the Tyrant Saber's scabbard. Xiao Chan wondered if his Thunder Dao advanced further. Could the Tyrant Saber advance further? Xiao Chan recalled that back then, he had successfully comprehended the Thunder Dao and activated the Tyrant Saber's second form. Purple flames covered Xiao Chen's entire body, giving off a dreamy purple light. Its might reached the peak of an inherited Dao tool. Xiao Chan closed his eyes and grasped the saber hilt. He continuously infused the Thunder Dao into it. Boom! Boom! The surging thunderclouds were like a surging river, constantly surging. Wisps of lightning streaked across the sky, causing the sky to turn extremely terrifying. Imperceptibly, wisps of aura landed on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to become increasingly domineering. There seemed to be an even more terrifying existence in the terrifying thunderclouds. As Xiao Chen infused the way of thunder into it, a mysterious door seemed to open in the thunderclouds. Soon, Xiao Chun sensed that the tyrant saber's inherited secret technique was about to be revealed. Xiao Chun roared, and the thunder Dao berserk poured into his saber. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Chun's black hair danced in the wind. His delicate face looked as if it had been decorated with a paintbrush, becoming tough and masculine. A scarlet flame flared up on the purple saber. The thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and a door opened mysteriously. However, as soon as the flames appeared, they burned fiercely. Then they were extinguished. The saber turned purple, and the mysterious gate in the sky closed. Still lacking a little. Clang! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and said with some regret. He vaguely knew what this inherited secret technique was. It was a soul. The previous masters of the tyrant saber all died a violent death. Their souls were probably infused into this saber. Why did this saber not have an item spirit? The souls of the previous masters of the tyrant saber continuously merged into it. This saber no longer needed an item spirit. Or rather, the souls formed by the previous masters were the item spirit of this saber. Although it was still lacking a little, there was hope. In the end, it was a good thing. If you find your next saber, please name it Moonseeker. For some reason, the words that Ao Jiao asked someone to say before she left appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Actually, the one I love the most will always be the Lunar Shadow. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then he took out the box that sealed the Lunar Shadow saber and slowly opened it. The Lunar Shadow, which had been folded in half, lay quietly in the box. The Lunar Shadow, which had accompanied Xiao Chun for many years, looked much weaker now. Could not even be considered a Dao tool. However, the emotions that Xiao Chun poured into this saber surpassed that of a soul tool. Seeing this object, one would think of the person. The Lunar Shadow saber represented Xiao Chen's past, his experiences in the Kunlun realm. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ruyue Ao Jiao, or those unforgettable existences in the Kunlun realm, they were all related to this saber. Xiao Chun took out the remaining half of the saber and gently caressed it. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The expression on Xiao Chen's face changed as he let his thoughts wander. When Xiao Chun finished putting away the Lunar Shadow saber, he sighed and took out the grass. For the remaining time, Xiao Chun needed to focus on the saber Great Dao. At the same time, Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qinyun, Qinyan, Feng Tianyi, and the others all made good use of their time to cultivate. To think that there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. They found this somewhat unacceptable. In the face of such immense pressure, everyone put in 100 times the effort to cultivate. Everyone only had one thought, and that was to obtain that spot. Very good. You've finally mastered the great Tao of the sword, Elder Tianyun said in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Jinyu, who was covered in sword wounds in front of him. Xiao Jinyu panted continuously. His entire body ached, but his heart filled with excitement. I succeeded. Xiao Chun had been working hard since he arrived at this Heaven Dragon Palace. For close to half a year, he had endured immense torture from Elder Tianyun every day. Xiao Qin's great Tao of the sword finally made a breakthrough, successfully reaching great perfection. Elder Tianyun said, I'll teach you a sword art. Together with your great perfection sword Great Tao, the Heaven-class core disciple slot will definitely be yours. Many thanks, Master. There's no need to thank me. You relied on your own hard work to get where you are today. You relied on the hatred in your heart. This sword technique I'll teach you is called the Serene Cloud Sword Art. It will definitely bring out the hatred in your heart to its fullest, materializing all the might of the sword Great Tao. Elder Tianyun waved his hand, and a secret manual landed in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Serene Cloud Sword Art? Xiao Jinyu flipped through it. Soon he revealed an excited expression. This was actually a peak earth rank sword technique. No wonder Elder Tianyun said that it could bring out the might of Xiao Chen's sword Great Tao to its fullest. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the grades of cultivation techniques in the world were divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into superior, medial, and inferior grade. Heaven grade cultivation techniques could only be found and not sought. They were simply too rare. Even if Xiao Chun found one, it might not be suitable for him, so he could cultivate it directly. In the Cloud Sea realm, even a sovereign personage normally cultivated a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique. Elder Tianyun gave Xiao Chun this serene cloud sword art. Clearly, he had high expectations of him. This disciple will definitely not let you down. I will definitely obtain a heaven-class core disciple slot. As for that Xiao Chun, I will make him regret what he said at the dueling plaza back then. Xiao Jinyu shouted after closing the sword art. Elder Tianyun felt extremely satisfied with Xiao Jinyu's state. He nodded and said, "Good. Right now, be it your confidence or strength, you are already close to the peak. When you finish practicing the sword art, no one among the core disciples will be a match for you." "Master, this disciple has a question." "Speak." "Who exactly caused the mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon a few days ago?" Xiao Jinyu had also felt that majestic, mysterious phenomenon back then. He had been shocked on the spot and felt very suspicious. Unfortunately, this matter had already been sealed. Even Elder Tianyun did not know the truth. He said, "It was the third palace master. This matter has nothing to do with you for now. If you can become a heaven-class core disciple, you will have the opportunity to go to the main peak to cultivate and experience the might of the Heaven Dragon for yourself." The third palace master? Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. No wonder. It turns out that the third palace master caused the mysterious phenomenon. Sooner or later, I will stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. Then I will make the entire Heaven Dragon Palace pay attention to me. While Xiao Jinyu made a breakthrough, the other core disciples from the noble clans like Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi did not stop there, either. All of them had trump cards and felt very confident. These people all possessed the true dragon bloodline and did not lack resources or talent. When they came to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they were like fish in water. All of them managed to enter the tutelage of a heaven-class core disciple. Under the guidance of a great teacher, they improved rapidly. Before the heaven-class core disciple competition arrived, no one knew who was the strongest. Unlike them, Qianyu knew that he could not compare to these rich clan disciples in terms of resources and connections. However, Qianyu was not stupid either. He did everything he could to get his lackeys to suppress the other inner palace disciples, squeezing out their resources. Qianyu did his best to raise his middle stage holy venerate cultivation to great perfection. At the same time, he paid a visit to an expert in his sect. After some promises, he obtained a cultivation technique that could maximize one's advantage in cultivation, the Lord Dragon Art. With a thought, Xiao Chun could materialize his holy venerate will for a moment. With a thought, he could turn his holy venerate will into a dragon-shaped venerate, sweeping through the place. Those with weaker cultivations would not even be able to touch Qianyun's face before they were suppressed. Clearly, Qianyun put in a lot of effort to cultivate this Lord Dragon Art to deal with Xiao Chun. You are just a late-stage star venerate. Let's see how you are going to compete with me. Qianyun revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps Xiao Chun's potential would be greater than his in the future. However, he would not give Xiao Chun too much time in this heaven-class core disciple competition. Qianyun only hoped to trample on Xiao Chun today and become a heaven-class core disciple. Once Qianyun became a heaven-class core disciple, he could enter Ancestor Dragon City in the future. Qianyun was confident that he could trample on Xiao Chun forever, widening the gap between him and Xiao Chun, not giving him a chance to turn things around. The heaven-class core disciple position was an opportunity. Be it Xiao Chun or Xiao Jinyu's group, Qianyun had to trample on them all. Only Qianyun was qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple. I have endured for so many years. I absolutely will not let your group of disciples, who just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace for half a year, succeed. Chapter 1917. At the Heaven Dragon Palace's dueling plaza. On this day when the sun rose, the surroundings were already crowded with people. The number of disciples from the inner and outer halls was uncountable. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the fighting arena. Back then, Xiao Chun and a group of large clan disciples took the core disciple test together at this place. Today, the Heaven-class core disciple competition would also take place here. The Heaven-class core disciple competition was a major event for the Heaven Dragon Palace. Be it the core disciples in closed-door cultivation or wandering outside, they would not let go of this opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, the next one would be 3 years later. Even if they knew that they could not compete for a spot, if they performed well, they would still be able to obtain extraordinary rewards. More importantly, they would be able to account for themselves with a clear conscience. If they did not even have the courage to participate and were afraid of getting injured, they could forget about being a core disciple. Aside from watching the excitement, the outer and inner palace disciples wanted to see what they could learn from the core disciples. Normally, there were only about 1,000 core disciples in the entire sect. However, today all the core disciples, whether in closed-door cultivation or traveling outside on missions, would be present. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the heaven-class core disciple competition as 1 in 10,000. The intensity of the competition would definitely require everyone to bring out their full potential. They would definitely be able to observe many consummate techniques that were rarely seen. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment many strong auras came. Many core disciples escorted Ichin up from the foot of the mountain. There were hundreds of people following behind him, like stars surrounding the moon. After several years of hard work, Ichin had managed to form a small faction among the core disciples, with him as the leader. Normally, these followers used Ichin name to suppress the other disciples. Ichin reaped the benefits and was happy to see them succeed. By relying on the chain of benefits, he firmly tied this group of people together, with Ichin at the center. As long as Ichin's strength continued to increase, they would be able to gain even more benefits by following him. They would rise or fall together. There were many similar factions among the core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace elders did not object to this. As long as they did not go overboard, they would even encourage the core disciples to do so. This resulted in the competition among the core disciples becoming increasingly intense. He wanted to let those disciples who didn't have a chance to learn about the cruelty of the world in advance, and from there they would have to compete even more fiercely. Ichin was a famous person. He had become famous many years ago. Before he advanced to Holy Venerate, he could already fight across realms. Now that Xiao Chan was a great perfection middle stage Holy Venerate, he was a popular candidate for the heaven-class core disciple position. Ichin is here. This lineup is as big as ever. As expected of a veteran core disciple, he has so many supporters. Strange, why don't I see Zhang Yunxian beside him? Ha ha ha. Are you talking about that Zhang Yunxian? I heard that he ran into trouble and got locked up in the Blood Dragon Guard's dungeon. Ichin tried to fish them out several times but failed. Hehe, this idea is really unlucky. Although the many inner palace disciples and outer palace disciples who knew of Ichin acknowledged his strength, they did not like him. If this person really obtained a spot in the heaven-class core disciple selection, many people would be upset. Right at this time another two groups of people came. The leaders were respectively Fang Qianni and Qin Yan. These two were disciples of large clans, possessing true dragon bloodlines and outstanding talent. They had taken heaven-class elders as their masters. In less than half a year, these two each gained their own territory. The number of people around them was no less than Ichin. It looked like these two also knew about the core disciple competition. It was not just a competition between individuals. It also depended on how many supporters one had. Otherwise, when one went out and got into a conflict, it would be hard to avoid being outnumbered. When Ichin saw the two appear, he frowned slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In less than half a year, these two's improvements already made him feel threatened. Senior Brother E, this is a heaven-class core disciple competition, not a group fight. What is the meaning of bringing such a large group of people over? Could it be that you think that you can become a heaven-class core disciple with more people? Fang Qianni looked at the large group of people behind Ichin and mocked with a smile. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps Senior Brother E thinks differently from us. After all, you are already a veteran core disciple. If you do not advance to heaven-class core disciple soon, you will not have any more chances. It is hard to avoid doing something out of line." Ha ha ha. I understand. I understand. Fang Qianni and Qin Yan echoed each other, angering the group of people behind Ichin. On the other hand, Ichin's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "They are just proud of themselves for a moment. They are just good at talking. There is no need to bother with them." As time passed, more and more core disciples appeared in the dueling plaza. However, this dueling plaza was extremely vast, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Hence, it did not seem crowded. Furthermore, this was without activating the spatial formation. If the spatial formation was activated, it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Whoosh! At this moment, a black-clothed, cold-looking young man with a long sword in his hand gradually appeared. This youth looked thin and skinny. He was not old, but he had a weather-beaten face. A strange aura surrounded this youth, prompting others to retreat automatically, not wanting to stand with him. It's Zhang Yi, senior brother Zhang. Someone among the inner palace disciples exclaimed in shock when he recognized this person. It really is senior brother Zhang. Didn't they say that something unexpected happened to him when he went to the snow domain to carry out a mission? I heard that he already qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple the previous time. However, something unexpected happened. Many people thought that he died. Senior brother Zhang is actually still alive? When the black-clad man who suddenly appeared was recognized, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The newly promoted disciples felt confused. The expressions of the many older generation core disciples changed slightly. This was especially so for Yi Qianyun, who felt incredibly shocked. To think that he is still alive. Back then, Yi Qianyun had risen up among the core disciples precisely because of Zhang Ye's accident, gaining his current position. Yi Qianyun simply did not expect this person to appear again. Yi Qianyun had many doubts. However, since Yi Qianyun appeared here, that meant that he had already obtained the sect's approval and was qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position. Junior brother Yi, you have improved in the 3 years since we last met. Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head back and looked at Yi Qianyun. Then he smiled coldly. Yi Qianyun's heart trembled as a chill assaulted him. He took a long time to dispel the fear in his heart. Then he said calmly, Senior brother Zhang, it has been a long time. So what if you are back? I am no longer who I was 3 years ago. Even if you are back, the heaven-class core disciple position is still mine. Senior brother Zhang. Whoosh! Just at this moment, several strong auras appeared in the dueling plaza. No one expected so many experts to be hidden among the core disciples. If not for Zhang Ye's appearance, these people would not have exposed themselves. These people were rather old and had only one chance. If they failed this time, they would not be qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position in this life. Hence, these people usually kept a low profile, unlike Yi Qianyun. Immediately, the newly promoted core disciples like Qin Yan and Feng Tianyi could not help raising their opinion of this Zhang Yi. Zhang Ye's sudden appearance not only incited discussion among the many core disciples but also drew out a group of strong, low-profile, veteran core disciples. This made the situation even more confusing. Whoosh! 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 A wisp of sword intent and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky at almost the exact same time as each other. Clang! Xiao Jinyu landed on the plaza and looked around coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the figure materialized of lightning across from him. This figure wore white robes, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His delicate face showed no expression. This was the white-robed Xiao Chan, the famous white-robed Xiao Chan of the Dragon's Gate 7 outer palaces. Although the two appeared at the same time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Xiao Chan, just like Xiao Jinyu's. Whoosh! 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 Countless people stared at Xiao Chan, wanting to see the legendary white-clad bladesman who destroyed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike and saved the Flame Dragon Legion by himself. At this gathering of dragons, be it Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Zhang Yi, or the other low-profile core disciples, they all had the same image in their eyes. At this moment, all of them had the same image in their eyes. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiao Chan received such treatment. Chapter 1918. This kind of treatment was clearly not what Xiao Chan wanted. The more attention he received, the more he would be targeted. Even if he wasn't afraid of being targeted, it would be better if he didn't expose some of his trump cards. Whoosh! When Elder Tianyun and the other heaven-class elders appeared in the dueling plaza, the place immediately fell silent. Elder Tianyun swept his gaze across the entire place. Everyone immediately felt a huge pressure, including Xiao Chan. Even after cultivating for 5 months and improving rapidly, Xiao Chan still felt that he was far from Elder Tianyun. He could not match Elder Tianyun. The rules for the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition are different every year. I believe you all want to know what the rules are this year? Seeing that everyone was silent and focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth and said, clearly, the rules could not be revealed in advance. Even these Heaven Class elders would not know. Otherwise, if he knew the rules and had targeted training, it would obviously be extremely beneficial to him. The rules for this year's competition are very simple. The last person standing in the dueling plaza will be this year's Heaven Class Core Disciple. As for the others, even if they didn't qualify, for every person you knock into the air, you will obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill personally refined by the third palace master. Hua! After Elder Tianyun read out the rules, an uproar broke out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their minds somewhat blank. Actually, it was not just them. These Heaven Class elders were also confused. However, the rules were set by the 3 hall masters long ago. They could not object to it. Rumble. While Xiao Chun was shocked, the Heaven Class elders worked together and moved the entire dueling plaza into the air. At the same time, the formation was activated, and in an instant, a giant arena was formed in the sky. Snowflakes flew into the air on the dueling plaza. The temperature plummeted, and the environment changed drastically. Ha ha ha. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Tianyun was the first to react. He reared his head back and laughed maniacally, unable to suppress his excitement. The rules were simply too advantageous to Tianyun's group. Although there were many peaks of various sizes in the dueling plaza, they clearly could not compare to Tianyun's group. Protect senior brother E. The core disciples in front and behind him immediately surrounded him, protecting him in the center. After the expressions of Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the others changed slightly, they hurriedly gathered the disciples of their factions together. It's not that simple. The Heaven Class elders smiled faintly and attacked at the same time. Space and time in the dueling plaza became chaotic. After a moment of dizziness, everyone's position changed. Everyone's position was disrupted. Before Tianyun and the others could gather their strength, the chaotic battle began. Boom boom boom. If one killed one person, one could obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill. This was actually quite tempting. The white snow drifted on the ground, and there was an icy smell of blood. The situation was chaotic, and there was no way to stop it. In every corner there were figures fighting. It was a complete mess. Sometimes when the two of them were fighting, someone would suddenly rush out and launch a sneak attack from the side, and the unlucky one would be killed. However, a special formation had been activated in the dueling plaza, and it was said to be killed. In reality, he had been forcefully teleported out right before he was killed. Every time you kill someone, no matter what method you use, it will be recorded by the formation, and there will be no mistakes. In this icy and snowy weather, ice-attributed martial artists undoubtedly had a huge advantage. Amid the chaos, Xiao Chun did not panic at all. If he could avoid fighting, he would avoid it. If he could not avoid it, he would kill in one strike, ending the battle quickly. Xiao Chun knew very well that while these rules looked absurd and chaotic, in reality, only the strong would remain. The more chaotic it was, the more it would show off the strength of the strong. The weak would not get lucky. Right now, this was just the beginning. Preserving strength was the most important thing. If he could make everyone ignore his existence, that would be for the best. Suddenly, a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chun. He turned around and retreated. An ice-attributed swordsman sneak-attacked him. Xiao Chun's face turned cold, and he instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Then, he gently caught the other party's sword with 2 fingers. How can this be? The newcomer was shocked to discover that Xiao Chun easily caught the sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Scram! Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and that person vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Boom! Right after Xiao Chun dealt with this person, a shock wave surged over from the side. Someone's killing move had reached him. Those who could become core disciples were at least holy venerates. A killing move executed at full power would definitely be extremely horrifying. The shock waves could not be underestimated either. Xiao Chun turned into a flash of lightning and quickly dodged. When he appeared again, He happened to appear beside two core disciples fighting. When those two saw Xiao Chun suddenly appear, they were stunned at first. Then they decisively stopped and charged at Xiao Chun at the same time, showing great teamwork. Whoosh! Standing on a lightning dragon, Xiao Chun easily dodged the two's attacks and punched with both fists. Boom! The surging vital qi knocked the two back at the same time. Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun had just stopped when a cold shout rang out. He turned around and saw a gray-robed youth. Snowflakes danced around him like butterflies. An expert. This was an expert who comprehended the Snow Great Tao. Excitement appeared in the gray-robed youth's eyes. He said seriously, "Let me try and see how capable the legendary person who chopped Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike is." Xiao Chun said calmly, "You will regret this. Haha, this heavy snow is my greatest help. Come, let me see how you will make me regret this." The gray-robed youth stepped forward and laughed loudly. Then he executed the Snow Great Tao, and his body immediately merged with the flying snow. His physical body turned corporeal, and his hair turned white. Even his spiritual sense could not detect the other party's existence. What an exquisite movement technique. With this heavy snow, it was simply a divine technique. No wonder the other party dared to look for Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun was still a little short. However, he could not fool Xiao Chun. In the next moment, Xiao Chun turned into a sharp saber, using his body as a saber. Combined with thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chun burst forward, so fast that no one could detect him. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The inner and outer palace disciples watching from the periphery of the dueling plaza felt their hearts tremble. The gray-robed youth showed a pained expression. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as Xiao Chun knocked him into the air. He was directly eliminated. How strong! The many spectating disciples could not help sighing to themselves. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality it contained two great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality it contained two kinds of great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. In a situation where others could not make out Xiao Chun's strength, he easily knocked a veteran core disciple into the air. After this successful strike, no one dared to approach Xiao Chun, creating a large empty space. However, after the chaos, the place slowly regained its order. Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others put in a lot of effort and finally gathered the disciples of their factions. Even Zhang Yi managed to form a team with a group of veteran core disciples that was not too many but extremely horrifying. After a while, Xiao Chun was horrified to discover that the empty space around him was growing larger and larger. Then, Xiao Chun looked back and discovered that a group of people had surrounded him at some point in time. Heavy snow drifted down, and a chill assaulted him. However, what was even colder than the snow was the way Yi Qianyun and the others looked at him. "You truly live up to your reputation," Yi Qianyun said with a smile. "Xiao Chun, no matter how strong you are today, heavens will destine you to be eliminated. No one has any objections, right? Let's attack together and eliminate him first." No objections. There was a kind of tacit understanding. There was no need for words or discussion. It formed naturally. Such a large encirclement was formed by everyone unintentionally. It was still the same saying. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiao Chun received such treatment. Chapter 1919. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw more than 10 groups of various sizes surrounding him. Among them there were two strongest. One was Yi Qianyun. His group had the most core disciples, close to 100 people. The second was Zhang Yi. His group did not have many people, but they were all strong veteran core disciples. There were also people like Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi, who had advanced to core disciple status at the same time as Xiao Chun. They had developed very quickly in the past half a year. If they had enough time, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed Yi Qianyun. Aside from these people, many core disciples startled awake from the chaos saw this scene and were startled. This startled them. In a fluster, they found their own factions to enter, increasing the number of people surrounding Xiao Chun. A rough count gave at least 1,000 people. Most of the core disciples had been eliminated in the first wave of chaos. For some reason, Elder Tianyun waved his hand, not getting the other heaven-class elders to continue disrupting Xiao Chen's group. Elder Tianyun, this. After the other elders asked for instructions, Elder Tianyun said indifferently, "Just wait and see. If the palace master does not send any instructions, we do not need to act on our own." Yes, the second palace master and third palace master had indeed instructed them to disrupt Xiao Chen's group only once. However, that was because they had not expected such a situation. The two palace masters stood side by side on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. When they saw the scene in the distance, they felt slightly stunned. The second palace master wanted to say something to get the Heaven-class elders to disrupt the factions gathered in the dueling plaza again. Just as the second palace master was about to speak, the third palace master thought of something and stopped him. There's no need. After thinking about it, it might not be a good thing for him to become a Heaven-class core disciple so quickly. We might as well suppress him for 3 years. The second palace master thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Given Xiao Chen's potential, he could afford to wait 3 years. 3 years later, his potential would completely erupt. At that time, when he entered Ancestor Dragon City, his accomplishments would be even greater. The most important thing was that he could use these 3 years to slow down on the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This would ensure Xiao Chen's safety. The various factions in the dueling plaza carefully watched Xiao Chen. At the same time, they worried that their formation would be disrupted again. Who knew, even after waiting for a long time, the elders had no intention of disrupting the formation. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Qianyun's face. He said seriously, "Xiao Chen, it looks like the elders do not wish for a mixed blood dragon to become a Heaven-class core disciple. Jump down yourself, lest we make a move and embarrass you." The leaders of the other factions showed playful expressions. Whether Yi Qianyun's words were true or false, they did not care. At the very least, the Heaven-class elders had not broken their formation yet. It was worth pondering over the hidden meaning behind it. "You don't want me to become a Heaven-class core disciple?" Xiao Chen did not know if it was true or not. Although his expression did not change, he felt slightly angry in his heart. He looked at Yi Qianyun coldly and said, "I will stand here. Let's see how you will make me jump." "Xiao Shan, Chen's S," Xiao Xiaoyun said. "Chen's two palace Chens, Xiao Chen's, Yi felt." Everyone knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They spread out their holy venerate wills and merged them into one, looking like a vast mountain range that instantly encased Xiao Chen. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would have feared this holy venerate will. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, his dragon might gained an ethereal air. Xiao Chen merged his dragon might with his star venerate will and floated in the air. The early stage holy venerate wills of the 10 did not affect him much. What's wrong? It's not very effective? The 10 holy venerates charging over at the same time were somewhat stupefied when they discovered Xiao Chen suppressed by the holy venerate will. They felt like Xiao Chen was like the wind. He clearly did not move, but he drifted around, not affected much. Die! Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left. Then he pulled hard with his left hand. The scabbard turned into a beam of dim light and shot out. Before the leader could see clearly, a horrifying saber intent pierced through his chest. Then, the leader turned into a beam of light and was forcibly sent out by the formation. The other 9 turned their heads to look. They only saw the disappearing tail light of their leader, which shocked them. When the 9 turned their heads back, they only saw a flash of saber light. Blood spurted out of their necks as they were forcefully sent out. Clang! Xiao Chen turned around gently, and the tyrant saber happened to be stabbed into the scabbard, which remained in the air, giving off a melodious saber hum. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Those who were slightly weaker could not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. He was dressed in white and had a saber in his hand. It seemed like the saber in his hand had never been unsheathed. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qianyun and smiled faintly. "Yi Qianyun, your follower is too weak." Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen was clearly just smiling faintly. However, this smile startled the people beside Yi Qianyun into taking several steps back. Yi Qianyun was somewhat embarrassed to discover that the people behind him were 100 meters away from him. What fast speed! His Thunder Dao has reached great perfection. The eyes of several people lit up. When they saw the power of Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike, They felt startled in their hearts. It was indeed a great perfection Thunder Dao. Otherwise, those 10 core disciples would not have been unable to block even one move. Xiao Chun was too fast. Damn it! Xiao Jinyu cursed in his heart. To think that this fellow actually cultivated the Thunder Great Dao to great perfection. Fortunately, it was just the Thunder Great Dao. Compared to Xiao Jinyu's Sword Great Dao, it was still somewhat noticeable. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. We need to eliminate him first. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance. This saber strike exposed Xiao Chen's strength, strengthening these people's resolve to work together to eliminate Xiao Chun. Xiao Jinyu shouted. Then, he led the disciples behind him and charged at Xiao Chun in unison. Attack then! Even Zhang Ye's cold expression changed. This veteran core disciple demonic genius also felt threatened by Xiao Chun. Dong! 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 Everyone moved. In that instant, the remaining 1,000-odd elite core disciples charged at Xiao Chun. You really do not want me to become a heaven-class core disciple. You all are too much. Under such circumstances, those elders actually did not disrupt the formation. Xiao Chen's heart had already died. Xiao Chun raged in his heart. If you don't let me succeed, I will succeed for you all to see. I have to obtain the heaven-class core disciple slot. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Fortunately, these 1,000-odd people were not united, giving Xiao Chun some opportunity. The Supreme Dragon Fist was most suitable for fighting one against many. When Xiao Chun executed leaderless dragons, dragon roars immediately rang out from his body. In that instant, more than 1,000 dragon-shaped strands of energy shot out. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi, Xiao Jinyu, and the other outstanding talents immediately shattered some of the dragon-shaped energy. However, most of them flew about chaotically, catching the many core disciples off guard. The 1,000-odd core disciples had an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming first wave of attacks actually ended up blocked by Xiao Chun. When the many spectating cultivators saw this scene, they could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. However, how would they break the second wave? Still, the 100-odd core disciples and outstanding talents did not get flustered. They shattered the dragon-shaped energy and continued charging at Xiao Chun. Dance of Remnant Snow. Zhang Yi drew the sword in his hand. His sword was actually a broken sword. After Xiao Chun executed his killing move, the snow filling the air turned into a sword dance that seemed incomplete, but actually contained hidden mysteries. Then it swept towards Xiao Chun with a horrifying aura. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu turned into a beam of dim light as his sword swept through the air, materializing jade-green sword images filling the air. They merged completely with his sword Great Dao, leaving no openings. I Qianyun snorted coldly and said, Venerate Dragon Art. I Qianyun's horrifying Holy Venerate will turn solid and materialized an ancient Heaven Dragon Traveler, holding a Heaven Dragon Daggeraxe. Then with a horrifying aura, he thrust it at Xiao Chun. Rock Dragon Burst. Layers of heavenly shadows. The 100-odd core disciples that shattered the dragon-shaped energy did not hesitate to launch their killing moves. The overwhelming attacks immediately densely packed together, covering the sky and land. When Xiao Chun looked around, he had no way to escape. All sorts of terrifying and peerless mysterious phenomena and towering auras were released. All of these attacks came crashing down. Xiao Chun estimated that he would die on the spot. Even the formation would not be able to save him in time before he was blasted into bits. Damn it! I cannot die. Summoning the dragons. Xiao Chun punched again. The berserk dragons in the sky immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might infused into Xiao Chen's body, causing his aura to soar. Xiao Chun burst out with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. That is not enough. Another punch. Xiao Chun paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, he followed the lofty aspirations and tyrannical air in his heart and punched again. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiao Chun punched, a blazing war banner materialized. This war banner was incredibly heavy. Heavy might and pressure crossed the obstruction of time and space and landed on the war banner, making the flames burn even fiercer. No one dared to catch it. Together with the aura of summoning the dragons, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand to catch the war banner. Then he paused. Xiao Chun placed the war banner under his feet with some difficulty. Boom! The ground trembled, and the vast dueling plaza shook. Before the berserk aura, Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples' attacks and killing moves were stunned. Heaven Dragon's rage. Xiao Chun shouted and punched. His heart filled with rage as he sent the blazing war banner flying. The war banner instantly shattered all sorts of mysterious phenomena and sword moves. Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples vomited a mouthful of blood as the war banner knocked them into the air. Such a scene shocked everyone, rendering them speechless. How can an evil dragon rule the Tao? However, it was not over yet. Xiao Chen's rage had yet to subside, and the flame of battle in his heart had yet to extinguish. He held on to his last breath and punched again. Boom! 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 This punch detonated the thousands of strands of dragon chi in the air. The core disciples fighting with the dragon chi were all knocked back. Everyone looked around. Aside from Xiao Chun, there was no one left standing in the dueling plaza. How can one be honored? I am honored. Chapter 1920. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Zhang Yi held his chest as blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He ignored it completely, only staring at Xiao Chun. Without a doubt, Zhang Yi was certain that Xiao Chun had executed the Supreme Dragon Fist earlier. Why was Zhang Yi so sure of the Supreme Dragon Fist, which was known as the Heaven Dragon Palace's forbidden technique? It was because he had practiced it before. However, after cultivating it for 2 years, he could not make any progress and could only give up. Zhang Yi, who had studied this fist technique for 2 years, was very clear on how horrifying the might of this fist technique, which the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon had ordered to be destroyed. Once Xiao Chun succeeded in practicing it, he could only use one word to describe it: unparalleled. This was an unparalleled fist technique. It would be dazzling and dazzling, lasting for eternity. No matter how much time passed or how much time passed, the fist technique would give off a piercing light again. It's him. The one who practiced at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day was him. It's him. He was the one who was practicing at the top of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner hall disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after they recovered from their shock. The mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day reappeared at the dueling plaza. The unparalleled lofty sentiments and tyrannical air of supremacy were nearly identical. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Everyone would not forget what happened 20 days ago so quickly. Not to mention he would never forget the phenomenon from that day. That blurry yet clear, seemingly contradictory existence at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had long since been imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, the white-clad youth stubbornly standing in the dueling plaza was completely different from the figure in their memories. They were a perfect match. White-robed Xiao Chun. White-robed Xiao Chun. White-robed Xiao Chun. After a while, an orderly cheer came from the dueling plaza. All the inner palace and outer palace disciples shouted Xiao Chen's name like crazy. Thunderous voices echoed in all directions. A rare scene appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. On top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain, the third hall master and the second hall master were stunned. Actually, they had seen a similar scene many years ago. What happened in the past was just like what was happening in front of him. History was always shockingly similar. Forget it. The third palace master closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He already knew Xiao Chen's choice. At the same time, the snowy environment in the dueling plaza suddenly changed into a downpour of rain, lightning, and thunder. Yi Qinyun wiped the rain off his face and stood up as he cursed. Damn it! The people who could still fight stood up one after another. In the heavy rain, they looked at Xiao Chun with somewhat grave expressions, their expressions complicated. They had obviously seen the scene 20 days ago, but they had never imagined that it would be Xiao Chun. The figure on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain had left a deep impression on them. Should he give up? Everyone was asking themselves in their hearts as they allowed the heavy rain to pour down on them, completely ignoring it. Should he give up? The dragon race had always admired the strong. Even the mixed-blood dragons had their pride deep in their hearts. No matter how one denied it, no matter how much mockery one received, one would always have one's own bottom line in the depths of one's heart. I give up. Suddenly, a core disciple behind Qianyun gave Xiaochun a deep look. Xiaochun gently pushed off with his feet and spread out his arms. Then he moved further away in the heavy rain, slowly leaving the dueling plaza. Unfair. Xiaochun's strength had already convinced them. Furthermore, after learning that Xiaochun was the person who stood on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain that day, the one who made his mind waver, the core disciple found it simply unfair. This core disciple could not accept it in his heart if he continued to surround and attack Xiaochun. Since ancient times, from top to bottom, the dragon race worshipped the strong. The strong were fearless and fearless. I give up. I give up. I give up. Immediately, the various core disciples pushed off with their feet and became like phantoms, disappearing into the heavy rain. Heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust in the dueling plaza and washing away the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, most of the 1,000-odd people in the dueling plaza left in the blink of an eye. There were still less than 100 people left. Such a scene had never appeared before. Even those heaven-class elders were stunned when they saw this. White-robed Xiaochun. White-robed Xiaochun. However, in the eyes of the spectators, the inner and outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace felt inspired. Their exclamations became even louder. I withdraw. I withdraw as well. Slowly, the 100 people standing in the dueling plaza, the veteran core disciples with outstanding strength, all thought for a while. Indeed, they were not as strong as Xiaochun. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then they left with a trace of loneliness and carefreeness. Soon, aside from Xiaochun, only the previous top core disciple Zhang Yi, the current top core disciple Qianyun, and the 3 new core disciples, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and Qin Yan, remained in the dueling plaza. There was only a total of 6 people. The 6 all had their own obsessions and desires. For this day they had put in a lot of effort. Even if they knew that they would lose, they would not give up. Receive 3 moves from me before we talk. Fang Tianyi snorted coldly and threw a palm strike at the ground. Boom! The rainwater on the ground turned into thousands of waves that shot out. In the next moment, Fang Tianyi appeared in the air. Then he said, First move, Traceless Heaven. When Fang Tianyi's palm strike landed, he sent out a flawless palm wind, as vast as the sky. It was like this palm strike created a real sky. It contained heaven's might, boundlessly vast. Bang! A fist light shot out, and Xiaochun clashed head-on with this palm strike. He took 3 steps back, moving 1 kilometer with each step. Heartless Heaven! Fang Tianyi roared ferociously and sent out an even mightier, more radical, and more horrifying palm strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind tore through the heavy rain and struck Xiaochun's face. In the next breath, Fang Tianyi charged over to Xiaochun. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochun made his move, using the scabbard to block the other party's palm wind. Bang! The heavy rain trembled and turned into powder. A temporary gap appeared around the two. Just as the torrential rain was about to fill this vacuum, the 2 of them each made a move at lightning speed. The instant the heavy rain filled the gap, blood spurted out and merged with the heavy rain, quickly vanishing. The rain was still falling and the saber was still there. However, only Xiaochun remained. Fang Tianyi touched his neck in horror. The formation had sent him out. He had been eliminated. Clang! Clang! The sound of 2 weapons being drawn rang out. Qin Yan and Zhang Yi could not help attacking at the same time, charging at Xiaochun. The tyrant saber was drawn, and a saber light appeared. Xiaochun fought an intense battle with the 2 in the rain. 2 swords, 1 saber, 3 people fighting in the rain seeking a result. At some point in time the surroundings turned silent. Everyone was immersed in this exciting battle. It had to be said that both Zhang Yi and Qin Yan were experts at using the sword. When the 2 worked together, their might increased. However, when facing Xiaochun, they could not suppress him. For some reason they could not suppress him. Be it sword techniques, movement techniques, or states, they could not do anything. 1 man and 1 saber in the heavy rain would definitely have a way to deal with it. Instead, the 2 entered the beautiful dream that Xiaochun fabricated. Why was it like this? Zhang Yi and Qin Yan used the swords in their hands to materialize states and create sword moves to suppress Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's cultivation improved further. He used the saber in his hand to detonate the flaws in his opponent's mind. Then, he looked for an opportunity to kill in one move. With dreams as a saber. When the opportunity arrived, Xiao Qian did not hesitate to detonate it. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber, and an illusory purple saber chi burst out of the two's chests. Pussy eye. The two vomited a mouthful of blood as the formation forcefully sent them out. The rain continued to fall. However, the blood flowing out of Xiao Qian's wounds did not stop. The rain could not wash it off completely. Still not retreating? Xiao Qian looked around and smiled faintly when he discovered that Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qinyun were still there. He did not hold back at all, spreading out the two Dao discs behind him one after another. The two Dao discs condensed into one point. Then they suddenly soared to 3 meters tall. How can it be like this? Xiao Jinyu, who was hugging his sword, was stunned. He thought that he had a trump card of the sword Great Dao and firmly grasped victory. Who knew? Xiao Qian immediately displayed 2 great perfection Dao might. Xiao Jinyu's expression turned sluggish, and his mind went blank. He no longer had the strength to hold on to his sword. It fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Pussy eye. The instant the sword landed, the 2 great perfection Dao might layered over each other, knocking Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qinyun back at the same time.